On his 16th birthday, the hero dove into adventuring as a full-time job. Now, 4 wild years have already blown by. The gates are cracking open right in front of our eyes. The tall warrior whips around, ready to craft. He storms up to the shocked hero and bluntly declares that a temporary mage has kicked him out. The warrior can't stop wondering if craft is the real magic trick. 3 adventurers rush in and team up to attack the hero, snarling that he's completely useless for the job. They'll even swear his magical crest is fake, because Craft can only pull off basic magic, and right then, he clenches his staff even harder. One of the adventurers clocks Craft's job and drops a bold conclusion about what he does. He straight up claims he's got no talent for adventuring, and the hero can only swallow the truth. So yeah, Craft got tossed out of the group again, and now he can't stop asking, how many more times is he gonna have to crawl back through the same nightmare? When Craft finally steps before the guild secretary, he's already cracked the whole story, like he can see it. The hero breaks down in tears as he confirms it. Then the secretary steps in and politely tells Craft exactly what he thinks. She's dead convinced her Craft can't handle the life of an adventurer. And this isn't the first time he's been kicked out of the team. Craft busts his butt to become a strong mage, but every team he joins never lasts for long. He's got nothing to say to the secretary, because his magic is so weak that even the tiniest monsters keep getting him in trouble, and he's getting dragged to safety again and again. Craft could only scrape together the basics of magic, like summoning water, but everything beyond that stayed out of reach. He's stuck, totally lost. Then a storm of memories hits him, each one packed with endless rejections. Out of nowhere, the secretary blurts that the Builders Guild has just filed a request. This request hits different. The hero's got that spark, and he's genuinely interested. Construction on a brand new village along a secret road near the border is about to kick off any day now. They're hunting for someone who can hold that position long enough to make it count. The hero finally realizes this means walking away from the Adventurers Guild. He also gets that quitting the guild won't change a thing, and he still refuses to take their offer. While the secretary swears this job fits him perfectly, because it won't demand much fighting skill at all. Because Craft's a terrible mage with zero knack for adventuring, he has no choice. He's gotta agree. He tells the secretary, "I accept," then leans in and demands a full breakdown of every last detail. The secretary's stunned. Then she snaps into action, formalizes every detail, and just like that, Craft gets kicked out of the Adventurers Guild. Craft gets absolutely inspired. He's convinced this moment will flip his entire life onto a whole new track. He's got one wild dream burning in his chest, becoming a professional builder. He's ready to dive into this new business on his own, but right the moment he's set to focus, the noise hits and keeps dragging his mind away. Loaders barrels past, clutching a crushing bundle on their shoulders as they sprint. Craft catches it instantly. Life is roaring around him like a non-stop storm. He froze dead in his tracks right in the middle of that crowded square, surrounded by people who wouldn't stop moving. A voice slices through the air and calls his name. The man closes in, scratching his head like, "What are you doing here?" before he finally works up the nerve to ask where the registrar is. The man is still seething. He demands to know who Craft is trying to register as, but the second he hears the hero came from the Adventurers Guild, his whole attitude flips on a dime. The stranger yanks Craft into a hug and pours out his thanks, then tells his coworkers, "I'll be gone for a bit," and rushes out to send the guy off. When the stranger steps into the Builders Guild, he drops the bomb that he's been waiting for our hero. Turns out, this guy's the guild leader. When the hero drops his full name as the Craft walks in, the guild leader practically erupts with excitement, calling it a perfect name for a builder. He's absolutely thrilled. Turns out even the Craft can't resist the fun either. While Craft's paperwork is getting filled out, the guild leader clocks him as a mage, but Craft shrugs it off and swears he's nothing special. Just a talentless nobody who, after 4 whole years of practice, still can't do a thing. The leader scoffs and presses the hero, "So you tested that crest, huh?" And when the hero admits he hasn't, the whole room just drops. Craft was born in a village that's soaked in magic, so he carries a coat of arms. But that's all he's got to say for himself. The leader pushes him to head to a priest who will put that coat of arms to the test. The hero refuses. This is going to cost a fortune. But the leader calmly promises it's all under control. Kraft can't shake the feeling they're being way too kind, so the leader grins and says, "If you're brave enough to find out he's got a craftsman's talent, you'll see how big this can become." Kraft gets it, but he's convinced his family coat of arms just isn't built for magic. He tells them he'll think it over. Then right away the leader snaps his attention to a guy in a tall cap sitting nearby at the counter. It's a priest, plus a herald's servant, and he steps in with a polite smile, asking Kraft if he wants to test what his coat of arms can truly do. Kraft nods in agreement, and the priest launches into the ritual. They're running tests on the code, behind arms abilities. Suddenly, the attendant snaps into stunned silence, staring like he's seen a ghost. He swears he can't believe this is even happening. Kraft is totally thrown off, baffled beyond words. The priest admits he's never laid eyes on anything more mismatched than his craft, and the coat of arms he's stuck using. That incompatibility is so brutal that even wearing the coat of arms could wreck the guy's health. And Kraft is left absolutely reeling from the new information. Everyone around him is just as shocked. His craft looks like it's about to faint. The minister is demanding they swap the coat of arms right this second, because a mismatched code shouldn't function at all, unless you're staring down one of those insanely rare exceptions. Kraft still can't believe it. Right in front of the stunned crowd, the priest pledges to rewrite the coat of arms on the spot, and Kraft agrees. The hero turns to him and demands, "Which coat of arms fits me best?" The attendant swears the crest with the rarest, strongest power is the perfect one for the craft. Twilight Alchemist can't figure out what this craft even is. Everyone is stunned, and the guild leader shoots over, snatching the craft like it's pure magic. Turns out, he'd never even heard of the Twilight Alchemist either, because this crest tweaks things just a little from the usual alchemist. So that alchemist crest is insanely valuable, but the Twilight Alchemist has never shown up, at least not until now. And in this place, you'll find crests that level you up higher, forging those basic crests into something stronger. Twilight Alchemist follows the basic alchemist rules too, which means the main character is already sitting at the very top, stronger than every other alchemist out there. The name feels weird for a reason. It's only temporary, and nobody in history has ever had a coat of arms like this before. The minister cooked up that idea to drive one point home. If the protagonist masters alchemy, he'll finally forge gold with his own hands. When the question hits him, whether he'll agree to swap the coat of arms, Kraft freezes up, then tears through the moment and says goodbye to the old one. Finally, he grabs the priest and demands he swap the coat of arms, so that the old one can be freed from its suffering. The minister locks eyes with him, tells him to calm down, and kicks off the conversion ritual. At last, the minister booms the new coat of arms, *** Twilight Alchemist ***, and the ritual snaps shut. Right then, a fresh sigil blooms across the hero's hand. The hero's hand starts to burn with light, and he instantly feels the overwhelming magic flooding every inch of his body. He can't believe this magic is actually his. The coat of arms tattooed on his hand gleams gold, and the priest flat out declares that among all the colored crests, the golden ones get the highest priority. He's never heard anything like this before, and once he figures out the pattern, he's going to run to everyone and spread it like wildfire. The hero staring daggers at the servant, only for the man to shrug and say, "I was just doing my job." A totally unknown girl blurts out a loud shout. This is Letha Hemon's first time ever laying eyes on an alchemist, one so high level the air feels heavier, and the guild leader himself steps in to introduce her. Lifa is rolling with the crew toward the border, and right on cue, they run into Kraft. While Lifa gushes about how awesome it'd be to have an alchemist in their party, Kraft cuts in and demands how a tiny girl like her could possibly make it all the way to the border. Then the guild leader lets out a warm, indulgent chuckle. He tells them Lifa isn't just entering, she's leading the whole group, and Kraft is absolutely stunned. Then the leader, argues it's just plain irrational to shove a top-tier alchemist toward the border, but Lifa snaps back loud and clear. She snatches the hero into her arms and presses in tight, holding on like she has zero plans to let him go. Kraft is completely thrown off. Lifa and their leader are still bickering over where they should send him. The leader spots Kraft's confusion and snaps. Lifa isn't just a player, she's part dwarf, and she's way older than she looks. Lifa erupts in rage, grabbing that massive hammer, and threatens the leader like she's about to smash him in half. The leader drops to a humble apology to Lifa, and Kraft can't help but think, no, he's not strong at all. Kraft blurts that Lifa should let him go, but the awkwardness still clings to him. Then the leader cracks another joke about Lifa's age. She slams down onto the floor with a hammer's brutal force, like it's meant to break everything. The entire building screams as the beams give way and crash down. Lifa says they'll pull the money for the repairs straight from the Builders Guild, and everyone nods in agreement. Meanwhile, Kraft snaps that the guild leader himself is the one who's to blame. The Builders Guild master brags with pride about just how strong Lifa is, but his smile slips fast when he starts worrying about the village manager. The Border Count's direct bloodline is tied up in this case. Kraft can't believe a nobleman would cling to power over just one measly border village, and the chapter spills the details on exactly how he talks his way through the negotiations. But he thinks, with a half-dwarf and a twilight alchemist right here, we can pull this off. Kraft still gets this sick, sinking feeling about it. But this is his very first real gig as an alchemist, and he's going to go all in like his life depends on it. Next morning, the whole crew can't wait to bolt out, and Lifa promises them, hang tight. Once the wagons are fully loaded, we're gone. Packed carts and mountains of luggage piled up everywhere, like the whole guild had hitched up and followed right along. It feels that way only because they haul every single thing the settlers will need into the new land. Watch the hero as the carts get packed and loaded right in front of his eyes. Kraft stashed the hero's luggage in a spatial storage, then somehow mastered the skill overnight, right as soon as he became an alchemist. When Kraft finally explains it to the headmaster and Lifa, their faces light up in pure shock, because Kraft definitely didn't see that reaction coming. The leader has zero clue this skill even exists. Lifa then swears it's incredibly rare. They pressure Kraft to use it right now, and the leader snaps into action, hunting for something, anything, to test it on. It's a mountain of bricks, and Kraft's trying to sweet-talk his way out. Yet the boss won't let up, pushing and persuading him non-stop. Lifa steps in beside the leader, and he blurts out that the bricks are so heavy and tightly packed it'll instantly show just how much Kraft storage can really take. He even agrees this is the best way to put the skill to the test. Sure he can't handle this with his own power, the hero hurls a spell, then drives it straight into the cart. To his shock, it all goes off flawlessly. 1 second the cart is right there, and the next it vanishes into the vault, leaving everyone stunned. It wasn't hard at all. Almost shocking how that skill handled such a massive load. Then the hero hauled the cart right back to its spot, and just like that, he pulled it off. Kraft is absolutely stunned. He's never even dreamed he could pull off magic this powerful. The hero's like, if alchemy flops, I'll just get a job as a loader now. But right then the leader snaps for everyone to bring all the cards together, ready to fire up Kraft. That power hits every card at the same time, and the whole crowd goes wild with joy. Kraft and Lifa get swarmed by a crowd of fans who can't stop staring in awe. Their smiles hit the hero like a gut punch. Suddenly he's on edge. Then the guild master, despite all the grumbles about his craft, offers him cash to carry the goods. Because if word gets out that an alchemist of that caliber is working for free, Kraft is about to hit a wall hard. Basked in the grateful crowd, the hero leans back and thinks, I've finally made enough to coast comfortably for 2 whole months, off just one skill. Then he glances at his brand new coat of arms like it's proof he's earned every bit of it. Lifa snaps, calling out to Kraft, stop with the formalities from now on. Just say it like I'm on your level. Now every guild member is basically family to him, and he finally gets to call her by that cute short name. Everyone's buzzing with pure excitement, because they've got teammates this strong backing them up. Lifa sends the hero off with a bright burst of luck, and he immediately turns back to thank her. So the hero became a Twilight alchemist and charged into a brand new life with zero fear. So Kraft Walken is a cursed mage. Every team he tries to join keeps shutting him out over and over. Still, he found his true calling. Once he grabbed the mightiest magical crest, the Twilight Alchemist title, he headed for Kaitaku village and went there as a full-time alchemist. Kraft and Lifa head to the ceremony where the Pioneer Corps gets a proper send-off. Kraft's clueless about what's going on, but Lifa assures him it's just a tradition. He's praying the ceremony burns out fast, and he pushes Lifa to slam it shut and finish it right now. But then boom, the square is packed with marching soldiers in gleaming armor, like the world just switched on. The guildmaster bristles that he wanted the ceremony toned down, but the warriors' leader shoots back that someone traveled a long way, and they're going to be welcomed with full dignity. A towering nobleman slips out from behind the soldiers and strides up to the leader, and then Zaid Gassadal Vale. Everyone drops to one knee. Lifa leans in and whispers the whole situation to the kneeling Kraft. No need to bow at all. This isn't an official visit, it's just a quick meetup. Zid starts to blurt out that his younger brother is the one running the village of Kaitak. Kyle Gassadal Wade steps forward too, right into the spotlight, so tiny that the whole place erupts in puzzled whispers. The leader's crushed, so he's telling everyone the next leader is going to be a tiny little kid, and that news hits like a punch. Kraft and Lifa stare ahead with pure disgust, and the hero feels it too. Something's off and it's bad. Kyle doesn't just show up alone. He's got a little girl with him, his younger sister, Mina Vale, and when Kyle starts talking, he says there are some serious circumstances. Because of them, the boy dragged his sister along, and the leader opened his mouth to object, until he snapped that Zaid should put the kids first, because this village is pure danger, and the leader already knew. Zaid leans in and asks the boy, ready for the hike? And when the boy says yes, Zaid just shrugs it off like, see, nothing to worry about. And the aristocrat snarls that if anything goes wrong, the expedition's leader will take the blame, and every single person will pay the price. Kraft sees right through Zaid's scheme. He swears it's about giving Kyle's little brother a shot to shine with words, but really it's a setup for a mission that can't be won, designed to wreck Kyle's name. The boy tightens his fists with grim resolve as the aristocrat rants on. Then Kraft steps in and interrupts Zaid. Lifa and Glava cowered in fear as he thundered that he was 100% sure this mission would succeed. The girl's nerves are screaming, while Zaid's attention sharpens. Then Kraft drops a bombshell. The boy reminds him of his own childhood, so he'll help Kyle, and at least this time the boy isn't standing alone like Kraft once did. Kraft is going to show them that this kid isn't useless, because he's certain that soon they'll crack every problem wide open and come back on top. Zaid's whole body went numb with shock, and the guild members started clutching their heads like they couldn't believe what they just saw. Suddenly, the aristocrat erupted into wild, unstoppable laughter. He admits the Kraft has the guts, and still won't ignore his own rudeness. Yet he's dead sure the settlers are about to get crushed. He whips around, walks off, tells the guys good luck and drills it into them. The result comes first, no matter what. The hero can't believe it. This has to be the worst sending-off ceremony of his whole life, and as soon as the head and Lifa pin him down, they snap. How dare you set something like this up? Kraft finally loses it and can't hold himself back. Kyle lunges into the moment, cuts the showdown short and blurts out a question. What in the world made Kraft jump in? The leader and Lifa both drop in a heartbeat, yanking the hero down with them, and they beg the aristocrats not to get mad, while the boy just shrugs and says there's no need to bow. Kraft leans in and tells the kid, I've been right there too. He pours out his pathetic life as an adventurer, and after everything Kraft has survived, the hero finally feels like he's close to him and pushes to help Kyle. Kyle snaps that he's a total weakling, but this time he's giving everything he's got, hoping he can finally help even if it's just a little. At last he blurts out that he needs Kraft's support, and his sister jumps in right after, backing up every word. Kraft tells the boy they'll make it for sure, and his promise sparks a wave of loud, happy cheers. The guild members remember Kyle's kindness like it's stitched into their hearts, and they burst out, shouting how thrilled they are to be on the same team as him. So people started talking, loudly, about how much that boy's reputation skyrocketed. The team ditched the construction guild and took a detour, because charging straight ahead would have been suicide. They raced for 2 straight days, before the forest finally loomed ahead. Kraft and Leafy are sprinting ahead so hard the rest can barely follow, already wiped out from the chase. People keep asking, how much farther do we bake for? And Leafy jumps in, let's stop for one day. But the road just keeps dragging on. Night drops, and Letha gripes non-stop about how brutal sticking to a schedule is, while Kraft fires back with a plan. Craft a stamina potion so everyone can stay awake way longer. The endurance potion is medicine that blasts the whole team with strength. Making it isn't hard at all, and craft means anybody can brew it. Leafa snaps that each potion needs a full bucket of herbs, and they don't have nearly enough. Until Kraft grins and realizes that, with a crest as ruthless as his, he can whip up a potion using just a spoonful of the right herbs. He's itching to prove his theory. So the boys grab a glass of water and dump in a spoonful of herbs from the craft storage. The stamina potion gets brewed right in the bowl. Kraft's very first creation after he finally became an alchemist. The potion pulses in the dark. Then he thrusts the bowl into the girl's hands, and she locks in, using magic to judge its quality down to the last detail. Kraft holds his breath for the verdict. Then Leafa jolts and screams in shock, utterly stunned that Kraft brewed something this special. Turns out that potion he brewed is straight-up legendary grade. Both of them snap to attention. Shocked, Herb leans in and praises the potion. It's incredible, it powers the hero for half a day, and it can be stored for 1,000 years. Leafa beams with joy, and the next morning they decide to hand the potion to everyone. Then the settlers take a sip of the soup and stare in shock, baffled by how the taste completely changed. Everyone raves about the soup's incredible flavor and crowds around Kraft, begging to know what new seasoning he used. Because that potion turns the whole dish into something way more delicious. Last night everyone crashed in pure exhaustion, but now that tiredness vanished. So even the horse gulped down a potion and suddenly bounced back like it never hurt. Kraft hands Kyle and his sister the potion, since they haven't tested it yet. But the hero is about to use it when everything gets cut off by an interruption. Alfred and Persia, the kids' bodyguards, can't stop worrying about the children's health. They're convinced that potion is working way too well, and that freaks them out. Even with the other settlers thriving, the boys still got faith in Kraft, and his grit leaves the knights completely stunned. Alfred takes the potion for himself, drains the whole bottle, and then grips his chest like something inside him just snapped. Energy surges through him so hard that Persia starts fretting something's wrong. But Kraft steps in and swears the potion won't bring any side effects. That potion hits like a meteor, but the backlash smashes back just as hard. Then, right on cue, the camp alarm blares. Goblins are crashing in. Persia scrambles to judge the defenders' power, and the answer is gut-punchingly bad. One lone figure bursts forward to face the goblins head-on, shouting, "I'll take care of you." Goblins are surging forward, and they're getting closer with every second. Alfred barrels straight into the goblin swarm and smashes them apart with brutal, high-power attacks. No matter how hard the knight pushes that technique, exhaustion never touches him, and Kraft can't stop thanking him for stepping in. With fresh fire in their chests, the settlers are blitzing past the schedule. Originally they swore they'd reach their destination in a month. Then it all happened way faster. They hit their goal in just a week. But the moment the image comes into view, hope drains fast. Rows of weed-choked, overgrown house ruins stare back as everyone squints at it, unconvinced. Turns out Leafy didn't just live here. She grew up in this very village. Kraft stares at her hand sinking into the rubble, and memories of her childhood hit like a wave. Then someone yells, "Leafy." The guys spot the perfect spot. Now they've got to rebuild that village right here and fast. Kraft braced himself to rebuild the whole wasteland from zero, so he's happy. But Leafy's still not convinced, because she swears this village used to belong to the dwarves. Kyle swings by, and since he's the manager, he's got to round everyone up before work starts. Leafy snaps back that the settlers adore Kyle, and it'd be awesome if he gave a speech. Then she dashes off to round everyone up, while Kraft stands there, lost in thoughts about what it feels like to be in Leafy's hometown. Kraft wants to lift the girl's spirits, so at that moment Kyle steps up and politely talks to the hero, only for the hero to completely miss that he's an aristocrat at first. Then Kraft quickly apologizes for the rude answer. The boy smirks and declares, loud and proud, that he wants to get closer to Kraft. He demands that Kraft drop the formalities, but Kraft shuts him down, because the rank gap is everything. But that kid won't back down. He leans on his charm and sharp skills, ready to strike the moment he gives in. They lock eyes, and after a beat, the hero finally gives in and agrees. Kyle's grinning like something amazing just happened, but his security team looks like they're ready to shut the whole thing down. Kyle kicks off his speech to the settlers and lays out his plan to draw the border line. They've got to start developing this land ASAP, before the chance slips away. He rallies his people and demands every last ounce of effort to make it happen. The crowd explodes into applause, and even Kyle's bodyguards wipe away tears, while Kyle's boy just soaks in all that love, standing there cool and sure of himself. The hero spots Kyle's sister way off in the distance, clutching her courage as she quietly backs her brother up, and then he spins around to face her. He tells her, "Come stand beside me if you want." Then the girl bolts to the forge, hands him a warm cup, and cuddles up to him tight, while Kyle, meanwhile, snaps at the settlers to watch over the alchemist. Kraft's jaw drops. Then the boy lays it out. The hero has already been saving everyone left and right, and he'll be a game changer for the future too. The settlers want to honor Kraft, so he grits out that everyone must work their hardest, just as the people start closing in on them. The builders cheer, grab the boy, and start flinging him up into the air, while Leafa watches from safely back, furious and shouting that now crafting isn't just about you anymore. It's responsible for everyone. Even with all the protests, it kept going for nearly an entire hour. The moment he finally gets out, Leafa's already buried in organizing everything, like she never even stopped. Leafa decides to reward the bodyguards who stuck with them, only for those guys to keep it simple. All they want is a bottle of stamina potion. Kraft hands them a bottle, but Leafa cuts him off and insists only a special one can keep the potion's quality intact, so Kraft can finally make it. But Kraft remembers and blazes out. This potion lasts 1,000 years, and the whole room instantly goes stone still in shock. Trapped inside a special bottle, that potion will be kept safe for a mind-blowing 1,000,000 years. The adventurers bolt out the moment they grab the potion, and the builders are already hammering away, raising houses before anyone even settles in. Lethia is led to a house she can finally call home, and she's left wondering why she's being stuffed with Kraft, until he clocks that this place dwarfs all the others. Then he leans in and asks the real question. Does she truly not want to live together? The girl mumbles back, cheeks burning with embarrassment. Kraft tries an awkward joke, and it makes everything way worse, even for her. He brushes it off, saying living together feels weird, sure, but they're both in the guild, so they're comrades. Still, the young man's naivety leaves the girl seething with embarrassment and upset. Leafy tells him that sharing the same room feels weirdly unclear, like the rules just don't make sense. But the builder swears this house has separate rooms. Each of them will claim a different one to live in. So yeah, she's totally safe, because the truth hits hard and the poor girl is burning with embarrassment. Kyle shows up because he's got business with both of them. Then Leafy snaps, angry as fire, and slams Kraft's head into the ground for humiliating her. The boy's terrified, but he spins toward Leafy with a desperate problem. Our village can't get a well, so every time we need water, we're forced to trek to the river. Kraft agrees that the village needs at least one solid well right there in town. Leafy doesn't think they'll spot the water vein that easily, but Kraft grins and says he can make water. Only Leafy snaps back that stuff belongs to mages, not alchemists, while Kraft just remembers the water creation spell he learned earlier. With that fresh coat of arms in hand, magic surges through him, and he's ready to unleash everything he knows. Leafy and Kyle are thrilled. Then Kraft drops an even crazier idea that blows them away. He pushes the idea of using dowsing. The guys are totally stumped. They're staring at it like, what the heck is this? Leafy figures out this is how you hunt for water or ore veins. And yep, she's right. Kraft wants to use alchemy to turn plain old stone into a magical pendulum. That pendulum swings back and forth, hanging right over the underground veins, so they can scout for water without a craft. But then trouble hits. Turns out crafting has zero magic, no magic stones, and no materials anywhere to make them either. Monsters drop these stones when they're defeated, and the tougher and rarer the monster, the better the loot. Then alchemists use them for their craziest mixes. Kraft needs the orcs' magic stone, but it's a nightmare to grab. So if they send Persia and Alfred for it, who's left to watch the kids? You can buy stones in the city, but they're in massive demand and always running out. So grabbing enough is a real nightmare. Kraft declares he's ready to start hunting for stones, and then, right on cue, one of the settlers comes sprinting in. He tells them reconnaissance found an orc village nearby, and Kraft can't believe his luck. At least 20 orcs are swarming the village, and the settlers are shaking in their boots, because they're just normal villagers who know exactly how deadly orcs can be. But Lafayette, he doesn't flinch, not even with 20 orcs closing in. She tells him, I'm retired, sure, but I can still take down a few orcs. Then Kraft shoots back, forget it, I'm going alone. He's also a former adventurer, and he won't let her dive into something that dangerous. So she shoots back, saying, I was an adventurer too. Kraft grabs the reins and demands that the reconnaissance be left to him. Nobody saw it coming. Kraft insists his jump into reconnaissance only happened because he's a terrible mage, and that weakness somehow steers everything. So he had no choice. He had to juggle everything, cooking meals, fixing gear, and trekking out to gather herbs. He even jumped into reconnaissance missions all the time, so let them hand it off to him. Kyle and Lifia can't deny that this Kraft has taken a beating. He throws his comrades a final goodbye, then promises them he's trained hard enough to stand on his own and fight back. So Kraft heads out to explore, only to realize the forest fights back, every step dragging him down, and if he didn't have that stamina potion, he'd be done for. He creeps through the forest like every shadow could bite, checking for traps every step, and staying on course so he never gets lost. Before long, a chilling threat starts screaming in his instincts. Trusting his gut, he slips into an orc camp like he's been there before. Orcs roast game over blazing fires and tear into it like it's their last meal. And the Kraft notes there aren't 20 of them, more like around 30. Kraft didn't just train. He launched a recomboscence mission to test the top-tier magic he could finally wield now that his alchemist skills were truly unlocked. He still couldn't shake his doubts, so he kept quiet and refused to bring her up to his comrades. At the very least, he'll give it his best shot. And if it ends up doing nothing, that's still way less terrifying than doing nothing at all. Crouched in the bushes, he weighs his next move, clinging to the power of his coat of arms. Because if things go south, he'll bolt without a second thought. Finally, Kraft leaps to his feet and unleashes a brand new move, Ice Prison. With a thunderous roar, ice crashes into the orc clearing and spreads everywhere. The hero couldn't believe what he was seeing. Those orcs were trapped, frozen solid inside ice rivers that just appeared out of nowhere. Kraft erupts in excited cries. He finally landed a killer offensive spell, the best spell he'd ever had. It could barely do anything, just nudge things around. But now his true power is finally unleashed. He's thrilled he gets to cast magic so dangerous, and the snowstorm whipped up by the spell is still swirling around. Right here, Kraft suddenly realizes his body is freezing to the bone. He poured everything he had into that spell, and now he was trapped in the middle of a raging snowstorm, terrified he'd freeze to death from his own power. So he snatched up every stone and sprinted back to the village. Kraft storms back into the village, clutching every piece of loot he snagged. Everyone stares at him, eyes popping wide. Then he hits the builders with the bombshell that he nearly froze to death, and their shock doubles when he casually explains it wasn't 20 orcs at all. It was 33. The hero leans in and claims he can obliterate anything with his strongest attack magic. Lifia snaps in protest because Kraft got booted from the guild as a useless mage. Sure, that part's true. But somehow, after he changed his crest, Kraft starts slinging magic again. With that many orc magic stones in hand, Kraft could finally swing back into adventuring. But he glances at Kyle and lets that dream die on the spot. The hero is determined to prove to Kyle's brother exactly what they can do. Now, with the stones fueling it, Kraft forges a magical pendulum, and they set out hunting for the well's location. They dash to the spot, picturing a water vein, and right as the artifact nears the target, it flares to life with a glow. Then, just like that, everything stops mid-craft. Right where everything comes to a halt, the artifact erupts in its brightest glow. They start digging, and Lifa blocks the other craft from jumping in so he can finally rest. Then they dig like madmen, and just when it seems endless, they snap to a stop and freeze in shock. The whole crowd erupts in joy because they finally found water. The builders can't even process it. They hit the vein on the very first try, because finding it is usually a brutal, uphill nightmare. Lifa is going off on how Kraft is a real hero. He wipes out monsters and even finds a well. And the builders hear that and grin, saying, "Then we'll build him the best well ever." Morning breaks, and the hero gets hit with the news. Somebody just built a brand new well. Right as Kraft digs into his breakfast, he spots aristocratic kids closing in on him. Mina, Kyle's sister, slides him a cheerful good morning, and Kyle just stares like, this is a first, an exceptional case. He explains it like a warning. Mina's gotten attached to Kraft, but she refuses to step anywhere near the craft, because shyness and manners keep yanking her back every time. When the boy asks what he's doing today, Kraft grins and says he's free, then bets he'll be locked in potion research all day. And Mina's heart just melts at the thought. The girl tugs at his cloak, and he's left clueless about what that aristocrat wants. She's eerily silent, and that unnerves him. Then Belcia, her bodyguard, watches from the side. She says that girl's inching closer to the hero, trying to get right in his orbit. Kraft can't shake it. Belcia feels wildly different from Lithia. The bodyguard stared at Kraft's spatial storage in awe, then yanked out several magic stones from it like it was pure magic. The young man smashes the stones, mixes them into a healing potion, and even throws in a barrel. Then he grinds through the weight, and the potion is finally ready. They won't risk spoiling the potion, so they ship it straight to the warehouse. While the girls stare, waiting, Minos locks eyes with the young man, and Belcia snaps that they've got to stop distracting the hero and return to their work. Yet he shrugs it off and smirks that spending time with women like them is an honor. He tells them the girls can stay as long as they want, but the second he turns around, he spots it. Belcia's demeanor has snapped, and she glares at him with full-blown rage. Blushing hard with embarrassment, she lashes out at Kraft, firing off non-stop complaints. Then Maina snatches the boy's cloak back in her hands and whips a glance at Belcia. She shoots her head left, rises to her full height, and strides after Persia, her glare screaming that he'd better not get too carried away with those compliments. Time kept slipping by, and this young man hammered out potion barrel after potion barrel all by himself, until his whole cellar was packed to the brim. He stops mid-thought to test the potion's power, without risking his own skin. Then a terrifying scream yanks his attention away. He bursts out of the house and spots a wounded hunter, Gitaro, being dragged out from the forest. Then they lay him down on the ground and rush to grill him about what happened. Turns out it was just a goblin skirmish. Hunters charged in, wiped every last one out, and walked away until the truth hit them. They weren't ready for how brutal that fight would be, and they paid the price. Alfred snaps into action, shouting for the village's defenders to split into patrols, while he orders the last residents to duck inside their houses and stay hidden. With his assistants in tow, he hustles Gitaro to the shelter and turns to Kraft, asking straight up if he's got any healing potions. Kraft answers, yes. The young man's wounds run startlingly deep, like something cut him to the bone. Belcia grabs Gitaro and demands why he didn't bolt when the goblins popped up, but he snaps back that they were way too close to the village, and the hunters knew leaving it alone would spell disaster. Then he flashes a grin and calls Belcia, "my big sister." Belcia blushes and slams into a new topic. Then Kraft drops to work, cleaning the boys' wounds and staring them over, and yeah, they're still deep. Things look grim. They're getting stomped in the fight, Gitaro is slipping away, and Belcia has no potions that can save him for sure. Worst of all, the wounds are so bad they're terrified the blood loss will kill him. Kraft stands there, frozen in thought, torn up because he can't decide. Does he take the risk and use those untested potions on himself? But their village has no doctor who knows treatment, so there's zero room to choose. He decides to hand the potion straight to the hunter, and Letha is already walking around with the finished barrel. Kraft scoops the potion with a ladle and blasts it across the patient. Then he vanishes in a roaring cloud of steam for a few heartbeats. Everyone stares, shocked, because what's happening right now is beyond anything they expected. Kraft had never, ever witnessed anything like that. Pure rage, unstoppable heat and steam rolling off the scene. He's already bracing for this to crash and burn when, boom, the boy snaps his eyes open and shoots upright. He insists it doesn't even hurt. Those wounds are already healed. But yeah, that makes sense. Healing potions don't kick in that fast, and still, Gitaro doesn't look hurt at all. The young man bows to the hero, and you can tell, he's totally back to normal now. This is his first time getting hit with a potion, and he's grinning because it works insanely well. Kraft tells him this is a rare, exceptional case. They can't believe this potion can replace what's missing, but the boy feels completely fine. Kraft tells him to watch his own moves extra carefully, right up until tomorrow. But Gitaro barrels into the field like he didn't even catch what they said to him. He bolts from the scene, yelling Belcia, "Big sister," as he reaches the end, and that sparks pure fury in her. But the young man looks like he's completely back to normal. Belcia snaps that potions this strong need to be reported straight to the military, and Kraft shrugs it off. Maybe the village will finally get orders. Belcia isn't buying it for a second. She leans in and asks if the hero's ready to keep her next words locked up as a secret. Belcia drags the hero to a lonely hideout and calls Lefia in for a quick sit-down. And the moment they're alone, Lefia blurts out that she has something huge to tell them. Even though she doesn't want to scare Kraft, the nobles on the border are always clashing, plotting attacks, raising tensions, and dragging everyone into the next fight. If that kind of power potion lands with the wrong side, it could spark a brand new war overnight. They know the army will splash out huge money for this potion, but keeping it hidden is the price of peace. And once they've got it, they'll dig deeper to test exactly how powerful it really is. The hero nods, but he still pushes to sell that potion sooner or later, and Belcia promises she'll hold off on reporting. All right, here's the game plan. Belcia charges in to protect the aristocrats, Lefia hustles to build a fence, and Kraft goes right back to trying to talk Gitaro into listening again. The truth is, this young hunter's battle-tested. He'd never let a goblin slip in and injure him like that. Goblins aren't much of a threat to anyone who knows how to fight. Belcia thinks the same thing, and she admits Kraft is right. So the hero storms into the field, hunting for Gitaro with every ounce of urgency. He asks the working youth how he's holding up, and the guy's so healthy he's practically a bull. Then he even says he'll go hunting himself, but the hero steps in and talks him out of it. When they press Gitaro on how the goblin injured him, he snaps back that his weapon is ancient, and it keeps getting worn down, time after time. The hero knows the metal is already rotting, and Kraft shoots straight to the barn where the kid left his blade. Even though Gitaro's raring to train his body and swing that sword, Kraft shuts him down again, coldly forbidding him to do any physical work that day. Kraft spots the blade in the barn and instantly clicks. He knows exactly what's going on. His broken machete is pure junk. It shatters again and again, even after he tries to fix it. Kraft hunts for the perfect alchemical move, grins because he's stocked with enough stones, and dives into testing. While back with the other hunters, Jidharu swagger brags, showing off how his wounds were healed. He yanks off his shirt and flashes it to everyone. 0 scars left, not a single one. Everyone's freaking thrilled. Kraft is amazing. They cheer because now they can get hurt without fear. And Kraft absolutely hates the idea of them thinking that. Kraft heads to the forge in Lafayette, rolls up her sleeves, and sits there hammering away like she's building a masterpiece. He calls her over and demands she try his brand new invention on the ancient ammo she's right there, repairing. He thrusts a bottle of special hardening oil into her hands, and Liffy freezes in total shock. She says she's heard the rumors, and sure enough, every blacksmith using it. But for all of that, it's wildly rare. Only alchemists can craft it, and that's exactly why the girl's bursting with pure delight. If you use it to forge, it'll supercharge the strength like crazy. Especially with Leafy's skills, this outcome is going to be straight up amazing. Kraft even says he's got mad respect for blacksmiths, but forging is Liffy's main gig. Still, she refuses to let anything here stay broken. The girl tears into forging, sparks flying as she starts making her move. She grinds her blade every day, sweat and steel in every strike. Once the blade's ready, they hand it to Jotaro, and his face lights up over the weapon's quality. He starts swinging it, carving through targets, and the boys immediately yell at him to be careful. Leafa leans in and studies the machete blade like it might tell her the next move. The blade takes 0 damage, yet the impact is insanely strong. If they'd tempered it the simple way, the blade would have snapped like glass. But that oil supercharged the steel and made it far stronger. Kraft decides it's time to ditch the old potion and go for something totally different. They slick the blade with the potion, and Kraft drops a creepy hint that Jotaro should test that machete on a tree. He springs upward and smashes right into a jutting branch. With 0 struggle, he chops the branch clean off. After the blade found that branch, the tree tips too. Jotaro grins, because now every cut slices smooth as butter. Even the kids can see it. This tree is going down too, and the shock hits them all at once. They're just staring like they've been struck still at the fallen tree trunk. Jotaro yelps like crazy, and Kraft can't hide his grin. Now that blade finally has the power to do more than just act like a machete. A brand new potion, being brewed, sharpening oil for the next move. And the hero immediately starts roasting Leafa, the first one to blurt the secret out. Leafa is freaking out, no joke, while Kraft quickly rushes in to apologize to her. She begs Kraft to warn everybody next time about that effect, so nobody gets hurt again. And the boys finally let Jotaro go, ordering him to use the oil sparingly and handle every weapon with 0 mistakes. The young man sprints off, grinning like he just won, yelling that he'll finally prove himself to everyone. Leafy throws her hands over her face, because she already warned them how deadly this was, while they stare as the machete hacks through everything like it's slicing magic. As a blacksmith, Leafy can size up a sword's true potential by the way it's made, while Kraft insists that the sharpening oil will stick around for a full day of regular use, but only half a day if you're chopping down trees. Use it on every tool, and that bottle will last you a full week, sure. They've got magic stones to make more, but right now that's not the real issue. Leafa declares they have to stop Alfred, right now, but Kraft snaps back that it's impossible. Night falls, and Kraft slips out for a walk because sleep won't come. He figures he's finally wrapped up for the day, then refills his potion supplies like the night can't wait. Kyle's room erupts with groans coming from inside. The hero peeks in and spots the guy's chest heaving in his sleep, twitching like he's trapped in a nightmare. He's doubled over, writhing in pure agony. Kraft yanks the boy's attention with a sharp call. The hero lunges to wake the boy up. Persia suddenly shows up, grabs his attention and orders him to stay quiet, because she's terrified he'll wake the prince, even if everything seems normal. Kraft is left completely stunned. She swears it's way better than before. He can finally sleep like a normal kid, but only when she's got restorative potions in him, because the attacks still hit the moment the effect fades. Kraft is stunned. Kyle's condition is way worse than he thought, and the girl spills that Kyle usually tries to mask it, which is why it's so hard to spot when something's really wrong. Turns out the boy's got a nasty heart problem. So that's why Kraft's been watching the bodyguard clamp down on the aristocrat like his life depends on it. Persia can only lend him her raw power, but she's trying to ask for a favor. Then the boy reads her mind instantly and agrees on the spot. The alchemist grins with total confidence. Sure, he can craft a cure for this disease. The hero straight up tells Kyle, "You're my younger brother," then vows he'll do absolutely everything for him. The girl's fired up. She lights up his courage and pleads for him to start. Kraft agrees. He hurries to the library, hunting down the exact info he needs to crack everything open. He tracks down the records for the exact plants he needs, but snagging them won't be a walk in the park. They grow in brutal, unforgiving conditions. You've got to head straight for the swamps, because the monsters down there will rip you apart. That's why Kraft totally understands why those special medicinal potions are almost never sold. The materials are brutally hard to get. A swamp squats nearby, and Kraft decides he's done waiting. He's heading there. The swamp is bursting with massive, deadly hydras, and they're everywhere. Kraft studies them from afar, letting his magic do the stalking for him. He casts a tracking spell that lets his eyes pierce the distance, and then he realizes the swamp is crawling with hydras. Hydras rule the swamp for a reason. Their bodies and endless heads let them command huge stretches of land, and Kraft knows one thing. He won't be able to grab the herbs without getting noticed. When he comes back, Leafy fires off, asking where the boy vanished to. He admits he went hunting for herbs for a new potion, found some but couldn't gather them. Kraft claims the hydras threw him off. He can't put them down with a single shot, because his huge field of view won't let him land the hit. Lefia's eyes go wide when she hears about the hydras, and Kraft immediately pushes for answers. Why? She snaps back and says he has no clue about the gnome village that used to stand here before. Tears stream down her face as she cries that the hydras are the ones who wiped out the village. Usually they stay put and won't bother you, but here they suddenly swarmed out of nowhere and attacked the gnomes like they'd snapped. No one knows why. Lifia admits that even now they still pop up sometimes, and when those hard memories hit, they throw the girl into turmoil. After Lifia's story, Kraft just sits there in silence beside her, totally stuck on what to say. The girl shot him a question. What was he planning to do? And he answered straight up. He only wanted herbs, and he'd grab them alone so he could vanish from the hydra's sight. He wasn't looking for a fight at all, because those hydras only turn dangerous when someone messes with them. But then Lifia clenches her resolve and vows she's going with him. She tells Kraft to slow down, and she puts her faith in his hard-earned experience. She nods and says she's in, agreeing with his leadership. Then, boom, they both decide to build a full team after all. He rounds up the right people inside the house and declares, "I'm heading into the swamp for herbs," and then lays out exactly what dangers are waiting for him out there. He refuses to even mention Kyle's illness, because what he needs right now is a solid set of teammates. With barely a beat of hesitation, Persia steps up, then turns to the stunned Alfred and orders him to watch the children. Alfred clicks in. Persia's got her own reason for heading out, and he nods, fully on board. Jotaro's in too. He's got a little pep sagged by how people reacted to his candidacy, but he's still sure he's going to make it. Jotaro's going to take the bow and rain support from a distance, and if Leafy and Persia storm in at the front, the two of them, and Jotaro's backing, will hold the line and safeguard the craft. Now there are 4 of them. Kraft clocks that Leafy's mind is on something else, but there's zero time to ask. At last, everyone's ready. He swings his hand up and asks for just a bit of hand luggage, because the hero's about to store everything he needs inside that storage. He pushes the team to stay razor-fast and perfectly nimble, while Persia doesn't bother changing outfits, because her light armor fits her like it was made for her. Right then, Lifia strides up before her companions in full metal armor, gripping a giant hammer like it's nothing. Kraft fumes because he wants the companions to relieve themselves as much as they can, but the girl snaps at him to just watch. She springs up high and darts forward like lightning, proving just how agile she is in that outfit. Kraft's jaw drops because he never saw this coming. That leaves Jotaro. He's upgraded his gear, and now he looks ready to storm in like a full-on bandit or pirate. Turns out, he's dressed head to toe in his best clothes, while Kraft can't bring himself to admit that the kid doesn't look so good. Kraft grins at a happy Gitarro and orders him to smear the oil onto the arrows. No panic if it doesn't work the first time. They'll return and try again. Then he tells the whole team to stop holding back and grab any potions they want. Persia remembers how the army told them to reach for potions only when everything else failed. But this isn't the army, and the settlers' lives matter more than anything. Still, there's more. Persia shoots back with full confidence. I'm not getting hurt, period. So the whole team trudges through the swamp, and Kraft steers them down the one route with the fewest hydras, because he's not trying to get into a brawl. If that goes down, every hydra within miles will start crawling in. Kraft kicks off his plan right then. Leafy's going in head first to strike the hydra, Persia will swing in from the right, and Gitarro will back them up from a distance. Then, if it all goes south, Kraft jumps in too. Once they hit the right spot, Kraft grabs the herbs and they all bolt together, and right then Leafy snaps. Everyone be quiet. They watch the hydra clamp onto the crocodile and crush it with brutal, tightening strength. The hydra lunges and gobbles the crocodile whole, like a doom made of teeth. The monster looms over the swamp, and it's so massive it feels unreal. This is what the hydra feels like. Leifia snaps her orders, and everyone braces on guard. Leifia barrels straight for the hydra, and that beast is so huge it feels unreal. Because the hydra is way bigger than they ever expected, Kraft begs them to fall back, but Leafa yells they've got this. Then they're already past the point of retreat. A hulking monster looms over the tiny girl. She slams her hammer up and blocks the monster's brutal headbutt dead in its tracks. Kraft and Gitarro can't believe it. She doesn't even flinch, not once, and he's left staring like, what kind of technique is she using? Leafa's crest is meant for crafting, yet she still throws down with real combat techniques, because this girl's been training hard. Finally, the bodyguard explodes in from the side, her sword slick with sharpening oil, ready to cut like a blade already on fire. Kraft still doesn't know if this trick will even dent the monster towering over them. But the girl snaps into a technique called *Phoenix Whirlwind ***. She swings, cleaves the monster's neck in one deadly strike, and rockets past him as the beast collapses. All four of them go wide-eyed, as Hydra literally crumbles to pieces right in front of their faces. The bodyguard crashes into the water, and right behind her, chunks of her mangled neck splash into the swamp. Then Gitarro roars as he can't stop admiring the girl. The girl cheers that the potion works wonders, while Gitarro pulls out the monster's magic stone like it's a trophy. Meanwhile, Kraft squints and decides the boy looks straight up like a bandit again. Suddenly, Leifia bursts into laughter. She laughs louder and louder, and right as the sound echoes, her companion's smiles start to crack with worry. The girl pops up and bolts off, sprinting as if her life depends on it. Everyone is stunned. Then the knight practically yells, "Catch up with her," and she launches into a full sprint to pull ahead. She sprints after him like it's an emergency, and Kraft and Gitarro come charging right behind her. But when they finally catch up to the girls, they stumble on a full-on massacre. They both lunged at the next Hydra and hacked it to pieces right in front of the stunned young men. Even with their absolute best attacks flying, the stamina potion refuses to let them run out of breath. Then the monster panics and scrambles to retreat. But Leifia is convinced that monster's trapped. There's no way it can slip away anymore. Kraft and Gitarro stare in horror as the carnage erupts. They've got to scramble out of the way themselves, and all they can do is curse the girl's careless mistake. Right in the middle of the chaos, a sickening hush settles. Mutilated hydras rot in the swamp. The whole team stares at the scene, stunned stiff in place. Right here, Leafa snaps back into herself and whips around to face the guys, and you can tell they're terrified. She smiles through it, then admits she's sorry she changed the plan, while Kraft, white-knuckling his fear, quickly assures her there's nothing to worry about. She stands there, chin up, hammer in hand, because now she finally gets to unleash revenge on that gnome village. Kraft nodded and felt like it matched her perfectly. "Leifia, thank you, and I'm genuinely grateful for this chance." The knight speaks up too. She insists she had no choice but to jump into the fight, but it lands as weak and unconvincing. Good news for her. Kraft isn't furious about the plan bombing out, because they still manage to get the grass. Kraft wonders if Lifia's rampage is why she got shipped here, but the truth hits, nope. Just then, everyone heads back to the village. The young man finally forged the legendary medicine, sealing his fate with every daring step. Kyle can't get it without tests, but who's there to test it on? Every villager is perfectly healthy, and then the bodyguard on standby for the potion explodes into action the moment it's made. She figures out what's going on, then decides she'll stand under that waterfall herself and get sick just to prove it. Kraft starts to chew on this new information, and it hits harder than he expects. He questions the girl, asking if she's ever been hit like this before. But her training has forged iron will, and the waterfall can't shake her even an inch. Her dedication is useless. Then Kyle barges in, barking that everyone needs to calm down. Everyone is stunned by how he suddenly shows up, and they shoot him greetings. Then Kyle marches to the table, test tubes in hand. Somehow, he just knows those potions were brewed for him. Yep, Kyle clocks the young man immediately. The boy snatches the bottle and gulps it down. No one can stop him. Everyone's jaw drops in pure shock. Lifia scrambles to warn everyone that the potions haven't been tested. Too late. The boy is already beyond stopping. And just like that, there are no worries, because the boy puts his faith in his craft. He swears he feels way better now, and everyone lights up with joy. Then the boy turns to Kraft and gives his thanks. The guy leans in and talks to the aristocrat with pure, bone-deep seriousness. He demands that he stop lying. The boy insists, square in his face, that the potion truly did make him feel better. But Kraft won't budge. He pushes Kyle to spill the truth, no lies allowed. Spreading lies about what that potion really does will blow everything up. And Kraft's words have the bodyguards swallowing their doubts instead. Kraft was only half convinced his potion could actually save that boy. Potions like the one he made didn't just sit there. They blasted colds and flew straight out of your body. But these illnesses don't come from nowhere. They're triggered by outside forces. And Kyle was born already cursed with one. Kraft couldn't shake the doubt that this potion might actually help his congenital disease. The bodyguard snaps at Kraft, refusing to believe Kyle will stay like this forever. But the second the hero blurts out another plan that should actually work, the whole room goes deathly quiet. Kraft leans toward Kyle and begs him to hang tight with the stamina potions. Kyle just shrugs, says he's used to it, and swears he's done pretending. The bodyguard whips around and locks onto the Kraft. She blurts out an apology for yelling, and he waves it off like, "It's fine." Honestly, that's just a totally natural reaction. She tells them she's ditching the village's safety to craft the potion, and she slips out with the boy, but Lifia's left stunned, because the legendary potion didn't do a single thing. Kraft shoots back that it has to be some rare disease, because doctors couldn't fix a single thing. He knows healing magic can't touch congenital diseases, yet he still hoped they'd get lucky. Then he realizes there's another path, and it's going to be a lot more troublesome. For now, Kyle can gulp recovery potions to knock the disease back, and the settlers need to push outward and grow the village. He's already plotting to set up his very own adventurers guild right here. This matters in every way. Our village is going to need strong fighters to stand guard and keep everyone safe. There's a potion that can save Kyle, but the swamp herbs won't cut it, and the rest of the ingredients are ridiculously rare. The grass that's needed only grows in a place so dangerous it feels like it'll bite back the moment you step in. Deep inside the dwellings of dragons, the guy steals his resolve and promises himself, Kyle is getting cured. A squad of travelers trudges forward after a brutal journey to finally reach a border village. But the monsters they've survived still have them on edge, especially when one guy leans in and mutters that he's desperate to meet someone on the other side. Travelers swear they're ready to face the nastiest conditions the world can throw at them. But when they finally reached their destination, they froze, because a booming, thriving city stood right there before their eyes. Everywhere you look, giant mansions rise. The streets shine spotless, and right there in the middle, there's even a brand new well. Lifia runs into the travelers, and one of them blurts out, totally shocked, "Wait, Is the village really only 6 months old? She naively nods like, yep, that's exactly it. Then blurts that she's expecting big things from the new arrivals, watching their jaws drop in pure amazement. In the blink of an eye, the village turned bright and cheerful. Settlers were pulling in pioneers to kick off a local adventurers guild. And then, out of nowhere, someone shouted, Kraft. That's his buddy, Reddick, the full-on adventurer, and Kraft stares at him in pure, stunned amazement. The hero used to team up with him in the same crew, and now this kid leans in and asks Reddick how he ended up here. Was it really just to watch the new arrivals? Reddick nods, but says it isn't only that. Reddick rolls in to get his job done. Then Kraft lunges in, utterly shocked. Reddick's just a C-rank adventurer, but his party is packed with battle-hardened fighters. So when Kraft asks why they're stuck in this remote nowhere, Reddick smirks and fires back. There are monsters everywhere, and since the village has finally showed up, they can hunt to their hearts' content without burning through supplies. Reddick also can't stop thinking about how Kraft leaving the band still haunts him, and now Kraft's sitting there mortified, totally stuck on what to say. The hero finally has something explosive to tell Reddick. He remembers hooking up with his crew when he was still a total rookie, when everyone around him was brand new, and life felt unstoppable. Then his friends leveled up, and no matter how hard he tried, he kept falling behind. So Kraft felt like dead weight, couldn't match the crew's pace and bilaid on the group. After that, he jumped from team to team, but no matter where he landed, the same brutal fate came for him. Kraft leans in and tells Reddick all of this, warning that an imbalance like that never ends well. Then he presses, So, does the hero know what they call you in the guild? He smirks, because he already knows the nickname, the self-proclaimed mage. Turns out, only a tiny handful of people actually took it seriously. Even then, they were still nothing but trash in everyone's eyes. But somehow, there was yet another nickname. Kraft was dragged into the spotlight and hailed as the mentor for every aspiring adventurer. These fresh adventurers wound up in his crew, but the moment anyone asked, they shut their mouths out of pure embarrassment. Kraft had never, ever heard of something like that before. Even though Kraft helped them rise higher than ever, they still had to throw him out of the band later on. Now so many people carry crushing guilt about it. Kraft decided to dig into the old days, when he trained fresh adventurers and teamed up with his comrades on raids. He still remembers how they started turning their backs on him, until, one by one, everything shattered and they finally broke up. Even though he felt totally useless, the hero's jaw dropped when he realized that the guild, of all places, still had people who truly cared about him. Reddick says he and his crew are ready to repay Kraft's kindness by jumping straight into building up his village. The guys slam their hands together in a big handshake. The village is exploding with growth, and the biggest spark behind it, the day the Adventurers Guild was founded. These lands have always been crawling with monsters. Now, adventurers come flocking in, hungry to track down their next big hunt in this very spot. And just like that, the village thrives on its own, and new jobs pop up everywhere. Then more people kept flooding in, so fast they even ran out of houses to put them in. Now the whole village is cranking up construction to expand the hotel, bigger than ever. But wait, now a potion and weapon shop has popped up too, and it's packed to the brim. A flood of adventurers packs the whole shop floor, and the owner just freezes behind the counter, staring like, how are there this many people? Because she honestly has no clue what to do. The crowd hangs on her every word, while Kraft just stands there clocking that everyone really wants Silura. Then the whole place keeps buzzing until Kraft gets called out. This is little Kyle. He hustles the hero straight into the negotiating room. Kraft, already pouring tea, leans in and asks if anything's wrong. Then the boy blurts that he needs to talk about something important, with his sister and their bodyguard Belzia right there too. Turns out the village has to get a name, and Kraft can't believe it. He didn't realize they still had no name. Every try to settle here had failed, over and over again. So Kraft finally pushes the idea of calling it Kyle's Village, after the manager. Alfred and Belzia already threw out the same idea, but Kraft can't think of anything yet. He just shrugs and says everyone can see what Kyle's done, so nobody's going to complain. Belcia lights up and agrees fast, but Kyle pushes back and insists they built the village together. More people trickle in, and it somehow grows on its own more and more. He's convinced his name doesn't fit this village, but Kraft swears it's perfect and insists they hash it out together. So he whips around and asks Belcia for ideas, but she digs in her heels and declares, with zero room for doubt, that Kayla's village is the only option, always. Then the hero whips around to Mina and throws out an even worse name, Croft of Village. Even though Kyle likes that name, Kraft pushes back, insisting they call it Lifia Village instead. But they still insist the real credit belongs to him, and even Belcia is ready to nod along. Until, out of nowhere, someone slams on the door. Lethia barges in, convinced Kraft and Belcia are squabbling over who runs the village, and she figures she'll sneak in later. Then Kraft snaps, calling her inside right now. She finally got what the problem was, and then she jumped straight into the creative process. She pitches the name Twilight Village, but they shoot it down fast. It sounds like everything's dying out. Yet she keeps pushing, because the coat of arms of the main character basically demands it. And yeah, he's the Dark Alchemist, and it's that terrifying power that helped the village climb to the level of prosperity they've got today. Kyle thinks the name's perfect, but Kraft shuts it down hard, and Belcia chimes in that the setting sun is a nasty omen. Kyle blurts out a fresh idea, Dawn Village. Lifia can't help but think it screams new beginnings, the perfect name for a border village. So Belcia nods in full agreement, especially since Kyle was the one who pitched it. After swapping words with Mina, the boy slams out a brand new title, Golden Dawn Village. As soon as Kyle steps in, everyone starts shouting praises for him, completely ignoring Kraft and brushing off everything he tries to say. After the boy disappears to fetch the documents, the hero finally hears this. He tells Lifa he wants to name the village after Kraft. A little more time drifts by, and Kraft clocking the timing. He knows the moment is finally right. He strides up to Lifa and lays it all out to her, right there. The hero leans in and tells Lifia he's been itching for ages to go dig up ore. And this is the perfect moment, because he plans to mine iron, copper, mithril, and adamantite. Then he pulls out a map and points to the exact spot he's headed for, inviting her to come with him. The Artisan Guild's crystal ball says the rare minerals are most likely hidden there. So when Lifia scans the map, her frown deepens with pure focus. Kraft explains that getting here is a nightmare because the forest is crawling with monsters. And right then, Lafayette finally gets why the village needs adventurers. You can send an escort request straight to the Adventurers Guild, then pay for it using the village budget. Just know this. Mining those ores is going to chew up a lot of time. You can craft better picks from stronger steel, splash them with a sharpening potion to turbocharge their edge, and Levia, our dwarf powerhouse, can help dig up the ores you need. The hero blurts that he wants to try something new, but Lifia watches him like a hawk, because she's sick of him hiding the truth again, and the craft isn't going to spill its secret. At last, everyone's ready to go. Radak, fresh in the group, turns to Kraft and gives him a big thanks for setting up their new quest. Kraft just smiles and says he picked the best people in the village. But somehow, Gitaro is there too, even though Kraft never invited him. So the whole team fires up and heads out to grab the ores. This is also the first move to save Kyle's life. So Radak shoots Lifia a wary look, wondering why she's keeping such a tight watch on Kraft. But he brushes it off like it's nothing. With the Radak squad beside them, the guys kick off a quest to hunt down rare metals. And Radak, the squad's leader, steps forward to introduce his crew. He proudly carries the swordsman's crest himself. And when he slips in the bombshell that he and Kraft used to be teammates, everyone in the room is caught off guard. There's another girl in the crew, Salah, with a sinister glare, and she's a ranger through and through. Kraft nods at her like they're just acquaintances. Yeah, they met back in the village, but life never gave them a moment to actually talk. They can't stop smiling as they spill out how thrilled they are to finally meet. Back when Kraft teamed up with a bunch of adventurers, he was totally in love with her. Then reality hit, and he knew their story just wasn't going to work out. Because she loves Radak, He slammed the door on those thoughts. Then he couldn't believe it when he ran into her again. Radak kicks things off by unveiling the others, Priest Bep, Magician Bardek, and the Warrior Morta. Turns out, Kraft has it covered on both sides, because that mess mage is a magic monster even without a coat of arms. And that mug is tougher than any normal person. And yeah, he's pretty quiet. But when the moment hits, he always lays out every single piece of info you need. Jataro suddenly cuts in, shouts his name, and proudly declares he's just a young hunter. Radak fires off right away, demanding to know if the young man is a bandit. He's furious because those are his best clothes. Radak tries to calm him down, claiming they just look like something any nameless bandit would wear. But Gitaro won't take that lying down, so the squad pushes deeper into the forest, blades swinging as monsters crash into them. Reddick leans in and asks if they'll be allowed to grab the amazing magical stones and everything else packed inside those monsters, while Lifia answers with a confident yes. Kraft cheers the adventurers. Stunned, they just crushed expectations even harder than anyone thought. It's all because of those stamina potions. Warriors and rangers swear they're a lifesaver in fights, while the mage grumbles that he gets nothing, until Kraft steps in and says, "Don't worry, I've got something for you too. This is a mana potion. Drink it and feel your power come roaring back." Kraft hands it to Bardek, and the whole room lights up. Because this isn't just a pricey gift, it's legendary grade quality through and through. Reddick claims this plan can take down even a Cyclops, but Lifia's terrified he'll curse it the second he talks. Suddenly, the travelers spot a cave looming just a short distance away. The heroes don't have a choice. They'll have to charge in, because that pendulum is screaming that the ore is packed in there. The magician and the alchemist chant at the exact same time, birthing glowing light spheres in midair, and the warriors snatch up torches. Because the heroes already cracked the lighting scheme, they charge into the cave. The travelers push even deeper into the cave, refusing to back down. Water dripped from the ceiling while lizards scurried along the walls, and the passage they picked was so narrow it felt like a squeeze. But when Lifia stares at the soil, she's already sure there's ore here. Somehow Kraft just can't wrap his head around how she figures it out. Even in the dark, Lifia, being a dwarf, can spot ores like they're glowing in her mind. With the drop looming, Lifia keeps her eyes on the ground, checking the soil step by step, because everyone's trusting her, praying this spot hasn't turned into a death trap. As Reddick puts it, this place doesn't have any dungeon vibe at all, just a plain old cave. Dungeons are packed with brutal, living monsters in weird, otherworldly realms. But that's not the only thing waiting for you, because you'll also stumble into a treasure trove of insane rarities. Meanwhile, the corridor suddenly opens up wider and wider. The heroes stumble upon 3 stone lizard monsters, their skin so tough it feels like armor. The adventurers snap into action at once, unleashing a coordinated assault that slams into the monsters. The lizard lunges and slashes the warrior's shield with a vicious claw. The ranger snaps his bow up, praying for arrows slicked with pure, deadly sharpness. The arrow slammed into the reptile's forehead and dropped it dead instantly. The moment they catch the spark of inspiration, the adventurers lock in and decide to tear through the cave, searching every inch. The fight with the lizards is still raging, and it's not slowing down. The ranger fights alongside a warrior who throws his shield in front of her. At last, the chaos stops. The fight is over, and Reddit is going wild, confirming the lizards are wiped out. Now they just need to snag the materials and hit the road, and Kraft watches like, "These guys are solid. What a great crew." Crafter calls out, voice tinged with quiet sadness, as he reminisces about the days when he himself was still an adventurer. Reddick smirks and says the lizards were a breeze to handle, like the kind of skill only a truly top-tier adventurer could pull off. But both of them admit the heat oil kicked in, too. Radak breaks into a grin because the crafts finally improved, and the hero nods right along. At this point, the priest from Reddick's team leans in and says he wants to test his own skills too, so they push it to another time. Then Lifa snaps, the earth has changed, and she reveals she's found ore. There's a little methyl in here, but only in tiny amounts. The artifact tugs the girl deeper into the cave, and she blurts out that she wants to go all the way. They spot some empty space, and right out of nowhere the girl bursts out, screaming with pure delight. The massive cave roars with dazzling ore crystals everywhere. The girl barrels toward them, tossing caution aside like it doesn't matter. This is a mountain of mithril ore. Lifia knew she'd find it right here. Everyone crowds around the girl to congratulate her. Then, out of nowhere, a brutal loud bang rips through the air. A glowing eye snaps out of the darkness, and Kraft yells at Lifia to turn back right now. The Cyclops roars at her and she screams back, terrified out of her mind. The monster crawls out of the darkness and towers over the hero like a nightmare made flesh. The boys yell at Lifia to come back. Panicked fear practically bursts out of them. The adventurers finally piece it together. This is who he really is. This right here is a Cyclops. The monster surges up to its full towering height. Yet Lifia stands her ground and stares it down without an ounce of fear. Reddick charges straight at the monster and throws himself in front, shielding the girl with his own body. He barks for Lifia and Sora to fall back, then turns to Morta and demands she back him up. Bardock says he should throw everything he's got into his attack magic, and Bep will back them up with full support. Then the whole group jumps in together and starts the battle in perfect sync. Morta's axe lands a brutal strike, yet the Kraft senses something is seriously off. The Cyclops swerved away and sprang back in a flash, narrowly dodging the blow. The monster unleashes a fresh, bone-shaking roar that seems to rattle the whole world. He slams into himself, and somehow the boys break free, while Morta throws his shield up and takes the hit for them. The lifeless warrior gets blasted backward, and Bep lets out a blood-curdling scream, trying to reach him, until a huge hand with a coat of arms slams onto his shoulder. This alchemist steps in and tells the warriors, "Don't stop, keep fighting." Then he races to the wounded and pours healing power from his potions. He bends over the fallen Morta, yanks a potion bottle from his bosom, and uses it right away. The warrior snaps back to himself, breathing easier, strength flooding back, and everything feels worlds better now. He shoots up to his feet and barrels straight into the fight, landing a hit the instant the battle starts. Everyone's stunned, and the man's recovery is faster than the adventurers ever dared hope. Turns out the Cyclops is way more agile than anyone expects. Reddick grabs Cyril and orders her to blast the monster right in the eye. But as she aims at the Cyclops, while it's getting hammered by Morta, she blurts that this can't be true, the thing is moving way too fast. The Cyclops rockets backward for another brutal leap. That monster is insanely strong. Reddick just shrugged and called it a total one-sided beatdown. Kraft can't shake the fear that there's nothing he can do. Fire and wind are too deadly to risk underground. Earth magic is still a mystery, and he can't remember any area attacks either. Suddenly, he snaps. Then the alchemist shoots his hand up and whips snowflakes swirling into the air. Everyone's staring at the hero. Pure amazement hits like a wave. Kraft clenches an elongated object in his hand and shapes it right there. This is his fresh move, the Ice Fang Dart. He hurls the dart straight at the monster. A scorching magic projectile rams straight through the monster's chest like it's nothing. Cyclops arched in agony, clutching his pain like it was breaking him. Everyone staring, stunned, like they've never seen real magic before. And then the impact site starts to freeze over. Redduck whips his men into a tight formation, fires up Sora, aim for the eye, and he and Mordor slam into the Cyclops with double thundering rage. The warrior unleashes his moves, slashes with the storm sword, and finishes with the wolf's earth-shaking strike. The warriors clashed onto the Cyclops, hammering it with brutal blows. Sorrel finally lets it rip, and the shot lands dead on the target. The monster halts mid-roar and tips over, and Reddick snaps into action. He sees it's about to crash, barks for everyone to scatter fast, or the whole crew will get crushed. The Cyclops is sprawled on the ground, Sorrel arrow rammed in his eye, and a Kraft projectile buried deep in his chest. The guys finally slammed it all into place. They light up with joy and rush in for a tight hug of Kraft, because she's helped them through everything. Lifia beams with joy, because those adventurers just crushed a monster that was ridiculously powerful. Kraft praises Reddick like a champion, saying he did exactly what he'd hoped for and nothing less. Then Reddick pushes back. Reddick claims it was Kraft who actually tore the monster down. Reddick brags that the alchemist has pulled off mind-blowing magic, and Sorrel nods like, "Yeah, that's the truth. This is the finishing blow." The hero practically beams when he hears it. Kraft can't believe it. His magic finally clicks into place, and he's ecstatic that he and his powers are actually helping the guys. With the cave finally safe, Lafayette can't wait to dig into the ore. She's ordered to mine it. While she grinds away underground, the other adventurers rush to grab whatever materials they can from the monster. They dive straight into the action and get down to business. The adventurers swap confident grins. There's loads of materials, but the monster's stink hits like a punch to the face, and then someone shouts, "Craft." Lifia burst into a wild grin, waving her pickaxe like a battle flag, shouting for the hero to come mine ore with her. But when she steels herself, she somehow handles it all by herself. At last they've got 4 barrels of ore, but Lifia isn't satisfied yet. She wants more. With a heavy heart, the girl spots the stone has to hide more ore, but her pickaxe just can't bite into the rock. Kraft's pumped and ready. He's about to test his brand new weapon, and Lifia glares at him furious. When the girl asks, the hero blurts that it's a magical explosion, and then his magic breaks loose, going wild and blasting everything around them to pieces. Lafayette is convinced this will end in disaster, and Kraft snaps back that the explosion won't even go off without his signal. But she's not talking about timing at all. She's terrified of what the explosion will do. Then Kraft flashes his charm and promises the girl, "I've never failed, so I won't start now." But the adventurers close in asking what the hero cooked up this time, and Lifia snaps, "Back off, right now." She's panicking for everyone, shouting for them to duck behind the rocks, but Kraft insists there's nothing to fear. While Gitaro is dying to check out the hero's shiny new invention, Leafy shuts it down and says they shouldn't see it at all. Radak can't wrap his head around how insanely skilled Kraft is, and Lifia. She's convinced the hero's got a really unreasonable streak. She only truly won over Sorrel, while everyone else shoved in around Kraft and started poking at his brand new device. Kraft is seconds from starting the countdown, and he leans in to tell Lifia she's freaking out. He clicks his own count shut with his fingers, covers his ears, and peers from behind the rocks at the girl with sharp, suspicious eyes. That explosion had to finally blow wide open, right now. Then the explosion roars like the sky just ripped open. The blast wave bumps them just a little, even the girls cowering behind a stack of stones. They spot the hapless adventurers and bolt, launching into the air, only to get blasted back when the explosion erupts. Smoke blankets the place so thick that all you can hear is non-stop coughing echoing through the chaos. Lifia spots Kraft choking on smoke, coughing hard, and snaps, "What are you doing?" Kraft claims he's relieved he didn't try it on the Cyclops, but she snaps that he pushed the boy way too far. Kraft snaps Lifia's fury off its track by pointing straight behind her, right into a crevice where crystals shimmer like treasure. And with that, they can pull out even more ore, proving that his magical explosive plan actually worked. Lifia kicks off her explanation. If they use the explosives right, they're terrifyingly useful. Jam them into a rock hole, set them up in the perfect way, and the rock gets drilled through fast. Kraft can't help admiring how she's made it this far with just one explosion, but she shuts that admiration down fast. She refuses to let Kraft change the subject. She snaps that the jokes are done, and the hero's blood goes cold, because he hears something moving right behind him. From dust and fury, reckless adventurers claw themselves back up, and they come for the hero, desperate to tell him something important. That night, Kraft dropped to his knees and sat there for 2 grueling hours, soaking in safety lectures, only for the trust he'd just earned to get instantly crushed. A few days later, they stormed back into the village, and the whole place lit up with joy after beating the Cyclops. The kids practically mobbed them, begging, "Did you find Mafrel?" For them, it felt like a holiday, pure, bright, and way too good to be real. Kraft got greeted by the guy, and Maina slid right into the seat beside him. He shot back a greeting, and the young man immediately blurted, "Where Esli Fawn?" The village merchants wouldn't believe their luck. They demanded to know when the mithril sale would finally start, and Lafon rushed in to shut them down. That's why it's dragged out. Traders are practically clawing for mithril, and they'll pay any price to get it. Kyle pushed to delay the report until Lifan showed up, and the hero nodded right away. Then the girl plopped down beside him. Is it really okay that she's not around Kyle? She's usually glued to him, yet now she can't even meet his eyes. After a bit, Lifan finally showed up, late, but she hauled out an apology anyway, and the merchants nearly stampeded right over her. Kraft even clocked how badly her hair was messed up. 9. Lafont leaned in and pushed for the report. No more stalling, we're moving on. They pushed into the cave at the planned spot, and inside they hit a wild mix. Rock lizards, will-o'-the-wisps, giant pillbugs, and more. Kyle stared at the cave and snapped that it looked deadly, and the girl nodded. Then said they'd still haul out a massive pile of ore fast, and she even gave 5 reasons why. The first pick is a spell that detonates in midair. The second is oil that sharpens anything it touches. The third is special storage that keeps everything safe. And the fourth is a reliable escort that never lets you fall. Kraft snapped her tail to a close with the 5th reason, Liffen and the way she knew hands. And thanks to the Redox group, they tore through it fast, all without a single injury. And most importantly, that stamina potion was the game changer in every fight. It's the only reason they could even stand up to the Cyclops. Without those potions, they'd never have beaten it, because this beast is known as the adventurer's killer. Cyclops hunted down people without mercy, and the ones who weren't ready paid with their lives. Kyle was just relieved they demade it. Then Kraft finally brought up mithril. He told her it looked like new ones had already been slapped on, and the girl jolted into a cold sweat at the thought. Kyle warned them not to let him slip out of the village yet, and Lifon immediately agreed. Because lately, there's been a revolution in mithril blacksmithing, where craftsmen who once couldn't touch the stuff suddenly learned the skills. And in the blink of an eye, the demand for mithril skyrocketed. So they should cash it out when the price hits its peak. Kraft said it was just a personal request, but now the question is, can they sell some of their equipment to the adventurers who came here? Kyle lit up and swore it was a great idea. Make a plan now. With the cash they were raking in, Reddick's crew could jack up their gear fast. Then Lifon needs to start hammering out mithril ingots tomorrow, because Kraft is already itching to ask that girl for a favor. A few days later, Leffin marched right up to the guy. She told him she'd already finished what he asked, then snatched the phone and urged him to come see it for himself. She's crossing her fingers that he'll like her. Same dream is burning in the hero's chest. He can't wait to see her, and she's absolutely sure he feels the exact same way. Lafon shoved the alchemical crafting cauldron right in front of the guy. The young man stared at it and blurted, "This is incredible." And the engravings left him speechless with their pure beauty. It's pure magic. She doesn't just do it, she crafts it like a masterpiece. The girl proposed shifting it to the guy's alchemy room, so he should stash it in his storage instead. And when the hero grabbed the thing, the whole world around him started to splinter and crack. Kraft couldn't even make sense of it. Then he crumpled to the ground. Leafin snapped, "Are you okay?" And Kraft gasped that the moment his head touched anything, it started flooding with information. When the girl forged her first special anvil, the exact same thing hit, hard. It left her stunned. Was this some secret gift tied to the artisan's coat of arms? His brain got absolutely slammed with so much information it felt like it would crack open any second. Then, right when he needed it most, this new info hit, and he decided to test the boiler on the spot too. Kraft started slamming in all kinds of liquids and wildly stirring the cauldron's brew. Everything inside blazed with light, and the leaf thought, "Wow, this is insanely beautiful." The young man blasted magic and everything flared bright at once. Then the girl asked, "Is it ready?" And he grinned, "Yeah, it worked. Now we've got hardening oil for mithril. Douse high-purity mithril in it, and watch it transform into hard mithril, a whole metal class higher." Lifon studied the method, then declared it the only way to forge top-tier metal, and they jumped on it immediately. She stormed off, then came back a little later screaming, "Big news!" And right there she decided to forge a brand new hammer and anvil, soaking up tons of fresh info on weapons and tools like it was treasure. Now she can do a ton of things she couldn't even imagine before, and even Kraft swore it was incredible. Then the girl shot back that he was the amazing one. 38. They're stuck owing him, and she shoots back a sincere thank you to the guy. He cringed and blurted that it was all a total accident, nothing he meant to do. But if she was happy, then he was too. LaFont even suggested they try something new, and now he's realizing she'll be so buried in it that she never even listened to a word he said. 2 months slipped by after that. No alarms, no chaos, just a quiet stretch. The knight told the craft guy he'd gone there, tracked down the boy, and showed him the ambrosia flower. Kyle blurted, "Is this the legendary flower?" Kraft shot back that he'd gone straight to Reddick, no guessing, because he had to know if that flower was really out there. The girl stared at the heroes posted along the wall, and they stared back, fixated on a ragweed flower. The knight swears they've poured hours into tracking it down, and they finally nailed the exact spot. If they head straight, the trip drags on for days, but if they take the right way, they'll be there in just a day or two. Kraft shot a question. Hadn't they tried this with stamina potions yet? Because the boost made them faster than a running horse going all out at full gallop. For most normal folks, that trip would have taken about a month, but the guy shot a question. "Have you been there?" The knight nodded, then admitted they'd pushed as close as they could and fought to stay hidden the whole time. A dragon burst into the scene, bigger than anyone could have imagined. Everyone in the room froze in shock. No feathers at all. Just this green body, like a green dragon, had somehow crawled into the place. Kraft said they were lucky he couldn't fly, and now everyone's whispering that he's got a tank-like defense and insane strength. Because once you know your enemy, everything gets a whole lot easier. The boy couldn't rest until he figured out the truth. Kyle leaned in and asked if they were already plotting how to take him down. Kraft shot back like, "Yeah, pretty much." They huddled up to plan how to take down the dragon, and Kyle shot the idea down fast. Too dangerous, too risky. Because it's a dragon, so why were they even thinking of fighting it? The hero snapped back that they'd need a massive pile of these flowers. Because this is the key ingredient for the medicine that can cure Kyle on elixir. Kraft swore they'd slay the dragon, brew an elixir using this flower, and finally crush Kyle's illness for good. The knight burst with hope that they'd finally save Mr. Kyle, but Kyle crushed it, declaring the hero couldn't cure him. He's not letting that happen. He'd never risk himself like that for him, and he won't go along with that plan. Kraft figured Kyle would hit him with something like that. Kyle just shrugged and said, "Of course, because they're risking their lives for this, and the girl's already declared she'll sacrifice herself for him, and the young man knows it too. He refuses to risk anyone else, because if something happens to them, guilt would crush him and he'd never forgive himself." Kraft says he's the kind of leader who doesn't just lead. He cares deeply, and somehow makes everyone feel safe. But it wasn't just for his own gain. The kid didn't get what the hero meant, so he demanded, "Show me the map." The dragon's lair sits dead center in the spot they want for the new road. This settlement's got a pile of problems ahead, but the biggest one is building that road to the city. Because the route they're planning could link them with 2 neighboring countries, and they won't make it there unless they take on the dragon. But could they really beat that dragon? Even a whole army would rather run than face one. Kraft snapped back that they still had a shot. Monster fighting experts packed into this place. That's why he founded the Adventurers Guild here in the first place. The power they brought was ready to crush anything. They've got healing potions and tough mithril gear too, so this shouldn't turn into a disaster. Alfred even nodded along with the hero. Kyle wouldn't let that slide, and then, out of nowhere, Kraft dropped a bombshell. He had one more reason. So if Kyle and the others cook up 2 elixirs and hand one to Margrave Vaylord, wouldn't that be an insane win for Kyle? Alfred and the girl kept repeating the hero's words about the ghostly medicine and the offering, while Kyle stared straight at them. Those words lit a fire in them, because they truly believed this would be the kind of achievement that would crown Mr. Kyle. The boy stood there drowning in despair, fists clenched so hard they trembled. Then he begged them to wait. Kraft promised he could forge the elixir, cure Kyle, and pull off an achievement no one had ever even heard of. Alfred and the girl nodded along with the guy's plan, promising to back him in every way they could. Then Kyle snapped. Wait. He leapt straight in front of them and snapped. Don't you dare speak however you want. This isn't what he wants at all. He doesn't need merit or medicine. If everyone's going to pay for his choices with pain, then no, that's not what he wants. He can't take it, so he begs them, don't gamble your lives for me. And the boy's sobs tear out loud. Kraft's nerves shot up. Kyle's servants were scared for him. So Kraft marched up and decided to apologize to Kyle for putting him through all that worry. He ruffled his hair, grinned, and promised he'd finally show him their secret plan. They rushed outside, and the hero pressed Gitaro for an update on the preparations. Gitaro grinned and said everything was set. With a space this big, there'd be no trouble at all, and he could start right now. Liffen instantly knew what the boy was about to do. He caught her mid-sentence and snapped, "This is what you think, but I've proven it again and again with Chitaro." Then he turned to the girl and said, "Tell her to calm Kyle down, she just needs to understand." Kraft ordered Kyle to keep a hawkeye on Kyle, because Kyle was about to be stunned. Then Jitaro yanked the bowstring back, and then boom, he opened fire. An explosion tore through the air like a thunderclap. Everyone stunned that he managed to unleash an explosion with nothing but a bow and arrow. The hero leans in and asks the boy if he remembers that magical explosion, and the boy snaps back, "Yeah." He says, "I mentioned it in the report." Then they attach a boosted version to an arrow, because even if they can't plan it perfectly, they'll just loose the arrow and let it land where it needs to. And that's not even the best part. Lifan's hard mithril bows can launch punishingly strong shots with almost no effort. So with both advantages working at once, the enemy can't close the distance, and Lifan's team can rain down big power from far away. Kyle lit up and said it sounds like an incredible weapon, while the knight grinned, dead sure they've got a real shot. Belzia shoots the master a bold request. Can she join the battle? 86. Alfred even demands permission too, and the knights plead like crazy for the boy's word, while doubt gnaws at him. Kraft leans in and demands the child give up, because he insists he loves him more than anything, and they're not even the only ones. Hell, the whole village has heard about his illness, and everyone's scrambling for some miracle that might help him, even if nobody wants to say it out loud, because they'd rather swallow the fear than admit they might fail. All these people have one mission: help him. Kyle flipped the switch and let them haul him to safety. The boy exploded into tears, admitting he'd embarrassed himself in the worst way. Because he loved them all so fiercely, his composure snapped, fear swallowing him whole, knowing his choice would decide who lived and who died. And since he's the village's boss, he'll level up even harder. He's giving them the green light right there. And if they want anything from us, they've got to promise they'll come back safe and sound. They made that promise. Now every last prep was done, and the moment was finally ready to explode. Then the day finally arrived. Time to hunt down the dragon and bring it crashing down. As soon as Kraft stepped outside, he spotted a crowd of people. Then he demanded, "Did every adventurer show up to wipe out that dragon?" The knight grinned and said, "Even stepping into this quest will earn you glory beyond your wildest dreams." And honestly, they're just thrilled to jump in and help both him and Kyle. Everything snapped into place for Kraft. Everyone's eyes screamed determination, and even he couldn't miss it. The sweetest kind of joy hit Lafon, finally being able to help someone who truly needed it. So he told the boy to step out of the village's safety and let them handle things. And the boy nodded back, saying he'd been counting on them all along. Suddenly, he snapped around and whipped his head back. Maina clutched his cloak, and the young man demanded to know what happened. She promised she'd wait for him, then begged him to come back safe and sound. The young man gently stroked her head, promised everything was going to be okay, and swore he'd be back for sure. The adventurers clenched their gear and launched into the unknown. And just like that, the crew charged out to take down the dragon. The adventurer crouched behind their binoculars and stared at the dragon. Then their jaw dropped in pure shock. That green dragon was absolutely massive. Even from this far away, you can still feel how legendary he is, because the knight has seen him before, and yet now, he's absolutely terrifying. He snapped his head toward Kraft and demanded, "Tell me, are we ready yet?" He nodded with approval and told them, "All right, let's start." The guy barked for every adventurer to fall in line and listen. Then they launched straight into the first phase of their plan. He says, "If you fail, get out now. And if you feel your strength isn't enough, don't fight." They launched into their assault on the dragon, striking with full fury. The moment the dragon clocked the adventurers, its eyes snapped onto them like a predator hunting prey. Redux roared out, "We're starting now." They barreled toward the attack, yelling at the top of their lungs, and the knight shouted that they were coming too. Velsia snapped back with what she understood. The guy unleashed a soaring strike, while Belsia shot forward with her swift skypiercer. Other adventurers surged in too, and started hacking at the dragon alongside him. The adventurers' crowd bristled with hostility, staring down the dragon like it was already their enemy. The girl's eyes widened, because the dragon was bleeding. The knight roars at them, screaming, "Keep going, don't lose that same spirit." Suddenly, the dragon jerked its head up, and Kraft caught it. It's letting out its breath. The protagonist surged forward and planted himself right in front of the blazing fire. He dropped to the ground and called forth a colossal earthen rampart. Something monstrous slipped in behind the wall, just as it should have never been able to. Kraft still remembers the instant he pitched their plan. Then the hero, with trembling breath, slams protective magic into place. As soon as the dragon gets surrounded, the flames will flare off the walls and slam into the dragon, swallowing it whole. The wall started to split. The horror screamed and hissed, and swore it wouldn't last a second longer. That night, a command thundered through the streets. Everyone scrambled to ready the explosives. They knocked arrows on the bowstring, locked onto the dragon, and unleashed a full barrage. An explosion ripped through the air, and the dragon erupted into a blood-curdling scream. Agony ripped through him. Then Belsia burst out, screaming that they were holding strong, while the creature faltered and began to weaken. That night the world kept piling on pressure, loud, brutal, and impossible to breathe through. They launched into the assault, swinging with zero mercy. Suddenly, the dragon snapped upright and erupted in a blood-curdling roar, and a blinding light exploded across the adventurers. They're completely clueless. Then the dragon's horn suddenly ignites with glowing power, and everyone realizes it's his attack, so they scramble to get ready. Nothing changed. No attack, no flare, no movement. Just a dragon standing tall with its head lifted to the sky. Kraft realizes nothing's changed at all. So why did they even build this magic circle in the first place? They said it was just an empty threat. But once fear hit, they steadied themselves and vowed to strike back again. But that arrow never made it. It slammed into a barrier and got stopped cold. One of the magicians lunged in to strike too, but his spell fizzled out before it could land. The spell failed again, and Kraft started tearing it apart, breaking down every last detail like it owed him answers. He suddenly realized this wasn't just magic, it was a shield meant to protect him. The hero yelled at Redoc that this light might wipe out every single spell, maybe even that magic explosion. And if that's real, nobody has a clue what else it can do. Redoc shot them a warning, "We've got to retreat now." Suddenly, the dragon jolted to life, then started drawing in its breath, and Kraft knew the great earthen rampart wouldn't be able to shield them from that kind of distance. He kept roaring at them, telling them to run, run, run. He remembered what they told him. Every word was a promise that they were counting on him, and he swore he'd never let them die. Kraft whips around toward Redoc and Bep. He told them, "Show me what you've got, prove it with your skills." And they had zero time to explain because 150. A speed burst and a brutal shoulder grab slammed him in the back, and he let out a scream like it tore right through the air. Then he crashed onto the ground, and the dragon unleashed its searing breath. Kraft slammed the ground hard and started blasting the great earth shaft all over again. A towering wall shot up from the ground and slammed shut before the dragon's flames could reach its target. The hero barely snatched it at the last second. But no matter what they do, they can't bring him down. This fight is pointless. They can't beat that dragon, so do they fall back? If they run, they'll pay in bodies and bruises. And then Belsia whips around to face the hero. She pressed him for every crack in the dragon's armor, demanding to know its biggest weakness. If we rip off his horns, he might lose the one thing that lets him nullify magic. The girl told the boy to somehow dip his head to the ground, and the young man froze, confused, like the night itself had thrown him off. She declared, "I'm Belsia Fomelhout and I'll make it happen." Belsia snapped an order to the boy, slammed the dragon's head to the ground, because she was about to slice off its horn. The young man thinks she's just sending him on the job, but the dragon wipes out every last spell he tries. Meanwhile, the girl barrels forward to attack, leaving him frozen and clueless, until he spots an explosive arrow. He remembered the instant the dragon was hit. An arrow still slammed through, yet there wasn't a single explosion in sight, no magic boom at all, because magic explosives are supposed to be a full-on magical attack that should have been completely shut down. So yeah, those brutal physical hits still land, and that's their real shot to win. But the guy doubted everything. Then Red Hat shouted right at the hero. He told me, "If there's even a shred of opportunity, you've got to grab it, because if you don't, everything will spiral downhill fast." From the start, he was already willing to throw himself into the fire, because beating that dragon was worth every last breath. The young man stared at his fellow fighters, balled his fist tight, and begged them to forgive him. He screamed that it was only one breath, and they had to ride that breath with him to the very last second, and the comrades nodded in agreement. He's betting everything on them, because once that moment hits, he's going to unleash it all and pull every last bit of his magic together. Now that I'm thinking about it, Bardock and he can still cast magic, so there's got to be a gap in whatever cancels dragon magic. It only hits within a tight radius. Then they've got a shot. Raydoka yanked his voice into the air, screaming that the dragon was about to blow fire. The knights won't budge. They'll stand to the very end, while Bardock and Kraft hit with totally different tricks. One burns them less with fire and heat protection, and the other goes even further with a shield that's built to take more. They team up and tear into the dragon together, fighting like each other's lifeline. The creature spat a blast of fire and charged in, closing the distance on the heroes with every heartbeat. They held their fire as tight as they could, because even the full might of the Redox group unleashed a monster of an attack. Bardock barked the Kraft's name and lunged at him. Kraft slammed into him like a thunderstrike. Then he threw out a sincere apology and hurried to check on his comrades, asking how they were holding up. Smoke churned, and then a crew of adventurers burst through, their silhouettes roaring into view. Kraft summoned them. They still jump in and help out. One girl caught the dragon gearing up for another breath, and the hero snapped. Too late. A massive stone hung in the air right over the dragon, and the guy swore it was his chance, the opening everyone had handed him, and he refuses to let her slip away. Then he hurls the rock straight down onto the dragon. A massive boulder crashed down on the dragon with a deafening roar. If magic won't listen, he'll forge a shepherd out of cobblestone. Then the creature drops its head in a deep bow. Kraft barked at Belsia to cut it out right now, and hurled a potion straight at her. She snatched it cleanly out of the air and took a quick, satisfying drink. This special potion lets you crush past your human limits for a short, explosive burst. This breakthrough potion is the real deal. Drink it and it'll work, I swear. With a sharp leap, the girl rocketed into the sky, and right then, she sliced the dragon's horns clean off. He erupted into a brutal roar of pain, and white foam poured from his mouth. The girl started to slip away, and the boy screamed her name. Then she insisted he didn't worry about her, pushing him to finish the dragon. Kraft slammed the news. The defense is gone. Now everybody unleashes everything they've got. The adventurers are back at it, striking harder than ever, and this time, it's the final showdown. Kraft unleashed Heavenly Thunderclap, while Reddick answered with Great Boulder Smash. Then that dragon realized this was the final blow. The brawl didn't stop, it raged on. The villagers stood there, holding their breath, waiting for the heroes to come charging back. Seeing how wrecked they looked, they figured they'd never manage to pull out a win. Kraft snapped that they were back. Kyle sprinted over to hug the guy and blurted out how relieved he was that the hero was still alive. But the young man froze in shock at the sudden warmth. Then Lyphan lunged into his arms, wrapping him up like he'd finally made it through the worst of it. And when she told him how much he'd survived, it hit. He really was home again. He meant to file a report, but the moment those two broke down into tears, they insisted. Alive was all that mattered, nothing else did. And somehow he didn't lose a single person, because retreat can take guts too. They fought with honor, and the hero figured showing them would be faster than talking. He snatched the proof of their victory straight out of the vaults. The dragon's head came crashing down. Kraft snapped that it was too heavy, so the hero hauled it into his vault, and everyone there went wide-eyed. Li Fan crumpled to the ground, knocked out cold by pure terror. The hero clocked just how shocking it was, then blurted an apology, because he never saw this ending coming. Seeing the dragon's head displayed in the square snapped Li Fan's patience in two, and sent fury roaring through him. She won't admit it outright, so she pushes him to swap places with her and picture what it's like from the outside. Kraft, still kneeling, shoots out an apology. The young man never expected everyone to be this shocked. Then Mina popped up out of nowhere, slid onto his knees, and the hero scrambled to tell her to move before his legs went numb. But with that sweet look on her face, the girl asked him if she couldn't sit on his lap, and the hero finally gave in, letting her stay right there. Kyle told him to slow down, gather his thoughts, and finally spill what happened. Kraft nodded, then nodded again, because first he wanted to tell you about the fight. Somehow they crushed the dragon with 0 losses, even though the gear was wrecked, and Li Fan couldn't believe they pulled it off. They finished the big job and hauled in enough ambrosia flowers plus other rare herbs. Because sure, smashing that dragon was the real target, while the herbs were just the backup prize. They also hauled in a stash of precious ores and magic loot, and Kyle immediately nailed the truth. If it's that valuable, adventurers will come hunting. He wanted to wrap up the talk and get moving, but she just smiled and said she'd handle it. Kraft told Reddick to spill every detail of the battle as the hero kept talking, and Mina cozied up right on his lap. As the night settled in, the hero stood right by the sign, laughing like he just won the biggest battle, victory over the dragon. And then he tried to celebrate, but the young man couldn't make sense of what that name even meant. One of the adventurers shouted that everybody pitched in on the decorations, and right in the middle they laid a dragon's head. Kraft immediately felt it, like they were setting up a dark ritual. Kyle stepped onto the stage, demanded everyone's attention, and then declared, "Because of all your efforts, we finally pushed back the borders and wiped out one of the horrors that feeds on this place. Up until now, this land was feared as the monster lands. Countless settlers tried and failed to carve out a life here. But ever since they crushed the dragon, they finally get to breathe, live, and expand into a bigger territory than before. And that gratitude is for the adventurers and merchants who pulled it off, and for every single resident of Golden Dawn Village." The boy blurts out that they should celebrate the dragon's defeat right now. No delays, no second thoughts. He lifted his glass high and invited him to drink together. Every villager is cutting loose in their own way. Some are downing drinks, trying to slip the hero into a drunken mess. Then out of nowhere, a stranger's voice snaps through the chaos and calls out to the hero. It was Ridoka, and he immediately leaned in, asking his comrade whether the letter was already written. His buddy shook his head, saying he hadn't gotten drunk, and suddenly the whole night started burning with curiosity about why. They crushed it this time, and everyone knows it's because of him. Kraft just shrugs and says he did what he could, while Ridoc swears he set everything up, the case, the adventurers, and every piece of gear, because his planning was razor sharp. It all comes down to one thing. He stared at his own hand, where that symbol sat like a warning, and Kraft couldn't stop thanking her. Reddick nodded, but that didn't stop him from thinking. He could have cooked up an even better plan without this cross. It's hard to pin down the exact details, but take this. An adventuring crew gathers, and he would have pulled it off without him. The night is right. The hero stared at Kyle, laughing and downing drinks with the residents, then muttered that he pulled all of this off by himself. And just like Reddick's promised, this time everything fell into place, because it was all him. Kraft sat on the grass, staring up at the night sky. Then, out of nowhere, someone came creeping in his direction. It was Li Fan. Then the hero blurted that he'd had way too much to drink, and the girl burst into laughter before plopping down right beside him. She stared into the distance and pressed the boy for answers. Now that the dragon was gone, how was their village supposed to stay safe from attacks? The young man stared at the girl in shock, then nodded like, "You're right," confirming everything she said. Then he said the best part was this. At the very least, they'd cut the odds of it happening way down. The girl burst into joy, because this time it was finally over. After a while, the girl slumped against the guy and dropped into sleep, and in the middle of it she sobbed, screaming for her mom and dad like they were right there. The hero stayed planted, terrified to wake his friends and ruin their sleep. A few days later, Kraft stepped up and announced the elixir was finally ready. A tiny jar sat right in front of Kyle and Mina, and Kyle leaned in, asking if it was cream. Mina nodded and said yes. Then he blurted out that he needed to eat it, straight from his mouth, and Alfred and Belcia were left staring in pure shock. The hero tells him Kyle's disease is something he's born with, so it has to be treated from the inside, just like Kyle's cross insisted. Belcia snaps a warning that if he messes up, the consequences could be brutal, and Kyle still scoops up a spoonful of cream and shoves it into his mouth. Alfred and Belcia lunged at him with non-stop questions about whether he was okay, and the hero practically begged them, "Settle down." The boy tried to say it was nothing special anymore, just sweet. But then something hit him out of nowhere, and suddenly his nights turned into pure worry. Could it really get worse than this? Tears burst from the boy's eyes, and nobody had a clue what was happening. Kyle said the pain and the winds in his heart hit like. Suddenly, everything was gone, like it had never even started. The boy erupted into loud sobs, and Belcio rushed over, wrapping him in a tight hug, trying to crush the panic and calm him down. She swore with her whole heart that this day would finally arrive. She beamed with pure joy, and Alfred couldn't hold it together. One tear slipped down his face. The hero stepped out of the room to stay out of the way, and Alfred shadowed him the whole way. The man bowed deeply and thanked the boy for saving Mr. Kyle, then grabbed his chance to ask, "What can I do to repay you?" Because gratitude alone wasn't going to cut it. The hero breathed a sigh of relief because the medicine finally worked like a charm, and the knight practically gushed that it was pure miracle stuff. Yet even with the master recovering, he couldn't help wishing they had more of it. Just one more bottle, 256. Then Mr. Kyle would be totally healthy. Nothing better than that, right? Kraft said there's still a cure. Plenty of elixir still remained. Yet the man stood frozen in pure shock. The young man laid it all out for him. Everything he'd crafted from the loot after he tore the dragon down. 129 bottles of Sura, that legendary drink that spikes your abilities for a little while, and 73 bottles of Amrita, including one bottle that can shave a whole year off your age. And he had 47 bottles of elixir ready to unleash. Kyle snapped, "Is it wrong?" And the tears burned like they meant nothing. Belcia tore into the hero and he shot back that he'd only gone a little too far. Then he added, dead serious, that these are rare potions, and if they can sell them in the city, they'll rake in the money fast. Kraft said they'd get in trouble no matter what, so he pushed the best move. Hand everything over to His Excellency, Margrave Baylord. Alfred, Belcia, and Kyle froze in shock, totally stunned. Baylord Margrave, the one holding Kyle's fate in his hands, sat hunched over his desk, buried in papers, and his eldest son spun toward him. The man turned to Zid, smiled, and told him he'd just gotten a message from Kyle. Zaid heard Kyle talk like a king, but he knew he was probably drowning in settlement trouble already. So he asked if his brother was already in tears, and Baylord flat out said, no. He swore Kyle had sent something absolutely mind-blowing. Then when the guy checked the message his brother delivered, shock hit him hard. They finally tore the dragon down and snatched its collected herbs to craft the legendary elixir, then raced it straight to the Margrave. They're about to slam into the Margrave's territory any second now. Kraft gave Kyle a quick shoulder tap on the shift and told him to show everyone what they'd built, and Kyle lit up and nodded, ready to prove it. Kraft said the moment they turned, a breathtaking view unfolded in front of them. It had been ages since he'd set foot in Gandhara. Then Kyle realized his older brother had been there before, and everyone's jaws dropped when they heard the kid call the hero his brother. Kyle finally clocked his mistake, shot out an apology to the hero, and swore he'd never let those words leave his mouth. Then Belcia stared him down with a murderous glare, and the young guy panicked, trying to talk his way out by claiming the girl had misunderstood everything. The hero can't forget the instant Kyle offered him a shot at being his older brother. Then Belcia storms over, yelling at the guy that he needs to know his limits and stop chasing that title. They barreled toward the city where the Margrave lives, packed with people and buzzing with knowledge. Kyle pointed out that the capital is even more crowded, but here the gates are always thrown wide open, with so many folks streaming through that there's not a single toll in sight. The hunter mutters that if he'd known, he would have showed up sooner, and the boy even offers to let him roam around while they're here. Something Kraft had been curious about, yet he still barges in uninvited, plops down beside the nobleman like he owns the place. And honestly, this guy keeps shocking me every single time. Belcia told the hero to crank up his already brazen attitude, because he needed to be just as shameless as he was. The heroes burst out of the carriage, ready to tear into whatever's next. Guards demanded if they were tied to Margrave Baylord, so Kraft snapped, "Who are you?" The girl shot back, "We're the gate guards," and Allfraud confirmed it with a firm yes. The guard urged them to ditch the main street since it was packed like crazy, and Alfred nodded back with a quick thanks. Then the very next second, Kyle slipped out of the carriage and thanked the men too. Everyone's jaws dropped. Nobody saw this coming. The guards snapped to attention, recognized Mr. Kyle, and greeted him like an old friend who finally showed up. They clocked that the gentleman looked healthy again, and he laughed that, thank goodness, he was feeling right as rain now. The men rushed over to congratulate him, and you could tell that fresh country air had definitely worked its magic. Alfred told them, "This is just a quick return," and the guards nodded like they'd heard it all before, then promised they de-lock every detail away and keep it secret. The hero's carriage lurched ahead, and the hunter couldn't get enough of those wild, beautiful views. They pulled up at Kyle's house, and the kid admitted he barely ever goes inside. When he was small, they shipped him off to a country residence, and the hunter snapped that nobles don't exactly come back to their homes, so Liffen exploded at the boy. Kyle told them to ignore everything and trust him. He promised he could hand his father a solid report with the help of everyone here, and he was genuinely thankful for all of it. The hunter gushed that the boy was adorable. Belcia nodded along, and Kraft swore Belzia's inner voice was leaking out. Liffen urged them to step inside, and the hero instantly felt they'd messed up by rolling into the ruler's territory in a carriage. Then the young man ordered Mina to rise from her knees, but she fought the order. Leifun admitted she was starting to like the guy, and the young man couldn't wrap his head around why she'd been so stubborn up to that point. The gates yawned open, and the crew stormed right into the territory. The heroes practically beamed at their hard-won treasures. Then they realized someone was peering at them from the windows. It was Zed and Fretten right there, like the sky had just split in two. The heroes were locked inside the mansion, bracing for what came next. Margrave Baylord sat there with Zed, the second son, and Fratten, the eldest, and the man leaned in to greet them. The Margrave dropped the news that Kyle sent back an eye-catching answer. But did he come here just to justify himself? The young man nodded and made it clear. He needed a face-to-face talk right now, because he had a ton to spill. Baylord demanded they start with potions. Then Kyle whipped around to Kraft and told him, "Show me the potions." The hero asked why he just dumped them, then froze when he realized his own words came out wrong. Now he stands before a nobleman, and nerves slam into his chest. The hero hauled out 44 bottles of elixir, 129 suras, and 73 amrita, and Kyle's family members stared in stunned disbelief. He hauled in stuff that felt impossible to measure, in quantities that broke the rules of what made sense. Kyle snapped that it was too much to handle by himself, so he decided his father should take it. Kyle's dad knew this wasn't going to be easy to handle. He'd pulled off something huge, and he deserved to feel proud, so Kyle thanked him. The Margraves warned that they should take some of it straight to His Majesty, Because if they dumped the whole thing in the market, the entire economy would crash. Alright, let's talk about killing that dragon. Sure, the potions are suspicious evidence, but does he actually have any real direct proof? Kyle told him they'd grabbed the dragon's head and hauled it with them. Then the man snapped in shock, saying they didn't even have a cart with them. It's all because Crafts got it stashed in his special storage. So the kid just pointed at the hero, scratching his head, mortified, while the second son eyed the whole thing like, yeah, sure, right. Zaid said it all finally made sense to him. By dragon, he basically meant some scaly lizard. And sure enough, Kyle had picked up the swagger of an aristocrat. Kraft remembered those special storage places usually can't swallow items this huge. So Margrave pushed for the back garden, only for Kyle to snap back that it wouldn't fit. One of the sons pitched an idea. Use the front garden, the one everyone walks past every day. And if it's really that grand, it'll win over the regular folks in a heartbeat. Zed never fails to light a fuse under people. If it weren't for Kyle being his brother, all Fraud and Belcia would have cut him down already. And Kraft even stepped up and asked permission to finally speak to the Margrave. He said it wouldn't matter anyway. Once they got their hands on it, they'd smash every last flower bed, and Zed erupted into laughter. Then he shot back that there wouldn't be any trouble, and Baylord let them do it right there. So the young man bowed and thanked him. Kraft burst out into the front garden, ready to tear the dragon's head free. The Count's family peered from the window, and the young man clocked it instantly. Then he let out a shaky breath. He slammed a switch and unleashed his special magic. It sounded like a blaring loudspeaker, and the young man barked for everyone to pay attention. Yet Liffen was stunned that she could hear his voice crystal clear. The hero reveals that just recently, the Margrave's third son, Lord Kyle Baylord, pulled off an insane feat. He didn't just survive in the monster lands. He owned them, and with the sharp leadership and rock-solid unity he sparked, they smashed that terrifying monster to pieces. But no one would trust his words alone, so he pushed them to go see the proof for themselves. And they had to hail Kyle, the young and promising ruler. Then, just like that, he yanked out the dragon's head. That head was so enormous it barely squeezed into the front garden, and the whole neighborhood went dead silent, utterly stunned. People started chanting praise for Mr. Kyle, because this monster was the biggest he'd ever faced, and the moment they saw him, everyone realized he was on their side, and he lit a fire in their hearts. He shot a look toward Kyle's friends and family. Zed's mouth hung open in shock, while Belcia and La Fawn wore that same, "he's done it again" face. The young man's stomach dropped. He realized he'd screwed up again, just like always. Crowds surged toward the dragon's head, desperate to get a closer look, while the guards snapped people into line and yelled, "You can look, but don't you dare stand still." The butler hustled the hero to the right spot, and Kraft caught the guards whispering that they couldn't rein this mess in, if only someone had warned them earlier. Now they'd have to clean up all the extra chaos, and yeah, the guy looked genuinely sick about it. The Margraves were digging into dinner when the hero slid in with them, and one of the sons suddenly pitched a crazy idea. Charge people a fee to see the dragon's head as a tourist attraction. Baylord snapped that rushing in with zero prep would turn it into a powder keg, and that's exactly why they shouldn't brag about the achievement. Then he shrugged and handed the fallout to Fomalhaut. Kraft instantly clocked which Fomalhaut they meant, and at that exact moment Belcia snapped her gaze away, clearly fuming. Kyle's father beamed and told him he'd done an amazing job caring for the dragon. Then he pressed his gratitude onto everyone who'd backed Kyle. While the report rolled in saying the settlement already hit 1,000 people, and Kyle immediately admitted they still didn't have enough housing. The place was maxed out, no more arrivals could squeeze in, and the man bragged that he'd smashed every expectation. Then, out of nowhere, screaming tore through the air. The dining room door burst open, and every single person in the room snapped their heads toward it. Two girls burst into the room and, as if they couldn't help it, hurriedly apologized for barging in. The Margrave snapped his attention to Vela and Rayla, saying they needed to talk seriously. Vela grinned and giggled like she'd already guessed what was coming. Even if she's not really meant to be here, the woman still refuses to stay quiet. She pushes her opinion and then calls Kyle. Kraft. He told the man, "This is my former second lover, now my first wife Vila and her daughter Rayla," then added, "She's Zaid's mother." The woman shot back, "Nothing's wrong with that," and the man nodded right along. Vela praised Kyle's achievements as absolutely magnificent, and the moment the words hit, the boy blushed hard, stunned, like he couldn't believe it. He thanked the woman, and Kraft couldn't figure out why the boy looked so much happier than when his father praised him. But that new generation grew up in a blink, so is it too much for Kyle? The woman isn't about to admit it, though, and at least the new village sits right near Zaid's territory. Vila had already proved he could rule, so he swaggered in and offered to hand the whole settlement to Zed. Everyone froze, shocked by that statement. On paper it's right around the corner, but in reality there's a monster-sized gap between them, way past anything that makes sense. Vela went on, saying the medicine finally broke Kyle's illness, and now his innate weakness was gone. So didn't that mean Kyle should step in and help right here in Gandhara? Her argument sounds solid, but it's just her power flexing to help her own son, and Zid didn't miss that. He confirmed her words right then. Kraft finally got it. Zed and the others were lining up to cash in on Kyle. Zed even told him he'd vouched for him to settle. And with that illness wiped out, there was nothing left to fear. He tells himself, "I'll leave the rest to my brother." The young man erupted into laughter, and Fratton couldn't help but jump in, offering an idea. On top of Mom's idea, why not hand the whole settlement to Zed? And toss Kyle a brand new one too. The Margrave snapped orders to the butler, "Bring the map." Then the butler laid it flat on the table, fully spread out. Lifon blinked at the map's insane detail, and Kraft couldn't shake the thought, shouldn't this be an aristocrat's secret weapon? And just like that, Fratton started hunting for a better spot for Kyle. He jabbed a finger at a spot right near the dragon's lair, right beside the Dubatin Empire, with the Zevius Federation sitting on this side of the mountain range. And all around them were a handful of smaller nations, perfect for growth and expansion. Kyle has a knack for building settlements, so why not ship him right there? Vela spun toward Fratton. She fired the question at him. Did he really think her son couldn't pull it off? He shot back that even if Zaid tried, it was already too much. Not only taking on the task, but also grabbing a brand new settlement. Kyle's heading over just like last time, to plant the first stones of a whole new settlement, and Rayla fully backed her brother's plan, saying it was brilliant. If they both kick off at the same time, won't it finally reveal who's truly the best? Silence crushed the room, and the Margrave wore a face so serious it felt like a warning. Vela teased that this could finally be Kyle's moment to prove it wasn't just luck. Then Kraft snapped, furious that they dared doubt him. The boy snapped and agreed to the proposal. Alfred, Dulcia, and Lafon stared in shock as Zid burst out laughing, saying his brother had gotten so smart. But Kyle's coming with two requests. First, he's dead set on keeping the name Golden Dawn. His brother couldn't help but snicker. Then his father grilled him about the second condition, and he explained that starting with Kraft, he'd already been through hell with the folks in this village. So Kyle offers anyone who's up for it a spot. If you want to move with him, you're coming. Most peasants can't just leave. Staying trapped in their little patch is the rule, and only settlements like theirs manage to break it. Vila snapped that none of them would ever drag a single resource or piece of property out of the village, and Kyle nearly blew a gasket. He snapped that it was too much. No way they'd touch a new area without resources, and the woman shot back that if that was the case, she wouldn't grant permission for either. The boy got it all in an instant, then fired back. Fine, but let the guilds and solo adventurers haul their own goods with them. Baylord leaned in and asked if Kyle was really good with it. Kyle nodded and said, "Yeah, it's fine." Zed declared it was all settled, and Kyle finally got the message. He stepped up and started acting like a proper aristocrat. Kraft leaned in and told Kyle exactly why he said yes. Then he flashed a wink. Right then, the meeting slammed shut and was over. Then the Margrave summoned Kraft, demanded he come talk in private later, and ordered him into the room alone, and Kraft froze, stunned. After a while, Kraft finally arrived at the meeting spot, all nerves and shaking hands. Then Baylord snapped at him to sit down. The boy sipped tea beneath the Margrave's unblinking stare, and panic fluttered in his chest. Panic clawed at him. He couldn't handle that suffocating tension, so he silently begged the Margrave to break the silence. And then, out of nowhere, he blurted a line about being a twilight alchemist. People said the man knew medicine inside and out, and sure enough, he proved he was skilled too. The young man thanked him, and then Baylord leaned in and asked whether the boy had ever heard of Jarvalgalen. Javril is the country's top alchemist. She sparked a fertilizer revolution, and she's also a celebrated doctor. And when the hero talked about her, he made it clear she's a legend everyone knows. Then you could tell he devoured her books like they were scripture. He pictured her face so vividly in his mind that it felt like she was standing right there. Margrave said Jarval was working for Zaid, and it looked like she was desperate to talk to him. Yet the hero couldn't wrap his head around why anyone would evolve people like that. Baylord can pinpoint the location of her mansion, so Kraft made his move and left right then. His nerves were screaming, and then, right out of nowhere, the Margrave turned to the boy and ordered him to look after Kyle. He shot a surprised look, spun around, and nodded his agreement. After a while, the craft finally slammed into the Jarval mansion, and man, that place looked downright haunted. Suddenly, the statue nearby sprang to life and pointed the way to him. Kraft stared in shock. This is a mind-made monster, and that means only top-tier alchemy can pull it off. Jarval can do anything. The statue blurted that the mistress had finally delivered Mr. Kraft, then snapped that he was late and ordered her to take him straight here. He greeted him with a quick hello, and then his face lit up in shock when he realized it was Jarval standing there. She spun around and declared she was the one and only Javril, and the moment that name hit, the young man stared like he couldn't believe the girl in front of him was so young. The little girl flashed a grin and said, "I'm Javril." Then she pointed at the boy and demanded, "You're Kraft, right?" Kraft nodded, confirming it. "Kraft walkin'." He's heard her name whispered everywhere, and yeah, he knows exactly why she's famous. He studied every word she said, buzzing with joy at finally meeting her. And then the guy grabbed her hands. When he finally clocked what he'd done, the kid hurried up to apologize, blurting that he couldn't help it. He was just too happy to think straight, and Javril saw it in him, understanding more than his age should have allowed. Suddenly, the boy spotted it. Master Jarval's wild invention, the thing that purifies river water known as Ranbeck. Kraft had never laid eyes on him in person, and the girl swore he'd studied like crazy. She could tell he had a real knack for it. The guy thanked her because her books had been pure gold for brewing medicines, and if she agreed to take him as an apprentice, he'd be the happiest man alive. The girl paused for a breath, then blurted out the boy's name, and he jolted with a full-body shudder. Javril promised, just as a special favor, that she'd take him on as her apprentice. But there was one catch she'd heard from His Excellencies, that he pulled off a miracle cure and saved Mr. Kyle. To prove he was worthy of being her apprentice, she demanded to see how it was made. Kraft grinned, said he always carried it, and shoved the recipe into the girl's hands, only for her to stare in shock. She couldn't believe it. He just strolled around with it in his pocket like it was nothing. Then she said, "All right, I'm reading it now." She leaned over the recipe, studied it like her life depended on it, then blurted out that they'd take him in as their student, while Kraft sincerely thanked the teacher, right there on the spot. Sure, he'd love to live right nearby and study with her, but he's stuck. He has to live inside the settlement. Javril snapped back to the contract he had with the guild, then remembered she worked for Mr. Zed under strict terms and was even living on his turf right now. And the guy immediately asked if that meant she'd be moving too. Kraft laid it all out for the girl, and the moment she heard him, she clutched her head and blurted that Mr. Z had to be taken to the Golden Dawn settlement. That was all she needed. Then the hero clocked it. Even the teacher was struggling. He had a guild contract, not anything with Mr. Kyle, so he probably couldn't move, but the hero still decided to track him anyway. Javril pushed for them to take it straight to the guild, and if the talks spiraled into disaster, she'd step in and vouch for him. The boy was fired up, shocked by how fiercely the girl cared for her student, while Javril stood there realizing how much he'd already helped with her research. And it still didn't even come close to what she'd done. She scanned his recipe again and asked, "So you still haven't published it?" And he stared back at her, completely baffled. Then he blurted, "So what does it mean?" And she froze, shocked he'd never even heard of academies. A chief fires out his knowledge and lets it spread across the world, and she's right there, helping build that whole system. So he clearly can't figure out how to shape or present his work, and that young man just admitted it. Then she told him, write about him, but then she'd have to add herself as a co-author too, regardless of how he snarled about it, because this was bigger than their pride. It was all for the sake of humanity. Kraft stepped up to her and pressed, "Are you really ready to be my co-author?" He sounded like he deserved the biggest honor ever, and Javril answered, "I'm not against it." Then the young man blurted out a frantic stream of thanks and begged her to do it. The alchemist couldn't stop wondering, was he too blind to suspect anyone else? And as the truth closed in, she only spiraled lower and lower until it hurt to breathe. 40. R.I.P. The next morning, LaFawn jolts awake and wakes up the guy, right on the spot. He shot to his feet and apologized to her, and the truth hit hard. He hadn't slept a wink all night because he'd been buried in the book the teacher gave him. Suddenly the girl froze in shock and flushed bright red, then blurted, "Why are you naked?" He begged her not to panic. This was only the upper part of her body, except the panties had to go too, because he wasn't about to sleep in his clothes on this gorgeous bed. The boy demanded she look away so he could get dressed, and LaFawn snapped back at him to hurry up. Mina sat down on the chair where his clothes were strewn, like they'd been left behind for her. He told her to move, but she didn't budge. So he scooped her up and snapped that she can't sit on his clothes. Freshly dressed, the young man turned to Liffen and demanded why she'd come. Then she snatched his cloak and hauled him off before he could even speak. Out of nowhere, a stranger stepped right in front of them and demanded, "Are you heading to the guild?" It was Belcia. She said she'd go with them, and when the hero figured she was just bored, rage sparked in her eyes. Then the young man asked about Kyle's protection, and she snapped back that anyone foolish enough to attack His Excellency's mansion would meet their end. Liffen insisted that she was clearly shielding him. If only the hero understood how much he matters, because this guy didn't realize it at all. He's the one who brewed all 43 bottles of the legendary potion. So yeah, those three could finally pull off a sweet date. Flowers, holding hands, all of it. But Belcia snapped back, shouting, "This isn't a date, and don't lump me in with jokers." When he rolled into the city, he immediately clocked it. Almost zero demi-humans anywhere, and by that word they meant those smart, non-human folk. Then the knight leaned in and demanded what he knew about them. He said he grew up in an orphanage packed with half-human kids, and yep, Liffen's a halfling. Belcia keeps forgetting it because he looks completely normal, like nothing's different. But plenty of people out there discriminate, and in the barracks most folks can't stand the fur. She swears it's all about old ideals colliding with the new ones. Then Liffen jumps in, saying he knows tons of demi-humans, and the young man adds that she's the kind of girl who can mesh with literally anyone, like she's their living mascot. She blinked in shock at how that guy called her by name, and before she could react, the hero's instincts screamed trouble. So he yanked her attention to a meat skewer sitting right there. He promised he'd treat them, and LaFawn instantly felt he was dodging the real problem. So the hero nodded, said she agreed, and sprinted off to grab a meat skewer. He handed Belcia a kebab, then slid Liffen two like it was no big deal. She demanded, "Why do I only have two?" While he clutched one in his hands and he shot back, "Because you've got to eat more, unlike Belcia." The girl burst into tears and snapped that he had zero delicacy at all. Right like that, this morning she reminded him she's an adult too, and then that guy offered to take her second skewer, if only she wouldn't eat it. She said she'd eat, like a total glutton. Then Belcia warned the guy he'd never be popular, and they marched straight into the Gandar Adventurers Guild. Liffen and Kraft froze when the guild leader showed up, and it shouted their names right on the spot. He said it was amazing to find them all healthy, and Liffen admitted they hadn't laid eyes on each other in ages. Then the hero shot back, "So what are you doing here?" And he grinned, saying it was all because of that guy. He got promoted on the spot, named Guildmaster of the city and the new HQ for the whole region's adventurers. And even though the young man still didn't fully get it, he rushed to congratulate his boss. So the report confirmed it. Every single medicine got handed straight to the authorities, and the hero nodded like, "Yep, this is the move." He backed it as the best call. The man agreed and warned that if he tried to misuse them, trouble would hit fast. He even took down the dragon, pure greatness. And when it was over, the man tossed 2 bags of coins at their feet and told them, "This is your special reward, both of you." He stared at that huge sum, stunned, and asked if they truly meant to pay that much. The man replied that he wasn't worried about the money. He was scared he'd end up complaining about how paltry it was for everything he'd done for them, because it was still way too little for an alchemist this top tier. If there's anything he can do, he'll do it. Just tell him, and he'll pull out every last thing he's got. Kraft said, "All right, here's my one request," and then admitted it might sound wild. He wanted to rewrite his contract. His contract straps him to the border village, so he can't make it to the new settlement. He only has one dream: going with Kyle. Kraft comes out and says he wants to team up with Kyle. He knows it's crazy, but he still wants it, because the guild leader told him he could stay with Kyle, and the boy just couldn't wrap his head around it. Wait, why did he assume he'd be the only one left behind? The kid points out that his contract says, as a guild member, he's bound to camp in a specific spot they assigned him. Then he leans in and tells Lifon, "Go on, explain it to him." The contract locks him into staying in the settlement for good, and ties his fate to the Golden Dawn's name, so even if he doesn't want to, he's forced to stick with Mr. Kyle for the sake of him and the village. Lefun swore that Mr. Kyle would never, ever leave him behind. The guy suddenly remembered what he'd said a minute ago, and heat rushed to his face as he blushed. Because yeah, this was exactly the topic he wanted to dive into. The man pointed out that he was still young, and Kraft snapped, "Shut up." The guild leader leaned in and told the boy, "Don't sweat it. Nobody's trying to rip you away from Mr. Kyle." And just like that, his last worries melted away. After the guild, the heroes rushed to the orphanage, and the young man couldn't stop thinking about how he'd grown up in one just like it. After all this time, the church was still dragging him around, so he finally decided to slip out, just to satisfy his curiosity. Suddenly, he spotted the kids spitting hate about the half-humans, and then they grabbed stones and hurled them at them. Half-humans huddled to shield one another, and Kraft snapped up a rainbow barrier just in time. The brand new wall started spitting stones into the air, and they smashed into the people who tossed them. The kids finally clocked it. A magical barrier stood right there, and it was brutal, not fun at all. Suddenly, Kraft locked onto them with a menacing stare, and that look screamed that the kids had completely wiped out any fear. The kids bolted, and the young man just couldn't grasp what kind of life this was, because no matter where he went, he kept running into the same kind of chaos. He strode up to the half-humans, fired off a quick question about how they were holding up, and grinned at the fact that fate had dumped him here by mistake. The kids couldn't tear their eyes off that glowing wall. They were yelling it was awesome, while the boy just melted with embarrassment. The kids dared to ask if that old man was a magician, and the hero snapped back, because calling him old was wild when the guy was only 20. Then this girl pops up out of nowhere and demands the guys tell her what that noise was. Then she locked eyes with the boy and instantly knew Kraft. And right on cue, the boy stared back and realized it was Azul. Belcia leaned in and asked, "Do you two know each other?" And he shot back, "Yeah, we grew up side by side." He asked what she was doing there. She snapped back that his face had turned a little more furious, and that she hadn't changed a bit. The girl still didn't get the point, so Kraft said she'd completely misunderstood him. He clocked it from her clothes. She'd turned into a priest's apprentice, and the hero's eyes widened in shock. Lafont admitted that it was insanely hard for half-humans. Azul shot back, "Who's with you?" Lafont stepped forward and introduced herself, and when Azul heard Belzia was the bodyguard, they all moved with him to make the donation. Azul beamed and ordered them to follow her. She'd brew tea for them. But the heroes shut her down and refused. The shelter looked wrecked beyond belief, like it had been abandoned to rot. It's less a shelter and more a real end. Azul even apologized for the view, because the whole building is falling apart and ancient. The whole place is falling apart so badly that even his money can't patch it up. So the kids beg Kraft to light up the night and show his magic again. Lei Fen leaned in toward the kids and asked their ages. Then they told her she was barely older than them, so they teased, saying she shouldn't act like an adult. And on top of that, they just called her short. Rage flared in the girl's eyes as she screamed that maybe she looked like that. But she was way older than them, and the kids freaked out and bolted, leaving Belzia completely clueless about what was going on. Then one of the girls tiptoed up to the knight, spotted the real sword, squealed that Belzia was cute, and immediately went bright red. Kraft clocked that the girl had already hit the age where people start paying attention to things like that, while the knight itself seemed to shout at the kids, "Stay out of grown-ups' business." Azul came in with food and told the young man he was doing great with the kids. The girl spilled how hard work got her promoted, then poured her whole heart into helping the parish priest and crafters like. That's how you know, because even as a child, she was a full-on tomboy. He meant to bolt right after the donation, but he can't just walk away. He has to help somehow. Lafon even steps up and offers to handle the repairs here. Azul shut it down and told them the shelter was about to be shut for good, and the heroes were left reeling in shock. Yeah, that's the catch. The church means well, but orphanages cost a fortune and don't bring much back. So if they can't scrape together enough cash, they shut the doors, and the girls swore they'd found brand new homes for all the kids. But they're all about to get torn apart. The kids started flat out refusing to move, insisting they'd stay with Azul. So the girl snapped at them, saying, "Don't be selfish." But they can't bear to let everyone go. They cling to Azul like he's everything, and the tears just start spilling. They can't figure out why they're not allowed to stick with Azul. She's trembling uncontrollably, then begs them, shaking, to forgive her. She wants to stay with them too, but she can't stop everything from going wrong, and she can't protect all of them. So as a half-human and the priest's apprentice, all she can do is scramble to find them new homes. She fought to keep her tears from spilling and kept apologizing to the kids, one shaky word at a time. Kraft paused for a heartbeat, then leaned in and asked the kids if they were ready to leave for far-off lands, work hard to build a new home, just so they could stay close to Azu. They promised they'd hunt her down no matter where she ran, and they'd do anything it took. Exactly the kind of reply the guy was waiting for. Lifon fired a question, "Do you really have a plan?" And the guy nodded, promising, "I've got this," then swore he'd never let them split up and would protect them with everything he had. Right when it was time to leave for Golden Dawn Village, the zoo and the kids rushed up to the estate where Kyle and Kraft were waiting, and the girl shot them an apology for the late arrival, because packing their stuff took forever. One of the kids blurts that he never saw this coming, then leans in and tells the girl to stand taller and look prouder. After all, she's the chief priest of the new settlement and the orphanage's great leader. So the boy turned to the hero and asked how he pulled off something that huge. He said Kyle's first move was inviting the church and the orphanage to their settlement, and since there wasn't a church there yet, they snapped up the chance fast. Then Kyle wrote a killer letter of recommendation for Azul, and with that push behind him, the church went ahead, backed the plan, and decided to promote Azul. Then the cardinal stepped in and pointed out that Azul's grind mattered this whole time too. Sure, the church had already stamped out discrimination against demi-humans, but society's buried prejudice was still dragging her career forward. Even this incident felt like a celebration for them. Once again, they got to openly praise Azula's priest for her devotion, and the cardinal sent her off with nothing but good luck for her new home. Kraft and the kids stared at the chaos. Then a hunter surged up to the hero and demanded, "Who's this cute priest?" The young man spilled every detail to him, and the shocking part hit hard. He couldn't believe she was actually willing to march with them to the new settlement. The girl locked eyes with him and boom, his cheeks flared red as he grinned. Then he sprinted up, introduced himself as Jirato, and declared he'd be her bodyguard because, apparently, he was already falling for her hard. Kyle threw out an apology for keeping her waiting, then rushed out a goodbye to his father before anything could hold him back. The boy finally gets it. He's not stepping back into Gandar anytime soon, and Baylor can't stop watching it all from the window. Kraft still remembers when Father Altros ordered the hero to protect Kyle. Inside his head, he swears the hero reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll keep Kyle safe." And meanwhile, that half-human girl leans in and warns her friend to steer clear of anything that would put Azu in a bad spot. Kyle finally clocked who these people were, and Azu thanked that boy with all her heart for his unbelievable kindness. The kids started whispering that maybe they didn't have much experience, but they were still thrilled to meet him, and they begged him to look after them. Kyle clocked their sweetness, and Kraft suddenly realized he'd just fallen for every one of their little tricks. Azul frets about what this brutal long trip might do to the kids, but Jirato, Alfred, and Belcia shut that worry down fast. Don't stress, they say. The journey won't be long at all because they're already gripping stamina potions. The carriages thunder forward at full speed. Alfred unleashes Storm Strike. Gerardo slams with never-ending onslaught, and Belcia keeps battering them without letting up. If we keep going like this, it'll all click into place, and nobody's getting hurt. Azu yells that the power and the speed they're seeing are flat-out wrong. She can't pin a single logical reason to it, so Liffen blurts out his thanks because she'd already forgotten how insane this really is. And you know what? They still landed just a few days later. Zed rolled into Golden Dawn baffled. Why does this whole settlement feel empty, like not a single soul is breathing? The guildmaster insists he's been waiting for the master, then snaps for answers. What happened to the entire 1,000th settlement? Kyle, didn't you say you'd pay 5 gold coins every month for a full year to anyone who stayed? The leader snapped back that Mr. Yakyo had announced it himself out in the open and posted the notice. But even after Mr. Kyle stormed out, not a single person stayed behind. Zed laughed it off like this was just a prank, because there was no way they were genuinely itching to head to the same deadly frontier as Kyle. 2 weeks before Zaid showed up, Kyle stormed into the village and announced, "Zaid will rule here, and I'm gone, heading for new lands." The villagers hit pure outrage, and the boy stepped in, urging them to calm down. He urged them to look ahead and think about the future, saying that if anyone wanted to follow him and settle in the new lands, then they should. But before he even finished his sentence, the whole crowd shot their hands up and shouted, "Yes, of course we'll follow you." They wouldn't stay here a second longer. Kraft leaned in and demanded, "Are you sure about this?" Because if they stayed, Mr. Zed would pay them all in full. The villagers burst out cheering that they'd make their village even better than this one, and they'd knock that stuck-up aristocrat off his high horse. So Kyle tells everyone, "Get ready, we're relocating." Kraft figured most people would rather stay put. Then he mentally patted Kyle on the back. Yeah, he truly knows how to bring people together, Kraft thought. Still, the kid didn't realize what that look on the hero's face really meant. And honestly, it was probably just because Kraft was so damn popular. The heroes line up before the stacked boxes, and Kraft fires off a quick rundown of everything they're about to carry into the chaos. Damn it, leaving behind almost half the stamina potions hurts, because they can't carry the village's supplies with them. And the only reason they're not totally screwed is that Keeler's shop already snapped up half the stock. Kyle had already hauled in the blacksmithing and alchemy materials from Gandara, because with that stash in hand, they could always forge and brew more whenever they needed. Under the guild contract, he's trapped here, no exceptions. But once things finally get better, they'll open a brand new guild branch and haul the Adventurers Guild master over there. They tore away from the village and sprinted into their journey, eyes forward and hearts racing. They headed for the part of the district where the people lived, an ugly, half-mapped danger zone nobody really explored, where a trip like this usually eats up months. With potions in hand, they're basically untouchable. Raiduka even swore the pests were already dealt with. Then the other guy tapped into his extra energy and started building a road they could use later. They rushed ahead fast, and nothing went wrong, and they showed up out of nowhere, like the blink of an eye had swallowed the distance. Kyle thanked Leifin and Alfred for sticking around, and when Leifin told him the nearby monsters were cleared, Kyle grinned. Then they laid out where the houses would go, and he called it an amazing job as they kicked off building temporary housing. The people of the settlements jumped in and got to work. Everyone grabbed tools and helped build, hands-on from start to finish. Kraft realized on the road that they were way too abnormal for all this, and they'd already pushed themselves this far, grinding through every hard job they had. It's just a theory, but to bulk up he grinds with strain, then crashes into rest over and over like a loop. And thanks to the potions, they can run all day without a hint of fatigue, so after all that non-stop work, their muscles finally explode into something unreal. Reddick wipes out the Cyclops all by himself, and Leifon realizes it's the legendary potion doing the heavy lifting, so she begs everyone to stop handing it out. Kraft had already warned Kyle about this. If the fallout got too brutal, the military would start hunting them down, so it was smarter to dim the potions they handed to regular people. He's relieved they've got strong arms, then he leans in and orders LaFan to lay it all out to them, right now. The girl nods, snaps into questions, and wants to know about the potions they sell to adventurers, hoping for the absolute strongest stuff. He tells her to sell them like normal, no special muscle restrictions, no weird problems, just potions that work as they should. A few days later, Merchant Akindo can't believe his eyes. Those builders are going insanely fast. Kraft threw them a grateful smile for showing up, and after all that time away, Akindo snagged an even better deal again. True to his word, he hauled in a load of volcanic ash and lime, then leaned in and demanded, "Why do you even need this?" Kraft shot back that he'd happily deal with anyone, as long as the money came through, then added that their purpose was downright weird. He explained that the real trouble comes from constant downpours, which is exactly why it's so cheap, and shipping it in huge amounts is no big deal at all. Ash and limestone are the two ingredients you need to forge that crucial building block. Mix limestone, alchemical reagents, fine gravel and water with volcanic ash, and it'll slam into a hardened mass like a boulder. Then, if you mold it while it's still fresh, you can turn it into rock-solid building blocks. Akindo demanded to know how strong it'd be in the end, and Kraft shot back. Then take a look. They built this as a test run. And look, it already has a dent right on this side. That block refused every sword strike, so Radok's temper flared, and he crashed into it with everything he had. But even after Radok attacked him, he still stood, some insane strength. And now I've gotta wonder, what in the world are they planning to build with blocks this powerful? Kraft shot back that they were set to forge the greatest fortress city the world had ever seen, and Akindo didn't even blink. He'd seen talk like that 1,000 times. Kyle's plan said it would take 20 years, but while the hero flipped through Teacher Jarvel's books, his cross suddenly sparked a brand new power, and the alchemically tempered stone got studied. If they can crank out boulders on the spot, they won't need to haul them around. Construction gets way faster and way cheaper, and now it clicks. They're going to burn through a mountain of ash for these rocks, so this is basically a walk in the park, and you'd be hard-pressed to find a better deal. Does Kraft agree to keep working with them? He does, and he's trusting them to deliver top-tier goods. He begged for secrecy until they wrapped everything up, because once word gets out, prices would skyrocket. A king's word says Kraft can be trusted, and safety first is their motto. They'll get every last delivery out as fast as they possibly can. The traders storm out, and one of them leans back like, "The Kraft is seriously fascinating." He thinks bigger than everyone else, but to them, this deal is pure profit, and they're ready to celebrate. Then the boss shuts it down, growling that none of it happens until they finish their next case. The guild leader snapped his head toward Mr. Zed. He reported that a caravan was marching this way from the direction of Mr. Kyle's settlement, and the guy flashed a sly grin. Akindo practically lit up when he met Mr. Zade, because the second he saw all those leashes, He knew this guy was a major trader. Zed leaned in and asked about him as he set off from Kayla village. Like, what happened to make it hit that hard? The merchants were still reeling, stunned out of their minds, and all Zed could think was, "You really thought we'd come back after a trip that failed?" Akendo says he'd love to make this place his home. If anything ever starts here, that is. Zed snaps back that no new settlers have shown up yet, so the guy tries to buy the merchant's goods instead. Inside the barn are 4 barrels of mithril and 9 barrels of stamina potions. No ordinary stash at all, because an alchemist named Kraft made these himself. Akendo got fired up. Zed was already dreaming up a plan to sell Kyle's generous leftover gifts for a ridiculous markup and double the settlement's starting funds. The merchant knows there's no use begging for a bargain, but he still can't help wondering if this price will even satisfy him. Then Zed's eyes blow wide open, because a kingdom paying up front for everything. That's the kind of money that changes everything. Does he really keep that much money on him all the time? The merchant said. I heard a huge stash of mithril was found here, so I'm here to buy up every last ounce of it. It was a joke compared to the settlement's first pile of money. Z agreed to that huge sum, and the merchant thanked him, then leaned in and fired off a bold request 5 times over with PN. He shrugs and says, "Sure, this could look a bit reckless after what I just did for you, but tell me, will you actually let a guild get founded right here? If he hands his company's hotel the exclusive perks right here, they'll gladly fork over 10% more in taxes. The money from the ends won't be huge, but if he's itching to try, go for it. Taxes hit either way, so at least he's still got the upside." He cranks every last bit he can out of it, snaps that 10% is way too small for a monopoly. Then he signs on for a 20% deal, right as the dealer agrees, and the exclusive agreement is sealed. Zed never expected Kyle's stuff would rake in that much cash, but it was his pure brain power that did it. He sold it for way more than he'd even planned, and now he's ready to rub that difference in Kyle's face. The assistant asked if this was really the right move, and Zed's reaction basically said, "Yep, this plays right into my hands." Akendo then snapped that he sold the potions without even using them, so he never even noticed what Vane was hiding behind them. Jarvel shoved into the city and spun around, soaking in every detail. She couldn't figure out why the place was packed with nothing but hotels. Then Zed snapped that she was late, and blamed it all on the fact that she hadn't shown up. No matter how hard he pushes, all they ever build here are hotels. Nothing else but a bar, a store, and a cart repair shop. So adventurers won't stick around and settlers just pass straight through. He gets exactly what's going on, and he refuses to let the village be run into the ground like this. The girl snaps back that she doesn't need anyone explaining anything. She just arrived and already knows. The merchant's assistant shrugs off all the taxes and tells them straight up. They still walk away with a massive profit. He can't believe he even pulled it off, and then Akendo hits him with, "Look at this." It's a document detailing the potions he bought from Mr. Zed. He undercut the market and sold him those potions for less than $1,010. Like he had no clue what they were truly worth, because the profit was massive, and those potions were insanely valuable since Kraft only released them in tiny, limited batches. But Zed never clocked the bigger truth. Every traveler and settler drifting through here is bound for the new village, Golden Dawn, because they've heard about Mr. Kale, and they're never planning to stay here. But for anyone without crafting potions, it would take several days of brutal wandering in the wild just to reach the new settlement. Yet if there was a village to stop in along the way, that spot would be perfect for an inn. The assistant finally got it. Akendo was right. People were still flooding through here and the hotels were booming. Zed turned to Jarvel and demanded answers. What was happening and why wouldn't anyone live here? Then the girl shot back. Wait, aren't I supposed to be an alchemist? For a merchant, his nose is his lifeline. He has to sniff out the easiest prey before anyone else even blinks. Tonight, they'll raise a cup and celebrate. Zed goes absolutely wild, screaming that everything should have turned out differently. Out in a tiny town, a group of girls huddles close, eyes locked on whatever's happening, so intense it's almost scary. Then one of them turns to the main character and demands, "Are you really sure about that choice?" They can't stop staring at the gorgeous church he built for them, and the girls gawk at how huge it is. Then the young man grins and says, "We're planning to build a massive city, so we need a church to match. Tell her to ask herself if she's worthy of something like this." Then the hero urges her to do everything in her power. And right on cue, the little boy steps up to help them too. The young man glances at him and is totally stunned. The boy blurts out, asking if the young man can teach him how to use magic, and the protagonist hesitates, stuck for words, then remembers the vow he made to those boys and finally nods, agreeing. The protagonist promises he'll teach them a few basics every week, and the heroes snap their attention to craft, shocked to find he's not against it at all. Then the young man grins and says he was planning to teach them anyway. He grins and tells his new students, "Listen up, take it all in and don't forget a thing." The girl stares at him in awe, realizing he's finally dependable. Then one of the guys blurts out, "So we'll call you Azula." The Golden Dawn Castle City is rising at breakneck speed, and the plan is even wilder. It'll end up being 3 times the size of the capital. Word spread from everywhere, and now all kinds of people are sprinting toward this place, armed with their own special skills, and ready to fuse those words like a power nobody can ignore. His girlfriend leans in and asks how things are going, and he just grins and says, "Everything's fine." They stand atop a towering wall, and the protagonist stares out like the view is unreal. His growth is blazing fast, and people are already figuring out how to master the water supply. The protagonist stared at the towering building and demanded, "What is this?" And the girl shot back, "It's a house for immigrants built from a brand new building block." He blinked in disbelief that she supervised the whole construction, especially with so many people already lined up. It couldn't have been easy. The heroine nodded hard and added, "Yeah. And do you know the privileges people get if they're trying to earn permanent citizenship? They get offered a shot at support or a place to live. And once word hits, a bunch of masters rush right in here." While she turns to everyone and thanks them for making the long trip out to this remote spot. The hero corners the craftsman and begs for their story, then fires the first question, "Will you get you a place to live?" The hero grins and says, "I've already built your houses," and tops it off with, "And in the city, I've prepared top-tier housing for anyone who does their job with real excellence." The girl whirls to Mr. Kailu and tells him, "You've got to say this to the craftsmen." And when they hear it, shock hits them hard, because if they do an incredible job, they'll get a top-tier house in return. Everyone immediately scatters into action. One guy guns for plumbing, pumping spotless, high-quality water into every house, while the other team tackles the high spots, hammering away at the roofs and rebuilding all the scaffolding. The girl beams because everyone still has a fighting spirit. And Mr. Kyle whipped the workers up so perfectly you can see it with your own eyes, while the hero sends everyone off with a blazing, heartfelt good luck. The heroine says, "Craftsmen can't usually afford high-class houses, so when someone lands a real good home, everyone rejoices." The young man grins, "I love hearing that." But then Kyle, yeah, he's way too clued in for someone who's supposed to be out of his depth. Day by day, Kyle is winning hearts faster and faster, until his prospects turn downright terrifying. Then one of the heroes blurts that the stamina potion's effect has changed, and the girl confirms it. She can't sell anything stronger to ordinary people anymore. Still, they're sealed up tight so they won't go bad, and the magic lasts a full day. The protagonist tells him it sounds like a solid deal, and the seller snaps back. Then he'll buy every single one for that amount of gold. The protagonist leans in and greets Silura, and she lights up with pure delight, saying she's doing great. Then the protagonist asks if she really bought the place. And when she reveals it must have cost a fortune, he nods and tells her she managed it because Mr. Kalu let her pay in interest-free installments. On top of that, her inbox kept exploding with huge orders, and you could practically feel the good times rolling in, thanks to the protagonist and the Craftsman's Guild for those wholesale potions. The girl looks straight at him, eyes shining, and blurts out a heartfelt, "Thank you so much for all of this." The kid grins and tells her he's just happy he could help, and if anything's wrong she shouldn't hesitate, she just needs to reach out to him. Right then, someone new slides in and introduces the craft. It's Radak. He nods, says they're right on schedule, and leans in to tell the young man something. The young man grins and congratulates his buddy on leveling up into a B-rank adventurer, then admits it's totally earned. The protagonist brags that he's the hero who brought down the dragon and he can crush a cyclops by himself, so his companion fires back, "Yeah, and that's all thanks to my potions and tempered mithril." But then the protagonist demands, "So what's my reward?" And the warrior just turns his back, leaving the sword dangling there like, "Is this what you meant?" The young man shoots back, grinning, saying the reward couldn't be any better, and that he's never found a ball that fits him so perfectly. Now he can smash a cyclops in a single strike, because this blade was forged by stuffing a dragon tooth into tempered mithril. The hero can't stop smiling that his friend loves it, and the girl who made the sword is sure he'll live up to it. Reddick swears he'll swing at a cyclops every single day, and the protagonist rolls his eyes like, "Sure, swing the sword all you want," because he's convinced you'll regret touching it too much. A kid bursts into the protagonist's room and blurts, "You hunting?" The young man asks again, but he's still clueless. He just has things to do, he's not refusing. The kid finally explains, "Big wild boar herd got spotted in the forest." He tells them that once they're done, he won't be able to carry everyone off all at once, so he decides to beg the main character for help, because the kid realizes his buddy just needs some extra spatial storage. He pops to his feet and says he could use some exercise anyway. But then the protagonist freezes and demands again, "What herd of boars are they even talking about?" He can't figure out why his friend won't just grab them and go, so he pushes the question again, "Who are we talking about?" Then it hits. Finally, everyone's here. The man declares they're brand new hunters, and he asks if he can lend a hand and guide them through the forest. Then the protagonist lights up, saying, "Nice to meet you," and everyone can't wait to team up with him today. The hunters demand to know what those kids are doing tagging along with their team. The young man shoots back that they're from the church, and he can't wait to check how their magic training is coming. Right then, the posies grin and say they're excited to team up with experienced hunters, even as the older ones side-eye the whole idea. But the little ones are bursting with energy, and the head hunter starts weighing whether to let them come along. The protagonist leans in and demands what he spotted, and the man blurts out that the trail looks just like orc tracks. Then the hunters' faces drain of color as they gasp. So what does that even mean? The hero tells them there are plenty like this, and the hunters jerk to a stop like, "Hey, that's not bad at all." Then they snarl, "This place is a death trap, back up now." The main hero whips around to the kids and promises, "All right, we'll hunt orcs together from here." But the adults flare up, furious at the idea. They don't get how you can talk like that to kids, then remind them they're here for the boars. So the heroes try to chew you out. But the hero shoots them a gesture, cuts them off, and tells everyone it's fine, no need to panic. He hasn't forgotten the boars for a second. He just figures they can handle the orcs too, and that's exactly why the others can't believe he's being so careless. After a while, they were already crouched in the bushes, eyes sharp as they scouted for their opponents. The hunters start trading questions. How many are there? And then it clicks, around 6 orcs. And yeah, that sounds small, but even when the main character shrugs and claims there aren't many adults, the hunter still can't stop trembling at the thought. Not long ago, fear crushed him. Now he watches one of the kids turn to the main character and ask, "Can we really handle all these enemies?" The young man flashes a smile and tells him, "Don't worry, everything's going to be okay." He tells the kids, with a bit of practice, and with what you can do right now, this won't be a problem. He's convinced that when they haul the materials back from the orcs, that girl's going to snap with shock, and those words light a fire under the kids. They swear they'll pull it off, and the heroes are already bracing for war. The adult hunters lose it. Are they really sending kids to the battlefield? This is insane. But the main character's students snap first, bolt into action and slam into the attack, using an ability that boosts their agility. The guys stare at it in pure terror, frozen in horror. Kids hurl the icicle and storm shot attacks, unleashing deadly skill in the chaos. With that deadly combo, they brought down an orc, and the hunters were stunned by how fast and smooth they moved. Then one of the kids bolted straight into a whole pack of enemies and screamed that it was his. Thanks to his razor-sharp cutting technique, he mows through the whole crowd and leaves them in his wake. Then bam! A falling bolt of lightning tears through the sky. Seconds later, the opponents are all but wiped out, and the kids burst toward their teacher, yelling, "We did it!" They cheer because they handled the fight themselves, and the hunters swap horrified looks like, "Is this a joke?" While the kids wipe out every last orc in the blink of an eye, the main guy insists, "It's all fine," and they question him again, stunned out of their minds. The guy blurts out that he's totally abnormal, because while even adults risk their lives battling orcs, only a few special kids can handle them so effortlessly. Then the hunters snap back. So who are they? The young man whips around and admits, straight up, that those kids gulp mana and stamina potions every single day, and yeah, he's been hammering them with brutal training. The hunters stare in shock, demanding, "Wait, you really made them drink your potions every day?" The protagonist says he told them about the mage once a week, and yeah, the Rayadok group also drilled them through training. They pushed harder than everyone else, and that's why they grew up fast. And get this, their gear is forged from tempered mithril. Their armor, gloves, boots, and even that alchemy-reinforced fabric are all crafted from that special material. The hunters can't believe the kids show up with gear like that, and the protagonist snaps that it's probably way too extravagant for children. But he won't let the young man go down the wrong path, because he refuses to let anyone get hurt. The kids race up to their teacher and brag like they just pulled off the coolest thing ever, and the young man flashes a grin, saying, "Yeah, you really nailed it." Even so, there's still a long road ahead because mistakes need fixing fast. The kids stare at each other. "Did we mess up our teamwork?" The young man snaps back, "No, that's not the point. You didn't read the situation right." A lone orc, still breathing, creeps out from the bushes. Then the hunter knocks and fires, and an arrow drops him hard. The children spin around, faces pale with terror. The man snaps that they've missed yet another shot that could put their lives on the line, and the young warriors slump in crushing disappointment. The protagonist tells them straight up, the kids who managed to handle those orcs already blew him away. Because they crushed it, they've earned their reward and can grab their materials. The herald nods, then orders the orcs torn apart for parts. He wants to see what the pay looks like. The children light up like fireworks, and the hunter grins, calling it a sweet sight while golden dawn, the village of guards in gold, feels downright terrifying. The maid grins at him, wishes him good morning, and calls him master. Before he creates Ryuko, the girl presses him about the dragon material doll, and the protagonist admits it's pretty much the look he wants. His first time tackling something like this, so he asks her to help guide him. Kliushka snatches the blueprint from him and fires back. "Why do you need a doll like that?" Then he starts building one, cranking it out from the very stuff used to forge the strongest skeletons, golems, and gargoyles, so powerful it outclasses even the bosses of the ancient dungeons. He tells them straight up, he needs someone who can keep secrets, move around the house, and keep people safe, so yeah, he's basically looking for an assistant maid. The girl admits he nearly scared her to death, and then hits him with the real question. If he only needs one maid, why not bind that maid as his familiar? Make it feel familiar. Once the maid gets on board, she'll have everything she needs right away, and you'll realize it's way more useful about him than you expected. That girl admits something still gnaws at her, then she steels herself, deciding it'll be that simple, and rushes to make a gift for the main character. The girl pops open the box, and a massive, priceless gemstone bursts into dazzling sparkle. The protagonist demands answers. "What is it?" And the girl snaps back. "It's a personality stone, The thing that gives the doll its personality, its actions, its whole mind in one crystal, and it's so impossibly rare in this world that it feels unreal. And in this stone is the spirit of the finest person the whole kingdom has ever forged. So when the protagonist finally sees it, surprise hits her like lightning. The girl leans in and asks if he's happy, because she did what had to be done for his future doll, using that stone, and it's definitely not meant to become some deadly killing machine. The moment she gives him something this important, it hits the main character hard. He leans in, hugs his teacher tight, and pours out his gratitude with a heartfelt thank you. He says the girl is the best teacher around because not everyone can stomach that kind of sacrifice for the students. The heroine shoves him back and tells me, so casually, to hug her. The young man blurts out an apology, admitting he didn't even realize she was a girl. She looks like a child. She shoves the doll into his hands and warns him, "Don't you dare cook up anything weird with it." And then she flat out tells him the main character must not try teaching her any combat tricks. The kid grins and blurts, "I can't wait to ask Lifan to build me a body." He's dead set on creating the finest maid in the whole world, while the teacher just thinks, with a shake of his head, how simple and naive the whole thing is. She whips around to him and blurts that there's still one more thing she absolutely has to tell him. She needs to talk to him about the research, and he admits he hasn't even given it a thought, then immediately promises to hand over every single research result to her. They decide she'll be his co-author again this time, and the offer hits him right in the heart. The girl starts nagging nonstop. The young man shoots back with a sincere apology, and that's when the teacher finally hands him the stone. Because of that, he finally builds his very first doll familiar, and it greets him with a cheerful, "Good morning." The maid barges into the main character's bedroom, yanks the curtains wide, and lets the light spill in through the window. She asks where he wants breakfast, and he shoots back that he wants it brought right to the living room. He's over the moon that Ryuko's finally made it, because she nails everything on her first try, so he can hand her any job and breathe easy, knowing the results will be perfect. It feels like pure divine luck. The young man bows to his teacher and says today's breakfast is straight up delicious, and the maid nods along, promising the schedule kicks off with dinner together with Mr. Kyle. Meanwhile, the protagonist remembers today is when the intermediate results for the dry individual fields are supposed to come out, so he knows they'll have to talk about it. The young man's off working the fields, and everyone hopes it'll pay off. Then the hero digs into a meal, thanks his hosts, and says he's leaving, only to ask what the doll will do while he's away. She tells him she's got plans to clean things up, and the hero begs her, "Don't let me down." And the doll sends him off with a cheerful, "Have a great journey." The young man can't stop thinking about it. Cleaning is such a weird word, especially since the house is already spotless. So does she mean she's going to wipe things down even where nobody can see? The hero's grin widens because his maid is clearly on top of everything. Two people crouch on the house roof, staring at him, and the second the hero slips away, they start praying they'll snatch the legendary potions. They're plotting to snatch him as a hostage and squeeze cash out of it, while they size up his condition and debate whether he'll actually be able to join the raid on the dragon. Out of nowhere, a creepy doll pops up behind the robber and calls out to the dear guests. So they're straight up asking men, "How can we help you?" But then, tell me this, did they really show up with an official appointment? The men sprint straight into the fight, stunned that those dolls slipped in from behind without a single sound. One guy swings his hand over her head to smash Togo, but the whole thing blows up in his face, and his plan crumbles. Sure, the sword lunges straight for her, but she twists away at the last second. She snaps two fingers onto the blade, and the maid immediately blurts, "Now it's obvious. They're the kind of people called thieves." The maid snaps the ball in one furious strike with her blades, and the man just stares, dumbfounded, because he can't figure out how she grips that blade so tightly. Then the doll darts in to attack. She rockets up on the second robber, and lands a brutal slap across his face. The robber snaps sideways without warning. Then the girl and his partner just stare after him, frozen in shock. Lafon and her master poured their hearts into building it, because breaking in isn't nearly as easy as they're imagining. Trying to pull that off in shoes is brutal, because the maid won't let it slide, and the robber is left staring in total disbelief. He darts backward from his opponent, and out of nowhere, something slams into his path and stops him cold. The man snapped his head up and froze. There was the maid right in front of him, so he spun toward her, scrambling to justify himself and beg for mercy. But the girl just stared back with a hollow, empty gaze. Truth is, the craft had no idea she was flooding it with dragon materials, because the best world made, molded for her personality, was secretly a little different. She didn't just become a maid. She became the strongest one, and her personality hit like her signature weapon. I still hadn't noticed a thing. And then the girl tells me the cleanup is finally finished. A call comes crashing in. Someone's calling the main character right now. A boy on horseback shouts a good morning to him, and the young man fires back, asking if the kid truly knows how to ride, only for the child to grin and admit he hadn't known a thing until right now. Because of the main character's help, his health finally bounced back, and now he's taking riding lessons like it's his next mission. Mr. Kyle is a total hard worker, still can't gallop just yet, but he's already mastered walking. The girl suggests they ditch the plan and go check out the fields. The protagonist demands to know what's wrong with their animals, and the heroine jolts. She says she only asked the merchant for 2 top-notch, fully functional racehorses, and they handed her exactly that. When they call out to the bird, she giggles and says it's got a kind of sweet, affectionate vibe. Then the hero freezes, shocked by the racer's weird name, and thinks at least she didn't name it after the village. The heroine clocks his expression and asks what's wrong with his face, because did he really want her wing? Suddenly, the hero gets swept into a tight hug by a little girl, and he blurts out whether Mina's coming too. She grins and says, if he thinks Mina will get in the way, they can just ask to have her sent back. Tears shimmer in the little girl's eyes, threatening to spill over in a heartbeat. Men barreled up to the heroes and started yelling at the young man for making his mistress cry, but he snapped, "Stop, I didn't do anything," because Kyle had painted him as the villain, and the boy only managed a shaky apology. The protagonist leans in close, dares the girl not to cry, and asks her to run away with him, while he's totally wiped from his mind how brutal these overprotective knights are, because if he ticks them off, they'll execute him on the spot. So the protagonist leans in and asks what went down in the fields. Then the boy drops the bombshell. It's tied to the fields that were just sown. Something unreal just went down out there in the fields. Then the protagonist blurts, "Wait, what the heck is happening?" He turns to the women and thanks them for saving the heroes from being tarred and sweeping them right into their arms. The young man says he heard something truly serious went down in the bedrooms. Then she fires back, "Don't waste words, just come look for yourselves." And the woman shows them exactly what happened. The hero freezes in total bewilderment. The young man leans in and asks, "So what is this?" And the woman smiles, saying, "It's all wheat." The heroes can't wrap their heads around it. How did the wheat explode into a whole forest? They planted so much it should have just harvested, not transformed. The woman shakes her head and says it isn't magic at all. Real wheat ripens like this. But she snapped back to something that could change the wheat's future. Anna remembered that they'd gotten a special fertilizer from the main character, and last month they planted wheat soaked in his product. The first green shoots popped up in record time, and they couldn't stop celebrating. Before they could even blink, the wheat had transformed into what they were staring at now, and the young man couldn't accept it. Sure, his fertilizer sounds amazing, but is it really that good? He wonders if their wheat is thriving because of their fertilizer and the rich, nutrient-packed land they planted it in. He can't believe his eyes, so the kid fires back, asking whether the wheat has been tested to make sure it's safe. The woman says, "To test it, we cooked up a whole pile of different dishes, and nothing went wrong. If anything, every single one came out amazing, like that pastry made from that wheat." Then she leans in and tells everyone, "Come on, try it." The hero takes a bite and immediately blurts, "Whoa, that's unbelievably tasty." The moment that stale bread hit his hands, it fooled him with a silky, soft feel, so springy it stretched like a dream when he bit down, and for a heartbeat he forgot the taste entirely, until the warm wave rolled through his whole body. This bread wasn't food, it was art. The boy blurts out that he wants to try it too, then the guard snaps, "Stop right there." He insists everyone can see for themselves this wheat is wrong, so he tells them to wait a little longer, and then the girl finally bites a piece of the bread to taste it. Scary doesn't sprint to Mrs. Maina. She pauses as the main character leans in and asks if it's tasty, and the girl snatches the bread, gobbles it down, and nods like it's the best thing ever. The kid whispers, "Can I just?" And the guard slams the door shut. Then the boy breaks down and begs, crying hard, pleading fraud and all. The protagonist tells him nothing will happen and dares the kid to give it a try. But the guard snaps at him to quit these baseless claims. So he fires back that there's nothing to fear and insists the workers should be trusted to take care of him. He says he gets it, men have to play that role, but if he bans the boy from eating bread, what then? The kid would just turn around and hate him. So the man finally gives in, swept away by the boy's persuasion. He tells himself that no matter what hits them, they'll still be ready to react. Then the kid bites into the bread, grins, and declares it's super tasty. And with wheat this good, they could even stretch the reach of their sowing. The workers promise they can replant it if they use Mr. Kraft's fertilizer. And since the land is already thriving and doesn't need to rest, they can keep sowing wheat several more times this month. Then the hero lights up, calling it amazing, urging them to expand the fields and start harvesting this very crop right away. The kid blurts out, "Can you really whip up the full amount of fertilizer we need?" And the young man snaps back, "Yeah, every single person will get enough to harvest, and we'll still have extra to ship overseas." With the field stretching wider, the Golden Dawn's power keeps climbing higher. Special fertilizer wheat flew off the shelves like hotcakes, and ever since the main character showed up, traders keep swarming to steal your wheat. So yeah, the hero's now even mulling a name change. Days later, the chaos finally erupts in the adventurer's place, and the cat girl flashes a bright, "Have a good day" to the main character. The girl tells her, "It's not like you can just turn things around or whatever you think," then smirks and adds, "Gentlemen and adventurers, once they hear the rumors, come flocking in one after another, and yeah, right now, I'm working for the Adventurers Guild." In the Golden Dawn, everybody finally lives in peace, and the protagonist can't stop smiling because things are running perfectly. The girl leans in and asks what he wants for today. They've even got plenty of rare specimens ready to go. The hero gets asked, "So this time can it be just one high-quality stone?" And the heroine fires back, "Then the others aren't good at all." And the hero flat out shows it. The collection is mostly dull, ordinary junk, and the girl is so stunned she didn't even see it coming. The cat girl tells him this city reeks of weird materials, so her detection magic won't touch them, and she's thrilled he'll help, only for him to snap back that he didn't agree. And just because he can sense things doesn't give him permission to use it. She fires back that if they want an official order, it'll cost a pretty penny. She insists everything's fine, and that once people realize Kraft himself picked these materials, they'll believe her. Then the protagonist snaps back, asking if his real opinion is just another punchline to her, because what he's doing, without permission, isn't exactly something she should call trustworthy. She smirks and tells him he still doesn't understand who he's truly dealing with. The hero decides she can do whatever she wants, then slams the brakes on the guilt, making it clear he won't pay for whatever chaos follows. Meanwhile, the protagonist's student hammers away at training, going all in every day. He's already unleashed strikes so masterful they feel unstoppable. Seasoned hunters are forced to clash with kids. The girl fires her arrows like lightning. The hunters shout that they're boxed in, and the adults start trading worried looks. Are the protagonist's students really just kids? Meanwhile, the young man is stunned, staring at whatever just caught his eye. He greets his acquaintance, and the young man blurts, "Why are the kids training with the adventurers?" Reddick grins and says, "I just wanted to test how strong they really are." Turns out that legendary stamina potion hits way harder than people think, so villagers only get a weaker version. But these kids still smash the same legendary potions every adventurer drinks. The protagonist had no clue how this would end, so he snapped at Radak to watch the kids like a hawk. The boys can't wrap their heads around it. Why are the kids this drained, if they're supposedly under the potion spell? The protagonist tells them, "I sent you to train today, no legendary potion." And then the truth hits. The two adventurers who battled the kids are C rank, while the other two are D rank. That's why these kids, real power can stir up chaos even for foreign tourists. Yeah, the ones you'd think are totally unshakable. Because of some unnamed chaos from the past, the top 3 spots are handed out only after a brutal, no-mistakes investigation. And the protagonist says hitting even one of those ranks is already a lifelong dream for most adventurers. It all comes down to this. He pushed his students a little too hard in training, and that's why they can pull off results like this, even while the best Golden Dawn crew watches over them. The hero tells himself he has to adapt to this place's weird tempo and twisted common sense. But his comrade cuts in, insisting he must stop attributing the kids' growth to hard work, because it all came from his legendary potions, and that alchemy is straight up unbelievable. A guy bursts up to them, grinning like he hit the jackpot because he finally found the heroes. Then the protagonist clocks him as the Adventurers Guild boss, and the man immediately invites the young hero to walk with him. The main character says, "Look at that rush, something big just hit the city." And the guy nods like he already knows, shouting that they've got to hurry right now. The chaos unfolds inside the Adventurers Guild, and the hero leans in, demanding to know what on earth had this guy talking in such a rush. He answers straight to the point. "I'll say it directly. Huge pockets of cockatrice have been found all across these lands." The kid blurted it again. Then the royal Tamil beast, stitched from dragon and serpent with a rooster's head, felt their breath, and its living body started to harden, freezing up grain by grain until it turned completely to stone. Their reach is huge, but no one knows the exact number for sure. The protagonist snaps his head to his comrade and asks how he's holding up with crystallization resistance. He grins, saying with controlled, light breathing he can manage it, because even adventurers at their level can't fully shut down crystallization. The protagonist fires back, asking how many corallusks there are, roughly. The man shuts it down fast. There's no exact count, so it's only an estimate, but he warns it could easily blow past several thousand. The main character is absolutely horrified, because they've never seen so many people gathered in one place before. The hero realizes one brutal truth. If that many enemies swarm the city, there won't be a single thing left standing. They raise a special fortress to shield themselves from these raids, but the real nightmare is crystallization. Still, if they can hold it off, that's already a massive win. They have to defend the people of the Golden Dawn, no matter what it costs them. The protagonist says they've got to talk to Kyle, and the man promises, "I'll track down what you need." So, just days after they stumbled on the cockatrices, they immediately threw themselves into figuring out how to fight back and survive. The main character dared them to make a case of the Antichrist by licking it and scraping off the crystallized buildup. The maid whips around and tells him the main character has to rest, right now. Turns out he barely did anything, because the Antichrist's licking potion just can't be mass-produced. But there's one more dose left to save the creature's life, and it's only his job to give it. So yeah, he doesn't get to rest. A cat girl explodes into the room, and he doesn't even get a second to breathe. She shrieks that a whole flock of cockatrices is launching an attack on them. They're charging straight for their city, closing the distance with every heartbeat. The main character grabs someone and demands, "Where's the flock?" They reveal exactly where the enemy strikes from, and the young man snaps his farsightedness on like a weapon. Across the way, a massive horde of mythical creatures is charging forward. If nobody acts, every living soul will vanish. So the protagonist demands whether everything's been handed off to Kayla, and he's told the messengers are already charging over. Kyle is still rallying his troops for the defense, so they can only spare Alfred and Belcia. Right now, about 20 adventurers have signed those contracts. These people just don't stand in the way of the raid, and someone tells the protagonist to cool off. One of the adventurers declares that if you're willing to fight when trouble strikes, then you're ready to stand shoulder to shoulder and defend the city. Working in tourism means danger is always lurking, so they stay on guard and protect their lives first. Money never comes before that. So if you dangle big cash next to a serious risk, they'll brush it off in a heartbeat. Jera snaps back that it wasn't their teams who signed a contract with the city, and the other man fires back that some folks are still grateful for everything this city gave them. Then he makes it clear he wants to stay on the same side as the main character and Mr. Kyle as long as possible. They swear they're not here to chase thrills. They're here as protectors, ready to defend their home and every friend by their side. They're basically begging, "Tell me, do we have to pay anything to rescue our friend?" The protagonist thanks them, and one adventurer says there are only a couple hundred of them. Then he quickly assures everyone, "Don't worry, we're not trained to fight in some giant army." First, the main character hatches a brutal plan to take down the devil tormenting foreign tourists, and if those cockatrices even twitch in their behavior, he demands someone run back and tell him. In the Adventurers Guild, the whole scene hums as Kyle leans in and asks the main character, "So, how'd you get here?" Kraft is hunting down his comrade Radak, and one of the men shoots back with bad news. Radak is out of town right now, stuck on an accepted mission. When a man disappears, it hits like an entire army vanishing. Alfredo is rushing through the streets, evacuating residents to fortified blocks built from reinforced materials. When things get serious, the residents' safety comes first, but this problem doesn't play by the rules. The main character snaps that the walls aren't finished being built yet. There are 3 of those points total, just 3. One sits in the north, another slams into the west, and the last one's planted in the south. Fortresses should have been standing there without question. The protagonist claims his whole army is just 300 strong, then orders the best adventurers to march west, and the man fires back, "Do you really need to send more than half in one sweep? Because then what's left for the other 2 points?" From the tower, the hero watched how the cockatrices acted, pure aggression, eyes locked and ready to strike. And after seeing people up close, there's no way they'll calmly split up their forces. So they all swarm the one standing in the west right then. The hero whips around to the phone, apologizes fast, and slams a warning. Every anti-crystallization potion has to be shipped to the west. Then the guy demands, "What happens to the rest?" The protagonist snaps, "We've only got 200 anti-crystallization potions. There's no way they cover both the north and the south." Then the man fires back, "So what are the rest supposed to do?" And you can't help but wonder, does the protagonist really plan to throw them in as cannon fodder? The young man slumps against a chair, eyes locked on the file in front of him, and the choice in his hands feels brutally impossible. He tells Belcia to take the north and Alfred to lock down the south, because with them in place, even a tiny crew of warriors can somehow hold off the cockatrices. The hero snaps that they're out of land to attack the Antichrist with, but they've still got potions that wipe out crystallization. He's just started making them, so there's not much yet, but by the time they need it, it'll save them. Belcia and Alfred's squads are going to use those anti-crystallization items on the petrified, yet the man snaps back that they're not crazy enough. They need time to prepare. The hero grins and says, "Fine, while you set it up, I'll keep brewing potions." Everyone is stunned. Why would he send warriors to hell with training this week? "It's way too dangerous," they warn, and Balsh snaps back that for her, it's no problem at all. She claims they're built for the job, because while they keep watch over the city, someone's got to stay posted over Kyle. The Kurds press the benches for a plan if the Kuroyski suddenly smash through. Then he can't stop wondering what'll happen to Kale and Mama once the chaos blows up. The girl snaps that she's Kyle's bodyguard, and she's got to protect him, no matter what. Meanwhile, the boy swears he'd rather protect every life in the Golden Dawn than lose their city, and he begs her, "Could you come defend the walls?" It's a deadly job, and only she can take it, because if her thoughts slip to him, she has to think about everyone he loves and everything he's fighting to protect. The boy begs her to promise she'll come back, and Kyle snaps that if she won't step in and defend him, he'll never forgive her. He leans in and asks if she'll do it for him. The heroine snaps to attention and declares, "If this is what my master wants, I'll carry out my duty and make sure I live up to every one of his expectations." She tells her friends, "Don't worry, my powers make cockatrices nothing." But then Kraft hits the world with a wild tactic, and Kraft's gotta learn his limits fast because right now, everything boils down to one thing: how quickly he can move. She looks him in the eye and begs for her trust, because he swears he'll deliver the potion that flips the Antichrist's transformation for good. With those words, the war against time finally ignited. The protagonist storms back home, and the maid rushes in to greet her master. The young man snaps his head toward her and demands they hurry. Then he pushes her to get the adventurers on his side, because the potion is already set to start brewing. To make the anti-crystallizing potion actually work, he needs a full bottle, so for the north of the south, it's a whole barrel or nothing. And with the way he brews right now, he'll never finish in time for Togo. If he wants potions for 100 people, he'll have to burn through his magic until he's completely spent. Even if he fails, the bodies still pile up. Massive casualties can't be avoided. The young man snaps out of it, shuts down the dreaming, and demands they start right now. Then he barks an order for everyone to follow the maid's instructions. The workshop is roaring with activity, non-stop and full throttle. The main character digs in, unleashing every ounce of power he's got, just to make it there on time. Finally, he bursts out that the last barrel of anti-crystallizing potion is ready to go. He's demanding immediate delivery to both the north and the south. Then he starts brewing a potion to undo crystallization, while loud stomping pounds the street, and the protagonist shoots back, asking if it's too noisy out there. Then a nightmare of a thought hits him, and he bolts into the yard to see what just happened. A young man spots smoke blasting upward into the sky from the western wall. He watches the guns get readied, and then his stomach drops as he realizes the cockatrices have already started breaking through. I can tell you this. Luck was on us because not all of them got through, but a small spill still slipped into the city. Right now, 3 sections of the defensive wall are still under construction, and the walls are only at the very first step. So the hero can't help but wonder, can they really hold long enough? The maid leans in and asks if he minds. So can he go scope out the wall defenses? She warns that if those walls don't go up, his procession will be crushed, and she demands an instant answer on whether it's happening or not. The hero snaps back that she's just a maid, and he won't simply let her walk away, but the girl insists, "Leave it to me." The protagonist nods and agrees. Then he tells her to keep an eye on the Mabels too, the main group of foreign tourists, and figure out what's really going on. The heroes slam back into their work, and it hits them hard. He can't leave because his real battlefield is the workshop. Now they've got to brew potions, and they've got to do it fast. If he'd had even one single ingredient, he would have cooked the whole thing and been done ages ago. The hero can't stop wondering where on earth he'll even find a cockatrice egg. A few days before the attack, everything still felt calm, right up until it didn't. One of the main character's students blurts out that her friend should storm in and crush the orc. Her friend blurts out that she still doesn't get why they were dragged here, so she snaps to it and dashes off to call the hunter. The cat girl insists they're going solo. They're just meeting up for a picnic like they always used to. She challenges them. If they're not strong enough, then fine, but she insists they'll handle everything on their own. No adults needed, especially with the way they can master potions, Kraft's brother included. She tells them they said you can take as much as you want, and her friend shoots back, that doesn't make it safer. Then she grins and suggests, come on, let's walk to that big boulder. If there are no adults around, it turns into full-on chaos, and their mission turns into one thing: slay that orc, snatch the magic stone, and hand it straight to their sister, Azu. The girls start daydreaming about how their tiny little sister is going to shower them with praise. She asks if the stamina potion's ready, and when they confirm it, the girl fires back, "Perfect, we're ready." Then the heroine snaps the command and they all set off. She fires up the idea of sprinting to the mountains for the race. Meanwhile, brutal battles rage right up against the city walls. The commander roars at his soldiers to hold their ground and not bolt for retreat. A colossal monster rockets through the sky and locks onto him, charging straight his way. The man chops his own head clean off. The monster crashes to the ground and flattens a whole line of soldiers. The knights tell their comrades to trust them, while the commanders bark orders. Don't just stand there, get moving into battle. Most of the adventurers can't work together at all, and he realizes this won't be just hard, it's going to be brutal. So he knows exactly what he has to do, take control of the whole situation. They can somehow hold steady with what they've got. But if the enemy gangs up and hits all at once, there's no way they make it out alive. Tiger the fighter leans in and asks if he should tail them, but the commander shuts it down. Says no, they won't stop, not even now. And Tiger's left standing there, totally lost on what he's supposed to do next. A stranger steps up to him and demands, "Tell me, are you really Commander Degard?" The man snaps around in a blink, and his face locks in pure, trembling horror. The maid bolts toward him with every ounce of speed she's got. She claims she's got messages for the commander, and the man snaps, "What are you doing here?" The girl claims the whole cockatrice attack won't break through the walls anymore, so their protection isn't needed. But yeah, I can still leap insanely high thanks to my wings. The enemy can't soar over these walls, so breathe, stay sharp and fight until your final breath. Then the commander hears the report, nods, and says the breach has to be held at all costs. He whips around to the neighboring group and barks at them to stand down from the attack and lock in a defensive line instead. The maid clocks how ugly this situation is, and the man nods, confirming everything. He says it'd be great to finally put numbers on these groups. Then contacting them would be way easier. The maid leans in and asks if she should hand the adventurers the numbers for their squads. The man's jaw drops when he realizes she's just a maid, and he refuses to let her slip into the vanguard. The girl shoots back, "You're no bother," and then she grabs their axes like she's about to swing them herself. The commander demands she stop right now, because she swiped his spare axes. But the heroine is gone. She's nowhere to be seen. One of the fighters blurts out, "When did this commander's support turn one-handed?" But it's actually a brutal two-handed heavy axe, and half the crowd can't even lift a single one. But the maid snatched two at once, smooth as can be. The commander shoots back. So who is this mate anyway? Right now, in the spot where the leader still hasn't been taken down, the battle rages on. The soldiers charge forward, fighting tooth and nail against the Karlisks. The cockatrice slips behind the smaller enemies, using them like living shields. The soldiers spot him in an instant and slam him back with the brutal force of the enemy's massive weight. A monstrous giant snaps its jaws wide open, ready to devour everything. The soldiers scrambled to fend it off, but they knew they were losing the moment things turned grim. Then, out of nowhere, the monster's eyes rolled back and it sagged to the ground inch by inch. The soldiers jerk upright, completely baffled, like they can't make sense of what they're witnessing. A blur of a maid rockets through the air at inhuman speed, slicing her opponent into multiple pieces, while everyone on the ground stares in shock. The girl drops down and lands right across two crossing axes, splitting the space between them in one clean move. With those blazing, war-ready eyes, she locks onto everyone like they're next on her target list. In a split second, the hero finally clicks. This isn't just a scene, it's the main characters at the center of it all. She rockets forward again, blasting past them with wild, incredible speed. She snaps into action, juggling the supports like a pro, and then tears through a few more monsters before they can even blink. The girl whips around to the stunned soldiers and declares, "Now you can talk in peace." She snaps to Mr. Lactone and says it's his group's fault, because the cockatrices are already clawing their way through the defense line. She warns them that if they keep peeling away from Mr. Degard, they'll end up chopped into little groups, easy prey, yet they still won't be able to take down the leader of the cockatrices. The man shoots her an apology and admits they've truly split. Now the squad has to scramble back to the defense line. The girl then declares that from now on, Lacton's crew will be first. Adzifir is second. So his whole squad must obey every order they're handed, and the hero's jaw drops as he blurts out how the maid even knows his name. The girl smirks and says she knows every single name of everyone living in the city. The soldiers stare in shock, and the heroine shoots back that it's the maid's job, exactly her duty. She begs for forgiveness, tells everyone she's got more messages to deliver, and prays like her life depends on the battle's victory. Then the girl surges upward and vanishes into the sky. The squad leader snaps, asking the soldiers if they really saw it, because after everything she'd done, not a single drop of blood was on her and lactin presses on. So, that's all you noticed. Meanwhile, the girl pushes on with her mission, jumping in to help her squad take down the Karalusks and bring them the numbers they need. The message is cut off, the line snaps back in place, and the girl goes dead still, then locks into a combat stance, knowing this is finally when the real fight begins. The hairline stared down a long, dark corridor that felt like it stretched forever. Meanwhile, the whole city is getting evacuated, and the sensible folks are yelling at everyone to stop crowding in and keep the streets under control. They rush them into the hospital and slam first aid on right there. Azula wraps the girl's arm in bandages, swings around and snaps, so the baby's in agony like that. Then she hovers close, coos that it's all okay now, and orders the protagonist to sip the hot drinks carefully, like one wrong move will burn. The girl whips around to the boys and demands that once they're done, they check the street for anyone hurt, and the kids nod right away. A voice calls her name, and the heroine rockets toward the danger without a second thought. The girls whip their heads toward each other and start firing questions. So what are we doing next? The cat girl tells her friend to go and bring it back, but does snaps that it's already too late. She just wanted to talk to her sister Azu, yet Azu's swamped right now. A friend says, then go to the guild, and the Kaggle snaps back, yeah right, if you do, Azur's sister will blow up at you and so will everyone else. She warns that they, and maybe even their little sister, might get chased out of this city, and the girl drops to her knees, screaming as panic grips her head. The kid insists he only wanted to make his little sister happy, but everything crashes down and goes totally wrong. They should just drop the whole adventuring dream for good. The kids snap their heads back to the cabinet, because inside it sits a secret only they understand. If they hadn't been swept up by pure adventurism, they never would have dragged this egg all the way to Ural City. And that one insane choice sparked the catastrophe at its very roots. Right at the main character's home, a man comes sprinting up and demands, "Is the petrification cure ready yet?" The young man whips around, yells, "Yeah, right now," and admits he's still in the middle of making it. He demands to know where the men came from, and they snap back, "Right wing, Alfred's crew." Then it hits him. The fighters are already starting to abandon their positions. The center's already shown up, most of the cactuses with it, and now they're badgering him for fresh potion supplies non-stop, while the main character can only breathe easier because the left wing is finally holding together. He asks if their commander can't wait a little longer, and the man fires back asking how he thinks it'll play out. Then their opponents snap, raging as they attack the mind, and even Alfred can't hold out against them. The protagonist screams in horror, "Did we really break into the city?" And the warriors snap back, "No, we're keeping them out for now." But the adventurers who charged into the fight are already frozen to stone by the breath of the cockatrice. And the Carillions didn't just beat them. They smashed every last one into oblivion, leaving nothing but dust behind. The protagonist blurts that he just brewed a potion to stop petrification, and despair hits hard. Then the man gasps, asks if it's really true, and immediately orders him to hand over the potion fast. The young man snaps that he won't do it. He'll hand them just a tiny bit of what's ready, and everything else gets shoved to the center. And the man's rage flares like a fire. He demands how that tiny piece will even save them, then erupts into curses, screaming that they'll all die there because of the main character, until his comrade slams on the brakes and stops him. He snaps that the young man needs to use his head, because no matter which angle you take, Soul's heart is everything, and if they punch through there, An endless, irreparable flood of opponents will pour into the city. The main character pours every ounce of time and energy into it. And if they have to sit around waiting for the next game, they're not making it. The man admits that at first they were tempted to grab it all for themselves, but he insists it is that simple for them and begs the protagonist to understand. Then the protagonist pants hard and folds over the barrels. One thought pounded in his head: pour out as much potion as fast as humanly possible. Then he froze, because wait, was someone calling his name? A girl bursts into the room and asks how she can help the main character, and the young man's jaw drops when he sees Liffen. He blurts out if she's done with the fence, and she grins, saying the final touch is already finished. They turn to us and ask, "So how's the petrification cure going?" And then the men start pouring the petrifying medicine straight into the main character's sati. The girl clocks his mood and tries to yank him out of that funk, telling him the main character can't afford to spiral right now. He just has to go all in, give it everything, and squeeze out every last bit of himself. There's nothing he can do. He's missing what he needs, and in a moment like this, every single person's limit is about to get hit. She begs to let someone else step in and help him, and when the girl asks why she'd do that, when they're all here already, she has an answer only she can see. Those words hit him right in the heart, and he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He says, then the medicine has to hit the right wing, and orders her to go. She'll move way faster than the rest. The heroine yanks the barrel out of the men's hands and snaps, "We should have talked about this way earlier." She demands he trust her, promises she'll get the barrel to him as fast as humanly possible. And then he yanks open the mana elixir. He locks in and throws everything he's got at the task, until, at last, he gets that medicine in his hands. The spotlight snaps back to the defensive line, where everything could explode in an instant. In the left wing, the commander stares out at the horizon and snaps that the enemy has finally arrived. She barks orders to her warrior to follow the tactics, because they have to get ready right now. The girl leaps onto her steed, whips around to the wing, and tells him her hopes are all on him. The rival crew rockets toward the wall, screaming at full speed. The whole squad storms straight into battle, and at the very front on her steed, the heroine surges forward, screaming a war cry that drives everyone to fight until the last breath. The cockatrices charge in without slowing down, but he slams himself in their way and stops them cold. The girl snapped the reins, her steed reared up on its wings, and the ruthless enemies didn't even slow down. The heroine barrels into the fight and starts swinging her blade wildly at the cockatrices, unleashing every ounce of her strength. They screech and blast these awful noises, and the girl snaps her sword up at them, declaring this is their dead end. The opponents stall for a split second, then suck in deep breaths as if the fight just got real. The squad's warriors stare in shock at her skills. Belzia-san unleashes every trick the wing can do, and those cockatrices don't stand a chance. Here's how the left wing would hit. While the team's leader slams the enemy into one brutal pile, the rest rain arrows in from afar, and the fighters back their commander, shouting at the girl to smash through and stop anyone from breaking past. The heroine keeps carving through the fight, swinging her blade so hard she shoves her opponents into a dead-end corner. When they crash into one giant heap, the girls scream, "Now attack!" And the archers snap their bows into place, arrows ready to fly. They unleash a massive volley of arrows, firing one full charge straight into their opponents. Explosions rain down and the squad starts cheering like they've finally won, until the heroine barrels in, snaps them out of it, and orders them to stay sharp and never drop their guard. A cockatrice snaps into existence right beside her. The monster gapes wide. Then the commander slips out, eyes widening because this is the end, and right at that moment, an arrow flies straight into the enemy. She swings and smack right on the head. The girl whips around and there he is, the hunter. He rushes in and asks, "Are you okay?" The heroine blurts out with pure joy and throws a heartfelt thank you at the young man for saving her. The young man backs the warriors and demands they lay the second wave flat with the same brutal thrashing, and the squad leader just smirks like, "Maybe next time I'll introduce you to one of those night girls." The young man beams at that, erupts in a shout that he'll give it everything, and the heroine just stands there stunned that he actually heard her. The young man roars that he'll wipe out every opponent, and the girl thinks, "We can hold on." But right then, another wave of enemies surges toward the wall. With all that pressure bearing down on them, the defense won't hold for long. Right wing commander, at this very moment, slams into the briefing and lays down orders for her subordinates. He says the boys haven't gulped the potion of fortitude yet, so there's no need to shove forward. Just wait. They've blown through every petrification cure potion, so now they can't afford even one more loss. Tell me, who in their right mind would want a man like that? The warriors demand, so you're saying he'll be stuck fighting by himself? The commander snaps back. Most of the time, yes. He'll go solo, but you'll still have to mop up every last wounded enemy. The man leans in and declares that his fighting style is about to be just a little wild. He dug his heels in, sprinting his horse forward and rode straight for the front. The man rockets forward, drives his spear straight ahead, and with his signature cry, charges straight at the cockatrice. The enemy forces refuse to slow down and charge straight for the commander, cutting through the air like a blade. With the enemy right in his face, he whips his spear into a furious spin, then slashes and batters his way through the monsters, clearing a path as they loom. He pulls it off. He tears through them and drops several right then. His subordinates lean in, eyes locked on the clash, cheering their commander as he cuts through every opponent with effortless precision. Yet the moment he grips that spear, nobody dares to get too close. He flashes a grin, pivots to his horse, and praises him like a hero for a job well done. But he never accounted for one brutal twist. His opponents could fly, and a massive bird swooped straight over his head like a shadow from nowhere. She storms toward defenseless warriors, and the young fighters scatter in every direction, fleeing for their lives. The commander snaps out orders, studies the lapse in grim detail, and then berates himself for letting it happen. He clocks that this cockatrice towers over every other one, and dread sinks in. This might be too late for him. Then he whips his head up, hearing that voice bellow from above. "Don't worry, I'll handle it." She sprints to her friend's side, ready to jump in and save the day. With that rock-crushing technique powering her up, she smashes straight into the opponent's head with a brutal strike, and everyone stares, stunned. The monster crashes to the ground, and the heroine drops down right beside him. She whips around to the driver, then tells the boys, "I've got the cure for petrification, right here." Warriors can't even hold it together. They nearly sob from pure joy. The commander strides up to the girl and speaks to her directly. Then the heroine nods and declares she'll fight alongside them. The girl who wears that jacket like her calling is going to swing a hammer like a master. She'll be their biggest advantage. And with her in their corner, the heroes can last a little longer. But that man still has a shadow of worry clawing at his mind. Even the strongest things hit a wall. So now it's all about how fast he can whip up the potions. The action slams into a church, where a girl is quickly bandaging a wounded man. Right behind her, a maid sneaks up and calls her by name. She asks the heroine for a quick minute, and the girl whips around in pure shock. The girl stares at her guest in shock, like she can't believe what she's seeing. It clocks the maid's face and demands, "So, is that really Ryuko-san?" The heroine freezes at the sudden arrival, and then Water blurts out, "Hey, how can I help with her exactly?" The maid glides in with her signature grace, and asks the heroine if she'll let her meet the 4 kids being raised at the church. They hammer on the door and the girls whip around. "Do you need help?" The girl gasps out an apology to the maid for how wiped out she is, then insists the maid can count on the children, because they'll help her and she'll get back to work. So she steps out of the room. The maid watches her go, then turns to the kids and declares that she'll handle the rest of the situation. She scoots in close to the girls and asks, point blank, if they're willing to hand over what's right behind them. Behind them, a cabinet hides the egg. Then the heroines stare at the maid in pure horror. The girl insists the main character has to get that thing, like, right now. She insists the girls will follow her straight to the main character, and the little ones start to protest, until the maid cuts them off. The girls burst into tears, choking out apologies, and swear they're so sorry this happened. The maid is thrown for a loop, snaps back to her senses, and rushes to apologize to the kids too, while the girl explains she'd just been in a battle and never had time to process what was going on. She flashes a sweet, innocent smile and beams at the children. She says her face already screams something's off, and now housework is going to hit even harder. But again, she gets shoved aside for being confused, and she only wanted to tell the girls what to do. She leans in and promises, everything's going to be okay. And you can tell the main character isn't just good inside. He's the kind of person who genuinely cares. She flashes a smile and swears that this young man will forgive them for sure. The maid reaches out her arms and pulls the kids into a group hug, then urges them all to go to him, together, right now. Back at the main character's house, the potion-making grind is still roaring, and the young man is gasping for air but refuses to quit. He hammers out another barrel of medicine, then snaps that it's time to deliver it, and the other man nods right along. The hero knows he can't waste a second. He has to get the medicine ready. Then his head suddenly starts spinning, and the man snaps around, shouting the young man's name. The man stares at the protagonist in pure horror, but there's zero time to react. Right when the young man drops, someone catches him. The maid snaps him into her arms and blurts, "Are you okay?" And the young man, grinning through the shock, says he's glad she showed up, because she saved him. The main character grins and tells the girl she's tougher than she looks, fragile on the outside, strength underneath, and admits he'll have to factor in his own maid's power too. Then the girl bows low and thanks him. She tells the protagonist nothing's wrong beyond the walls yet, and explains that the enemies haven't wrecked a thing. Relief hits him hard and he beams like, "That's seriously encouraging news." He pants hard, and it hits him. Problems are crawling all over him, no matter how much the protagonist chugs that mana potion, because fatigue and brutal magical exhaustion keep crashing in, and that's the cost of brewing legendary potions in bulk. The girl realizes the situation needs something drastic to flip everything, whips around to the main character and drops, "I've got one more piece of news." The young man blurts out, "What are you even talking about?" And the heroine whips around to the kids, telling them, "Be brave." The boys can't even bring themselves to look up at their teacher. Shame burns hot in their faces as they choke on the words, trapped in embarrassment about the mistake they made. The maid gives the cat girl a gentle nudge and whispers that she doesn't have to rush. She can take her time. The little girl shuts her eyes tight, begs for forgiveness, and whispers that the monster's attack might have been their fault, then trembles in terror, too scared to meet her teacher's gaze. The main character freezes, stunned, and stares at the object the little girl hands him like it's something impossible. The girl cradles a cockatrice egg in her hands, and the stunned man leans in, watching every second with sharp, fascinated interest. The kid keeps thrusting the egg forward, blurting that they came for an adventure, thinking they'd get it as a trophy, not this twisted mess. Then one of the men snaps, calls her a cat, and yanks the egg out of her hands, warning her she doesn't even get what she just did. The kids, terrified out of their minds, drop to their knees and beg for forgiveness. The main character lunges in, yanks the furious man by the arm, and stops him from smashing the child. He tells the young man to hold up, insisting he's dead wrong. And the protagonist is absolutely convinced the blame doesn't belong to the kids at all, but to someone else. He keeps squeezing the man's hand, hard, so he can't hurt the girls, while the maid throws herself in front of the kids to keep them safe, and the protagonist snaps back that these aren't just one kind of monster. Like some of them actually hatch from eggs, at least that's what people swear by. The Viasilisks and Karalusks lay eggs so delicious they're worth a fortune, and if you sell them, you'll cash in big. The main character dropped this exact line in one of the lectures, and the girls' eyes instantly lit up. They were ready to hunt that egg. They all hunted for him, and when the main character burst into laughter, he said, "Maybe someday we'll find each other." This wild little tale of curious kids was so young and so curious that it practically lit up everyone's imagination. Then the main character admitted, "I didn't know stealing eggs was forbidden, and honestly, I guess it's my fault. I never told him. The young man, straight up, admits he's fully responsible for the attack, even as he fights the urge to let the other guy talk back. His friend starts staggering, then, right from sheer exhaustion, crumples to the ground. The young man drops to his knees and begs for forgiveness, saying every bit of blame for his mistake is mine alone, so don't punish anyone, okay? The kids all whip their heads toward the teacher, and the man hesitates, then finally admits he's guilty too. And honestly, how could he ever even think about going after a little child? The shaking kid shuffles up to the protagonist and pleads for forgiveness again, and the protagonist pats his head and asks, "So, will you give me an egg?" The main character flashes a grin and insists, "Everything's fine, just leave it to me." The kid shoves the egg into the young man's hands, and he demands what the protagonist plans to do with it. Kraft smirks and says, "You'll see everything now." He demands to know what they're doing and then snaps that it's time to get ready. He whips around to his assistant. "We have to prepare the 6th and 9th potions." The protagonist grins and says, "Perfect, let's start." He slips an egg into the barrel and blasts it with magic spells. With this egg in his hands, the impossible doesn't stand a chance. The entire room bursts into blinding light as bright rays spill out from the egg. The main character clamps down on the magic before it spills out and takes over. At last, his face lights up as he blazes out, thrilled that he's finally pulled off exactly what he set out to do. The protagonist declares that the cockatrice panacea is ready, and the man snaps in shock, asking twice what panacea he means. Then the protagonist demands everyone listen to him, right now, and pay attention. He claims this jaw-dropping potion works like magic when you reflect it back. Every painful effect you'd only get from an enemy gets reversed. Breathing won't be a problem anymore, and even those stone statues will snap back to their old selves. Everyone turns to the main character, eyes wide and mouths agape like they can't believe what they're seeing. The man yanks the young man's hand and clamps down on it with every ounce of strength. He asks if they finally don't have to fear breathing anymore, and his eyes brim with tears as doubt crushes him. He swears the man won't believe they can save everyone already petrified, but the protagonist insists, "We can," and urges them to spread this potion right now. They all beam, nodding along like this is exactly what they wanted. "Good news, we don't have to fear cockatrice poison anymore, but that whole herd is still out there, and if they just show up, we could finally deal with them." Now the fight slams into the Golden Dawn's strongest squad. If Redoc's group were here, they'd flip the whole situation in seconds. The main character curses, then yells that the only thing that matters right now is figuring out how to reach this group. The girl says she's pretty sure she knows where the man's group could be, and the young man freezes, staring at her in total shock. He yanks the heroine by the shoulders and demands, "Is it true?" She blurts out, "Yes." Then he fires back, "Where are we? Tell me," he insists. The girl swallows and says, "The day we couldn't find the egg downriver by the forest, we spotted a camp." The protagonist nods like it finally clicks. It was the last pit stop before the monster hunt turned the world into a nightmare. Between grueling bouts of rest and quick prep breaks, the adventure-type routine keeps everyone sharp. Then our protagonist studies the map hard, eyes locked, and finally decides they've got to be somewhere close. He snaps at his friends, "Come with me right now to the guild." The protagonist jabs a finger at the map and insists this spot must stay a top priority, and right away the Celts swarm around, dashing about with papers in hand, while the cat girl stares at the map, eyes widening in shock. She fires the question at him, "What happened?" He grins and says, "I'll explain everything right now, but first, I've got to round everyone up." The protagonist runs up to Kyle and greets him, then asks how things stand, telling him that every panacea potion is already handed out and the formation is back on track, until one ugly snag hits. The healing potion is nearly gone. He's stunned, because he swears he made a ton of them, then he rushes to apologize. The potion's ingredients are totally out, no more left anywhere. Kyle just grins and says they'll figure something out, and right then the protagonist starts telling his story. He blurts out that he's got a plan, right then and there to flip the whole situation, and every hero stares at him, stunned. The young man snaps open the map and declares that the redox group is basically right here, then jabs a finger at a specific spot. So the protagonist leans in and says he's determined to find a way to reach him. How does he ask if it's really true those men are here? The young guy nods and says yes, then points right at the kids, telling him they're the ones who passed the word. They didn't guess either. He saw their camp with their own eyes. The young man insists, "If it's not true, we'll have time before evening." And he adds that from the Redwick side, they can absolutely pull off a surprise, hitting from two directions at once. If they rush right now, they might actually catch up to them. So the protagonist asks, "Is there any way to sneak past the enemies without drawing their eyes?" And the other guy just shakes his head, dead certain. "I'm afraid you can't slip away unnoticed." Suddenly, he blurts out a plan, orders everyone to hold right here, then jabs at the map and swears this route is the safe way through. The protagonist jolts in surprise and blurts, "Wait, you can really find a way." And the young man smirks, saying, "Yeah, if it's the hero you mean, he can cut through the sewer network." The protagonist snaps with shock, then fixes his eyes on the sewer diagram. Exactly, the sewers. Strip away the water, and that part's easy, then you can slip right out not far from the camp where that man and his squad are posted. The young man tells you, slip through the sewer tunnels, and you'll sneak under the enemy without a soul noticing. Then you can link up with the Redox squad. But the sewer maze is a total nightmare. If they don't track down LaFontaine and question her, they'll spin in circles forever. So the protagonist whips around and demands everyone urgently call her, and the maid obeys without hesitation. She bursts out of the room and the protagonist thinks, should I ask my foreign tourists? But no, this works for him too. Still, one thing gnaws at his nerves, the heroine's speed. If she keeps flying through the city like this, he can't shake the fear that it'll turn dangerous fast. The protagonist tells her, with LaFontaine we'll never get lost, so come on, we've got to push past the edge of the city. And before the plan can sink in, one of the kids blurts, "Hey, take me with you." The young man freezes, stunned, and looks down. Edo stared up at him with those huge, tear-soaked eyes, and pleaded with everything he had, begging him to take him along. The main character rockets up the stairs. The young guy cradles two kids tight so they don't get thrown off his horse. Then the girl whips her head toward the main character and warns him there's a street up the stairs. So he nods, snaps the reins, and drives his horse forward. But the child tries to blurt something out and the man shuts him down fast, telling him to stay quiet before he bites his own tongue. In the meantime, he can count on him. He says the kid can help him, and the protagonist demands, "So you really will show me how to reach our allies?" The kid just smiles back. He's like, "Yeah, obviously, I'll prove it, no doubt about it." The time has finally arrived. Our heroes are about to come back with reinforcements at their backs. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a monster hunt rages on. Then a man blasts a giant beast and claims its scream will throw off their mission. He hacks off his head and tells him, in a cold voice, to slip out of this life quietly. A stunning warrior leaps off it like a comet, crashing into the ground with pure battle-ready energy. With a crazy magical tool at his side, Seal races up into the sky and hoists the monster's severed body higher and higher. The young man lets them drop down a bit, then leans to one of his coworkers and asks if everything's finished, telling the girl to climb higher and peek around just in case, while the other two carefully guide the monster downward, step by step, like one wrong move could spell disaster. Fighting monsters in total silence is no walk in the park, but because of it, they manage to avoid a single cockatrice encounter. Today they've got 3 missions: grab ingredients for a potion, wipe out monsters whose rampage is putting the city at risk, and scout how far the cockatrice advance has gone. They tried to clash without drawing the enemy's eyes, but the plan backfired. They never ran into a soul, and now they can't get any intel. So their team leader pushes back and says they should dig a little deeper into the forest. The scout hesitates, then says it looks like a huge swarm of cockatrices is moving in one direction. So the boy asks, aren't they headed for the city? And the girl snaps back, no, She snaps that they're heading away from the city, even though the plan during the stampede was to charge straight in and hit it. Because seriously, what's more irresistible than the city? The man snaps that their route changes right now. Then the heroes charge after their opponents. Right now, the only thing we can trust is this. They might still fail to protect the city, because once the enemy pushes through, they could finally get a clearer read on what's really happening. What comes next? Nobody's got a clue. But one thing feels certain. A surprise attack is coming. Hero, they all nod and swear they'll obey their leader's word, whatever he commands. And if they've got to leave this place, let them regret it later. The young man just smiles like he already knew they'd say yes. The man shoots back a heartfelt thanks for their understanding. And as the forest looms behind them, you can still spot monster traces everywhere. The hero slams into these massive tracks, and they spot that a ton of opponents already tore through here. He fires off questions, but everyone's eyes only twitch. Where are they going and what's going down? Even so, the whole thing still feels foggy, and the man can't stop worrying, because these tracks don't spell out what happened to that panic flight at all. If that were the case, the tracks would have been a mess, scattered everywhere. But nope, they're all perfectly coordinated, and even while they're walking, everything looks normal. His partner is stunned at that, then blurts out whether it had already gone back to normal when they passed through here. The hero jabs a hand to the side and says it's already right there, close enough to feel. He feels it, just one more step, and they'll uncover the real reason behind the cockatrice's true madness. The girl snaps, "Why is everyone freaking out right now?" and reminds them they're supposed to investigate what's behind the opponent's behavior. "Hurry up," she urges, "hurry up." And then, out of nowhere, she freezes solid. Every hero snaps their eyes to the same moment, and just stares, utterly lost, because they have no idea what's happening. A towering, oddly shaped tree loomed ahead, stretching its twisted silhouette like it was daring them to come closer. The hero freezes, cranes his neck, and stares up like he's seeing a miracle, while the squad leader starts sweating hard, blurting, "Wait, is that really the same tree?" One of the expedition members swears his teacher once told him about plants that can drive animals completely mad. But when he tries to explain it, he admits he's got zero details. Suddenly, a colossal monster bursts out from the forest like it's been waiting just for this moment. The heroes slap on their masks in terror, refusing to let a single trace of his breath touch them, while a massive cockatrice charges full speed straight at that mysterious tree. The squad leader watches every move. Then, right as he gets close, he drops to the ground and starts rolling across it. The hero stares at the chaos, completely lost, while the monster claws and scratches at the tree's roots like it's digging for something buried. The squad's leader stares at everything unfolding, pure terror on his face, because this is the first time he's ever seen anything like it. And right in front of him, the monsters start clawing their way up. The giant bird's eyes bulge out of their sockets, and a weird, unstoppable liquid starts pouring from its mouth. The bird finally drops to the ground, its eyes rolling wildly in their sockets. The bird keeps violently thrashing, and a thick flood of foam pours from its mouth. The heroes freeze on the spot, too scared to even breathe and risk spooking that strange creature, and one of them blurts out, "See, Bartek was right all along, because it's playing out exactly like he promised." The heroes instantly get it. The monster's frantic escape isn't random at all. It's the tree driving it wild. The heroes keep standing there and stare up, and then the leader snaps out of his stupor first, telling everyone they've got to inspect these plants right now. He orders his assistants to sweep the area, and the girl drops to the ground, scanning the grass, until she spots shiny things glinting there. She snatches one of them, raises it to the sun, and boom, the heroes snap to it. It's a dragon scale. The young man studies everything up close, then breaks into a smile and says, "Now I finally get how it all really happened." One of the soldiers whips around to the captain and shouts for him to look at the roots, because right there, you can see claw marks sunk deep into the wood, and the size screams one thing. A giant dragon was here. The man insists that the tree was probably food for the dragon they just wiped out. Then everyone else screams in horror, saying there's no way that could be true. The young man swears it's only real once the dragon is gone, cutting the threat down and making that tree's ground safe for everyone else in the forest. So of course, the madness the tree spreads crashes over them in full force. One young guy blurts that they flipped the ecosystem in the tree zone, and his teammates snap back that they never killed the dragon just to make things worse. Then the machine cuts in, shrugging that nobody's totally sure, but right now that's the only explanation that matches the terrified rush of flight. That tree's a death trap, plain and simple. Burn it ASAP before it takes someone out, and the hero nods along like, yeah, I'm in. The squad strikes the tree with fire and stares as it smolders away, but they quickly clock the problem. This thing won't go down that easily. The young man clenches his jaw and barks that they've got to burn it with more effort than that. They've got to torch it before every enemy crawls back here. And then, out of nowhere, the girl spots something. She senses it coming, something huge. The heroine blurts that it's about to hit hard. The man instantly thinks you're a monster, but he twists free and demands they need more time. He barks at his comrades to keep that tree blazing, then bolts toward the monster to stop it himself, because he knows this panicked stampede can't keep going. He squares up to the colossal monster and roars that he'll never let it pass. Then the hero suddenly spots people sliding off him. The protagonist loudly praises the black dragon, saying it crushed everything and did an amazing job. Then the squad's leader stares at the young man in shock and demands, "Wait, was that really you?" And the young man grins, replying, "Yeah, we finally found you." The baby launches at the man and wraps him in a tight hug, and the squad's leader can't believe his eyes at their sudden burst in. The protagonist says they never found the camp where the detachment last saw food, so they charge to the smoke, and he's grinning, because he figured he wouldn't even be able to handle this. Then he claps the child on the back, praising him for trying so hard, but the heroes barely get a breath. The young man promises he'll explain everything on the move and orders the warriors to name their comrades, but he only believed the trouble would vanish once the tree was there. But that stampede is still roaring, and it's getting worse by the minute. Vaughn swears he heard it'll take weeks to brew enough potions to stop the nut effects. He fires back, "How's it going?" And the protagonist grins, "I've got a solution." Then he drops the real bomb. There's one thing he's going to need from his friends. He tells them he's got to have their help to take down those raging opponents. He says, sure, this request could get you killed, and the heroes can refuse. Before the protagonist can finish, the young man cuts in mid-sentence. He leans in and grills the young man, asking just how well he thinks they know each other, and how long it's been going on. The protagonist pauses, then the warriors snap back that he's a bit late for the slaughter, so he'll give their opponents the whole, brutal welcome. The young man can't stop thanking his friend, absolutely overflowing with gratitude. The knight was stunned that the kid even knew where their camp was, especially since it was right near the city, and they definitely hadn't meant to lead him there. Then the hero admitted it all happened because of his own blunder, and he muttered that if you had power like that at that age, you'd be chasing adventures too. The brave writer says, yeah, we've got responsibility here too, because they got carried away and pushed their training way too hard. The girl from the team nods and snaps back, sure, but you should have taught them more than strength. You needed to teach them responsibility. And even if adventurers steer their own lives, they're still just kids. Now the protagonist finally gets why Kyle was so obsessed with education during upbringing, and he realizes raising kids is no walk in the park. He turns and asks why everyone looks so crushed, and the girl beside him suddenly screams that they're going to throw their opponents out, shouting for everyone to rise up and fight with a burning spirit. She shrieks that they don't get to mess with her house anymore, and she'll stake her claim as the boss of this city. Right then, the knight cackles and calls that the perfect speech for the guild's boss, and the protagonist turns to the kid and tells him, don't worry. He vows they'll protect the city for sure, then asks, are you still mad? The girl tells him, don't lose heart. And the young guy laughs, saying maybe the kid's not in danger, maybe he's just scared of the enemy. Right away, he erupts into screams, shaking his head like, "No way, I'm not scared of anyone." And then the main character shuts him down, says this is a whole different situation, and tells him to go home like that before it gets worse. The comrades turn their backs on the battlefield and charge home, still burning with pure fighting spirit. And now the moment they've been fighting for is finally here. This is their finest hour. The hero barrels toward the house at full speed, and the young man fires off one order, "Edo, keep your head down and grip on tight." They lock eyes and swear they'll follow the plan. The main character barrels to the front of the crowd, screams a war cry, and rallies everyone to surge into the attack. He reaches out his hand, and a burst of brilliant light spills from his fingertips. Your opponents think they're strong, but you've got one crack in their armor, light. The knights have tracked it down through hard-won recon experience, and they know it only pays off after dark, when the night glare can blind and disorient them, long enough for their plan to take over. They're convinced the protagonist can pull it off. Now it's time for that unspoken plan. He has to aim the light straight at his opponents, and the hero pulls it off using the blazing power of the sun. The monsters snap to stillness and crane their heads upward. Then the question hits, where is that light coming from? The knight hypes the main character, calling it an absolute win, and somehow, after all that, they still manage to throw the enemy off balance and leave them completely disoriented. Now the monsters have flipped into plain, helpless chickens, and this is their shot, so the friends barrel in and rush to attack. The main character surges in speed, cranks up his heat resistance, and lands a single, decisive hit. He shouts a battle cry and charges straight into the fight. The hero smashes in with a thunderous punch, unleashes a swirling hurricane of fury, and chops the world down like a mountain trimmer. With their powers fused together, they swing in sync, aiming to crush the enemy for good. The main character rockets forward and smashes into the last remaining opponents. He hammers him with gifts, while blasting him in the eyes with blazing light projectiles. From the outside, the battle looks absolutely massive, like something straight out of a legend. The knight yells they've smashed through the formation, and then blasts that the center is gotta be right around here. He slams out an order. Everyone makes room for the craft right now. The young man whips around, locks eyes with the protagonist, and urgently gestures like, "Do it now. No time to waste." No poppy should burn through every ounce of magic in a fight. Once it's gone, they're totally helpless. But right now, the hero is seconds away from casting a spell that demands every last drop, and there's no potion to refill him. Only time can carry him through. But he doesn't care that he's totally exposed out here. His rock-solid comrades have his back, so he can cast magic without a shred of fear, and the hero pushes the young man forward with encouragement. The main character unleashes the fiery hell technique. Then the gust of inferno tears through the air. Everything around him gets swallowed by roaring flames. Flames swallowed every opponent, scorching them down to ash, while the heroes stared in shock at the chaos unfolding before them, because they never saw this kind of power coming from the main character. The young man grins, then collapses in pure exhaustion, and his friends yank him back up and cheer like crazy, praising how he crushed the fight with everything he had, while the heroes nod and decide to leave him alone now because he's completely wiped out. The warriors press him for answers about his magic, then shove him to rest, swearing they'll wipe out the remaining enemies themselves. The knight pulls the protagonist aside and asks for some feats, and the protagonist responds with a friendly fist bump, then thanks him for the help. The warriors crash into the enemy's last remnants in a friendly swarm, and one of the main character's comrades yanks him back, telling him that if he can't fight right now, then he'll stand shoulder to shoulder with him, because the young man asks whether he should go help the others, and he basically gets hit with, "Did you forget who's standing right next to you?" The main character smirks and blurts out that, yeah, he truly forgot. Warriors clash with pure joy, cheering each other on and taunting their opponents like it's all part of the game. They're basically like, seriously, did the enemy think they could do anything to stop us? And tonight's dinner is rotisserie chicken. They lay out, down to the exact details, what they can prep from the catch and how to do it. Even the ordinary warriors step into the fight, smirking as they realize the shell-shocked enemies can't touch them, because they've crushed dragons before. So the Golden Dawn got saved, because everyone joined forces and fought through it together. Every last enemy got wiped out. Then the warriors who fell in battle were hauled back to life, thawed and resurrected, like the fight never even ended. The hero drags every monster corpse into one massive pile, then stabs the ground with them and drowns them in a flammable potion the main hero brewed. Because the moment rot starts to creep in, everything goes wrong. After that, a whole stretch of magical stone sprawls out in front of the heroes, and they refuse to waste it by burning it, because they're grabbing it for themselves. The kid hands the main character empty vials of a flammable potion, fussing and shouting over everything, desperate to make up for his guilt and help the main character, who forgave his mess so nobly and understood him so well. The girl slams the brakes on him, shushes him with a sharp sign, and the kid stares at her in shock, then snaps his eyes back to the young man. The exhausted protagonist crashes and falls asleep right in the middle of the room, and even he can't push through that kind of fatigue, so the girl hands the baby over and lets him finally rest. He earned every second, because the whole fight against the opponents gets shut down for good.